Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. Concerns and opportunities coexist. Anger and box office soar. What? Do you still want me to participate in the operation of the company? Roland looked at them with a smile in his eyes and said in a teasing tone, I know what you are thinking. You think that my behavior of calling parents last time was a bit excessive, right? Special matters should be handled specially. I apologize. No. Hearing this, the two waved their hands and said, last time, it was because of the unequal information that a misunderstanding occurred. You are trying to find a way to eliminate the misunderstanding, which is of course fine. We just don't want the tragedy of InfoSeek to happen to us again. So I ask one more question. Yes, one more question. The cautious answer made Roland's facial features burst into laughter. How could he not understand what these two guys meant? Isn't it just worried that Watch Venture Capital will take over everything after investing in Google? Although Roland is a well-known hands-off boss in the circle, he does show a stronger desire for control than anyone else in the matter of giving money to Google. It is precisely because of their personal experience that the two are worried. The concerns they showed also made Roland curious. How did the three of them block you? When they heard Roland mention this, their faces suddenly darkened. After confirming that Roland was not asking knowingly, they began to complain to Roland about the bullying behavior of the three giants of Blizzard. At the beginning, we still lived in the school dormitory, but the entrepreneurial base was rented outside, so we had to go back and forth every day. During the process of going back and forth, we could see their figures at the school gate and outside the venue every day. Once or twice, it doesn't matter, but 3 or 4 times, it's a bit annoying. If we see them every day, no one can stand it. So, after completing the formalities at school, we moved out. In order to avoid their intrusion, we specially asked others to help us rent a house. But even so, they still found us. Since we have left school, we don't have to worry about being chased away by the school police. They just come to our door directly. Then, we don't have to set an alarm clock to wake up early. We don't have to buy breakfast ourselves. Someone will deliver lunch, and a chef will come to our door to cook dinner. As for the coffee for overtime work, they even take care of it. Although this kind of life is good, we are really scared. At this point, they imitated their original state and sighed with a sad face. Oh, Roland's tone changed, and he narrowed his eyes in a smile. It turned out that those three guys helped him win Google by endorsing Dabao. The meticulous care and punctual greetings, isn't it? True love never changes. Dabao sees you every day. To be honest, if someone treats him like this, Roland would be annoyed. It is precisely because he can understand that. After listening to their complaints, Roland solemnly assured them, don't worry, the last time was just an accident. In most cases, I will not interfere in the company's affairs like Disney. You don't have to worry that Google will become InfoSeek. Of course, if there is a situation that must be communicated, I will not give priority to the three of them. When hearing the first half of Roland's words, Sergey Brin and Larry Page were very happy. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, their faces were as embarrassed as Dao. Not giving priority to them? Doesn't that mean that in some cases, you will still release the pigskin bullies with shameless behavior but perfect attitude? As for what are the specific situations? Isn't it up to you to decide? Oh, forget it. Life is not easy, the cat sighed. Although Roland did not experience that busy time, for Roland, the shameless and persistent spirit of the three giants of Blizzard is still worthy of encouragement. So after getting Google, he took a day off from filming and flew to Irvine to fulfill his promise to treat the three of them to dinner. Because everyone has known each other for almost 10 years, it is easier to communicate with them. After describing the depressed appearance of Sergey Brin and Larry Page, a happy atmosphere rose in the box. It's really hard to communicate with them. At the beginning, they treated us as thieves. Alan Adham complained. So Mike thought of using love to influence them. Frank Pierce nodded in agreement. After hearing his companion's gay and silly remarks, Mike Morhoyami, with a twitching mouth, immediately waved his hands and said, "Roland, don't listen to their nonsense. We simply couldn't contact them at the beginning, so we chose to wait. As for love," at this point, Mike Morhaime directly cast his eyes on the other two. "You know my sexual orientation. We once watched Bikini Beauties together. But that's hard to say." After saying this, Alan Adham was like a furious King Kong. "Mike, who are you talking about? You are discriminating. Discriminating." Frank Pierce also slammed the table. Roland was scratching his head and laughing at the situation. That was like adding fuel to the fire. He liked this kind of funny atmosphere regardless of identity. Of course, happiness is happiness, but mistakes cannot be made. After the three of them had been exposing each other's secrets for a while, Roland interrupted and said, Okay, let's not talk about the topic of LGBT. This topic is very sensitive now. Let's not touch it. Although it will take more than a decade for the general environment of supporting LGBT to be politically correct, the signs of being criticized for not supporting it have already appeared. The three people who understand the key will naturally not commit suicide, and they casually changed the topic and talked about the company. In fact, after the release of Warcraft and Starcraft, Blizzard Entertainment has been on the right track. The company's profits can support the development of other masterpieces, and even the continuous acquisition of studios with excellent performance is no problem. In this case, Roland no longer needs to make random suggestions, like he did when he asked Spider-Man. Because of this, except for the game projects developed by Blizzard Entertainment itself, he doesn't know anything else. Especially when the three guys told him that Blizzard Entertainment was also taking over the distribution business of other small studios. Roland's face was really surprised when he learned that DreamWorks Interactive was also doing the distribution business of DreamWorks Interactive. He blurted out words of surprise. "How come I didn't know about this? Didn't Steven tell you?" The three were also surprised. "No. What's going on?" Roland was confused. DreamWorks Interactive, founded in 1995, is a game company created by the old man. Well, it's more like a peripheral development company. Because since the company was founded, the products they have developed are either the derivative game Goosebumps, Escape of the TV series Goosebumps, or the variant game Chaos Island, the Lost World of the movie Jurassic Park 2, The Lost World. With the idea of making money, they naturally cannot lay a complete distribution channel. So, it became a matter of course to find a publisher to distribute on their behalf. In addition, those games were meant to make money, so the old man never mentioned this to Roland, let alone to Blizzard Entertainment, because Blizzard Entertainment carried his dreams. He had once extinguished his own dreams, so how could he repeat the same mistake again? But last year, when he was on vacation at home, after filming Saving Private Ryan, he found that his son was playing the rubbish 007 GoldenEye with a Nintendo game console. He thought he was more awesome, so he personally took charge and prepared a game. After writing the game script and designing the game levels, he thought it would definitely be popular, so he asked someone to find Blizzard Entertainment to discuss the distribution matters. This is actually easy to understand. The work of making money can be done by anyone, but to do practical things, you have to find people who can do things. Although even if he brought rubbish, the three giants of Blizzard would help distribute it for Roland's sake. But when the three of them really read the game script written by the old man himself, their admiration was beyond words. The guy who is so awesome, he is really awesome at everything he does. So, DreamWorks Interactive gave you Medal of Honor? Hearing this, Roland laughed. Didn't you say you didn't know? This time, it was the three people's turn to be confused. He told me before that he wanted to make a first-person shooter game, but he didn't say that he wanted us to distribute it. How could Roland not know Medal of Honor? When he was filming Captain Hook, he had already thought about the game company established by the old man. At that time, his goal was to be a team that could produce Call of Duty and Battlefield. And now, hey, this is not a free gift. Although Roland never thought that DreamWorks Interactive would take the initiative to contact Blizzard Entertainment to discuss the distribution of Medal of Honor, he personally felt that the old man's choice was actually quite normal, because the probability of encountering opportunities has always increased with the improvement of status. When Roland was penniless, if he wanted to buy Blizzard, he had to rely on Pi. If he wanted to invest in Yahoo, he had to rely on coercion. If he wanted to get a project, he had to beg people. All opportunities had to be created with his own hands. But now, as long as he sits at home, opportunities will come to him. Because the status is different. When you are penniless, who knows you? Just like the people's rich man Jack Ma, whoever you go to will be regarded as a liar. But when his wealth expands to a certain extent and he will be recognized wherever he goes, he has the right to question the attributes of others. When I change from begging to giving, the opportunities I encounter will increase exponentially. Just like American entrepreneurs hope to get investment from Berkshire Hathaway. When all startups are eager to give shares to Warren Buffett. When all startups are proud to invite Warren Buffett, capital begins to snowball wildly. What if I missed Amazon and Google? It's a pity, but I don't regret it. Because I have enough opportunities. So many that I can just pick and choose. And my wealth still skyrocketed. After treating the 3 giants of Blizzard to a meal and thanking them for their contribution to investing in Google, Roland, who was debt-free, returned to Los Angeles and finished the remaining studio fighting scenes in the movie with peace of mind. In fact, as early as March 10th, all the scenes of Spider-Man 2 had been completed. In the afternoon of the same day, it entered the rough cut stage. On the 20th Industrial Light and Magic Digital domain and Weta Digital in New Zealand had already started subcontracting and rushing to work. After that, all that was left for the crew were the confrontation scenes of Spider-Man 3. Since the villains of Spider-Man 3 are the Green Goblin and the Evil Spirit, Roland meets Leo and Belle every day. Although the 3 have different statuses, Roland doesn't care about these things and still gets along with them happily. This naturally includes appreciating Belle's figure. Even though the shooting is very hard and the amount of exercise is very large, this legendary rubber man will still ensure normal training every day. The orange tights that belonged to the identity of the evil ghost were worn on his body. Without deliberately shaping, he could give people a sense of muscle. After seeing this situation, Roland directly locked Kate at home and did not bring her out. Even if Kate was just for appreciation, that would not work. There was no way. Face was something that was born, but the body shape could be trained by oneself. Although Roland felt that his body shape was also good, it was still a little different from that of Belle. After all, he was just exercising, not bodybuilding. While catching up with the progress, on May 3rd, a super large tornado hit the Midwest of America again. Oklahoma, Kansas, Tennessee, and Texas all suffered varying degrees of losses. In total, at least 55 people were killed in this incident, more than 500 people were missing, thousands of houses were destroyed, and the direct economic losses were as high as $1 billion. But no matter how strong the tornado was, it could not sweep away the enthusiasm of Americans for Star Wars. Half a month later, on May 19th, when Star Wars: The Phantom Menace was released, crazy Star Wars fans contributed nearly $65 million in box office revenue in the first weekend. Since Roland was invited to attend the premiere, he could understand the high cheers from the fans at the scene. How could he not understand the tricks of selecting people? But a few days later, when countless fans rushed into the theater with peripherals, the visual impact was still very shocking. After all, a bunch of people holding red and blue diodes appeared in the theater, and that feeling was like a crazy cool emoji. If the background music was added, like a seaweed swaying with the waves, then these excited guys would be able to turn their heads away. Unfortunately, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the expectant fans walked into the theater excitedly, George Lucas gave them a soul-smashing blow. Unlike the classics on Dalbin and the future, in the eyes of Americans, The Phantom Menace is simply a pile of shit. The whole movie didn't tell any story at all. It just added an introductory chapter to the story that had already been told and used 2 hours to slowly portray something that could be told in a few hundred words. In this case, fans who were already familiar with the trilogy had no expectations. Not only that, George Lucas also made a big bug. You know, in the original trilogy, Obi-Wan personally told the state, when he first met Anakin, "When I first met him, your father was already a great pilot. I felt a strong power in him, so I personally trained him to become a Jedi Knight." Then Anakin appeared directly as a child in the prequel. What's this? Fans came for Anakin. They wanted to know how awesome the legendary son of prophecy was. But what George Lucas showed them was a reduced version of Anakin. It's like I read the book Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but the author had to dig up everyone's ancestral graves. This is no longer a sheep's head selling dog meat. It's the boundlessness of water. Bah. As a result, when a bunch of people rushed into the theater holding leads, they were stunned when they saw the content of the movie. The plot was so confusing that they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. 2 hours later, when they came out again, the tubes in their hands were broken into several pieces. When they found out that there were reporters interviewing them at the door, their anger made them evolve into detaxing. Art is explosion. This is a rubbish movie. I came here for Darth Maul. His head is even the background of the entire poster. But except for the final showdown, Darth Maul's role is pitifully small. Too much preaching makes me tired. The original trilogy has pointed out the relationship between the Force and genes, but this movie still gives a scientific explanation of the origin of the Force. More than half of the dialogues make me bored. The Phantom Menace is the worst movie I have ever seen. Darth Maul looks cool, but he is just a lonely shell. How many seconds did he stay on the screen? Did he say maybe 20 words? And then it was gone. The point is, apart from the dual lightsabers, I can't see any shadow of the Dark Lord. This is so disappointing. The overwhelming negative reviews have turned George Lucas from the father of Star Wars into the worst scriptwriting director in Hollywood. But even so, the power of emotion is still strong. The rising box office trend directly tells people that this movie is aimed at 1 billion. Such results have made Star Wars fans extremely angry. No one expected that the more they cursed, the more people would watch the movie. Perhaps it was because the high box office aroused the rebellious psychology of the fans. In the first week of the movie's release, the IMDb fan score was 7.8, but when the box office broke 200 million, the score had dropped to 7.0. The negatively correlated public opinion feedback with the box office made Hollywood practitioners look confused, because according to common sense, the more they cursed, the fewer people would watch it, right? Why are there still people who are so cheap as to curse while watching? It's unscientific. Everyone sighed in confusion. Is the power of emotion so strong? Puzzled words enveloped the offices of the giants. But just when they wanted to see with their own eyes to what extent the fans would pull the score of the movie The Phantom Menace, hey, they who have been paying attention to audience feedback in the discussion areas of major websites, in the world's largest film database, they all saw the same name, a name that has nothing to do with The Phantom Menace, Roland Allen. Note, in reality, after the game copyright of Jurassic Park was sold, DreamWorks Interactive is still making the Jurassic Park game, but the name was changed to Chaos Island, Jurassic Park: The Lost World. Is this considered infringement? Anyway, they were sued, but at the same time they also won. So, when he picks up the baton, he is a director, and when he puts it down, he is a businessman. This evaluation is not for nothing. The old man is only good to his own people, and the other guys are all killed by the knife. Star Wars prequel has always been criticized by fans, and it is also the only series in film history where the more fans criticize it, the higher the box office will be. The power of sentiment is great, and fans' wallets are endless. Although the 2019 movie was not good, the game Fallen Order sold 10 million in half a year. Don't think that 10 million is not a small amount. You have to know that there are only two IPs that can rank ahead of them, Batman and Spider-Man. These three are the kind that can make money, no matter how they are done. Chapter 302. The person is still there, but the heart has changed. I declare now. Roland Allen has won. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I agree. After 22 years, George Lucas has taken up the director's baton again, but he ruined my childhood. I don't believe that The Phantom Menace will become this year's box office champion, because I will go to see Spider-Man 2. I will drag my friends to see Spider-Man 2. I will let my family accompany me to see Spider-Man 2. I agree too. After Steven Spielberg intervened in the editing of A New Hope in 1977, George Lucas could have retired. He believes that using jokes, self-mockery and other childish means can attract fans. but he doesn't know that the essence of creating a movie is to write a story based on its merits. Compared with Spider-Man 1, which tells the origin of Peter Parker, The Phantom Menace is simply a boring history book. The point is, the history in it is full of prejudice. George Lucas wants to prove to the world that his ability to make movies is no worse than Steven Spielberg, but he uses actual actions to tell us how childish our ideas are. I really can't believe that The Phantom Menace belongs to the Star Wars series. Compared with Roland Allen, whose net worth has also skyrocketed because of his film career, George Lucas is so self-centered. Even if Roland Allen has become a major shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway, he can still do his job as a creator very well. And what about George Lucas? Ever since Star Wars became a huge success, he has thrown the creative work to others. And when he found that CGI technology had developed to an astonishing level, he felt that he could come out to gain fame. This kind of behavior of creating for fame and fortune is disgusting. If you let me describe my mood at the moment in one sentence, I would say, 20 years of waiting is all wishful thinking. If I could go back to the past, back to the day when The Phantom Menace was approved and started filming, I would tell myself, I would rather believe Roland Allen. Don't believe George Lucas. Because Roland Allen, who maintains his creative passion, will give people surprises every year. And George Lucas will only crush the beauty he once gave us. That's right. When the fanatical Star Wars fans were madly dissing George Lucas, Roland was also inexplicably caught in the crossfire. However, as a creator, he became a positive example in this curse incident. Although George Lucas and Roland Allen are two completely unrelated individuals, the former is a director and the latter is an actor, who can be said to have nothing to do with each other. But when The Phantom Menace and Spider-Man 2 were preparing to start filming, they used each other's popularity. The media's argument at the time was highly consistent. As long as Spider-Man can beat Star Wars, then Roland will truly dominate the entire 1990s. Although after that, a series of things made Roland directly promoted from a tool to capital. The embassy bombing in Saving Private Ryan made it difficult for the media to brag about Roland's annual championship again. When The Phantom Menace was released, Fox, which was backed by a Jewish boss and did not want to cause trouble, also gave up the hype of Skywalker vs Spider-Man. However, even after 2 years, the audience can still clearly remember the competition between the two sides. Well, this is actually bullshit. Because the only movies that can be called masterpieces this year are Star Wars and Spider-Man. You can remember them without deliberately remembering them. Because of this, after seeing that The Phantom Menace was so bad that it could still achieve excellent results, the fans who loved it deeply and criticized it fiercely started to criticize it crazily. Even though Spider-Man 2 has not been released yet. Even though no one dared to pat their chests and guarantee that Spider-Man 2 will definitely be liked by most people. But many times, criticizing and praising will not look at the results, and there is no need for reasons. As many people loved Star Wars as there are now, there are as many people who hate Lucas. It's not that the public can't accept the rubbish plot of Star Wars, but they can't accept this rubbish plot, which was written by the father of Star Wars himself. Of course, the public's taste can never be unified. Since some people hate The Phantom Menace, there must be some people who like it. While some Star Wars fans disparage the movie and praise Roland, others think their behavior is quite disgusting. Although The Phantom Menace has flaws and the script is clumsy, it is the beginning of the entire series. George is introducing this world to everyone, instead of satisfying the wishes of a small number of people. I think this is the embodiment of respect for the audience. I know that many people went to see the movie just for Anakin and gave it a bad review, but this behavior is unfair to George. Because he shot Star Wars, not the legend of Anakin Skywalker. He is constructing a world for us, not shooting a separate personal biography. Spider-Man is Peter Parker's story alone. But Star Wars is not the history of Anakin Skywalker alone. Comparing the two is a mistake in itself, not to mention that Roland Allen and George Lucas are the same kind of people. They love hype. They like publicity. They are obsessed with special effects. They don't like to delve into themselves. That's right. You can't praise Roland Allen to a higher level than George Lucas, just because you don't like him. This is not only disrespectful to the guy you once loved, but also stupid. Because Roland Allen is not as good as you say. If he hadn't been working with Steven Spielberg and James Cameron, would he have achieved what he has now? Compared with George, who created Star Wars alone, the honors he has received are really too much. Motherfucker. Whether you criticize The Phantom Menace or George Lucas, what's the point of dragging R. Roland Allen into it? Did R. Roland Allen provoke you? 8 championships in 9 years is just too much in your mouth. I think your mouth is more watery. Jackass. Hey. In one sentence, a hornet's nest was stirred. When the fans of Star Wars praised Roland and Lucas to show their anger, Roland's fans were quite happy, because everyone hopes that their rival can be evaluated well by others. But when the words of defense and rebuttal appeared, and many of them chose to drag Roland into the water in order to clear the name of George Lucas, the people who were eating melons immediately became unhappy. You Star Wars fans are fighting among yourselves. Why do you have to drag R. Roland into the water? Is R. Roland eating your rice? Or is he wasting your fabric? Saying that R. Roland's performance is too watery and has relied on his face for the past 9 years. The Terminator series and the Jurassic Park series may still be possible, but can the Home Alone series, Spider-Man series, and Titanic movies be made simply by clinging to someone else? If you think Roland got to where he is today by clinging to someone else, then find another guy who can make the top 3 box office hits in history by clinging to someone else. Can you find one? He doesn't think before he speaks. He has to make trouble when there is nothing to do. Isn't this just being mean? As a result, the Roland fans who were watching from the sidelines at the beginning also followed suit and started a fight with those who said Roland is not worthy of his reputation. Since they entered the show midway, after understanding what happened, they took the initiative to stand on the side of the Star Wars fans who praised Roland at the beginning and help that group of guys to diss the Phantom Menace together. Moreover, the fan structure of Roland is much more complicated than that of Star Wars. The latter is basically composed of boys, but more than half of the former are fans of the Titanic and the dog food party. So when these people joined the battle, the discussion forums of major websites all leaned to one side. The rating of the Phantom Menace on IMDb dropped from 7.0 to 6.7 in just 1 week. Such a strange situation made the major Hollywood film companies frown. While they were impressed by the strong fighting power of Roland fans, they also envied Roland's background. 10 movies in 10 years. It may seem like a low output, but it has won a generation of fans. Star Wars is the memory of a generation, but so is Roland Allen. Compared with Star Wars and Indiana Jones, he has his own unique advantages. The former has too few fans, while the latter is really popular. It's a pity that he doesn't want to make movies with such a good foundation. If those who are defending him now knew that Spider-Man 2 and 3 were his last movies, they would go crazy, right? In fact, for the film company, whether fans curse the Phantom Menace or not has nothing to do with them. Because the copyright of this series is in the hands of George Lucas himself, they can't get any profit. In this case, the storm of public opinion that enveloped the outside world is at best an annual drama for them. They can just sit on a bench and eat some sunflower seeds, and it will be over. What really makes them feel regretful is Roland's promotion. Such a perfect money-making tool has become capital, which is really a big loss for the circle. How great it would be if we could firmly control it in our own hands and keep squeezing it. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is just a thought. For capital, it is somewhat sad that a perfect tool has become the same kind. But for Roland, he has not felt the pressure doubled because of the support of fans. If it were 10 years ago, when Home Alone was a big success, if there were fans defending him like this, Roland would indeed be very moved and would rack his brains to think about contributing better works to fans. But now, he feels emotional and happy, but not excited. He will not be self-motivated by this and burst out with a stronger desire to create. It's not that he doesn't care, nor that he wants to be separated from the masses, but that capital makes him become a Buddhist. It is of course a good thing that a group of people like him, because it allows him to retire after success. But even if Spider-Man 2 and 3 later disappoint fans, Roland will not be heartbroken. Time flies, things are different and people have changed. People are still there, but their hearts have changed. Of course, even if there is a lot of noise online, it can't stop the movie box office from continuing to rise. After the overseas release, the global box office immediately climbed to 400 million. There is no way. Many times, feelings are really valuable. Not only that, in this era, the impact of the internet on reality is far less terrible than in the future. It is normal to respond to a call online, but if you want to gather strength to boycott offline, this is a bit too much. Just like 260,000 people signed a petition to oppose the Japanese government's purchase of Majeshima Island to build a military base for the world champion who withdrew from the group, but no one paid attention. If I think something on the internet is useful, I will adopt it, and if I think it is useless, then it must not exist. And just when the Phantom Menace kidnapped the audience's wallet, Spider-Man 3 was finally officially wrapped on June 17th. When Peter Parker knocked down the Green Goblin and the evil Ghost together, the old man holding the director's baton also shouted "Cut." Good. The salutes that had been prepared were fired by the staff one after another. The colorful confetti flying in the sky was like flying butterflies, covering the shooting scene. The celebratory champagne that was opened added a bit of festivity to the messy studio. Facing the excitedly raised glasses, Roland accepted all the drinks. When he finished drinking and sat there to rest with a red face, he couldn't help laughing at the familiarity of the things he saw. Although his ears were filled with the sounds of celebration from the staff and the laughing groups in groups of 3 or 5 made the scene even more messy, Roland, who was sitting in the middle of the field, was surprisingly calm. Because he knew that this was his last scene. Because he firmly believed that he would never start over again. What are you thinking about? When Leo saw Roland sitting in a daze in the middle of the field, he came over with his glass in hand. Looking at the familiar face that was quite different from his own, Roland came back to his senses and smiled. Nothing, I just feel a little empty. You are still empty. Little Leo rolled his eyes, spat fiercely, and said, if a guy like you who has money and power is still empty, then how can we who have nothing live? Roland was amused by the sour words. Just when he was about to imitate Mr. Dan's tone and pretend to be profound. This may be the trouble of rich people. Little Leo's next sentence almost choked him to death. So, I think you are not empty, but kidney deficiency? The suspicious little eyes swept over Roland's body again and again, and Roland, who was leaning against the table, was full of black lines. Go away. Kicking the other person's butt, Roland directly told him to get out. Not only that, he was still mumbling there. I have kidney deficiency? I have kidney deficiency? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Humph. I'm obviously thinking about how to spend my retirement life for more than 80 years. Note, A New Hope was really edited by Spielberg. There is a video on YouTube. Lucas's edited version has a lot of useless shots, and the rhythm is so slow that even special effects can't save it. Then Spielberg helped the team to re-edit A New Hope while editing Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Of course, this was not done by him alone. Martin Scorsese also gave suggestions on the editing, so George Lucas was very reluctant to let his own people shoot the next movie because that would really be unworthy of the name. Chapter 303 Fifth in the world. If there is a forum now, Roland will definitely post something like this. Starting a business at the age of 10 and retiring at the age of 20. How should I spend the rest of my life? Waiting online. Very urgent. I believe that it won't be long before someone will reply like this. Are you the legendary Hao Lang who studied anti-tumor effects of T polyphenols in the 3rd grade? Published research on the function and mechanism of C10ORF67 and the occurrence and development of colorectal cancer in the 6th grade. Can write 300 CI. 2,000 poems, 15,000 word novels in a day, and founded 3 brands. There is no way. There are too many complaints, and everyone will think this is fishing. But Roland really thinks he can retire, because on the day when Spider-Man 3 was completed, the day he officially bid farewell to his actor identity, he counted his own wealth, and realized that he can do anything now. Berkshire Hathaway stock closed at $68,900 per share that day. He holds a total of 20,000 shares, which is $1.378 billion. Microsoft's stock price has been soaring since entering 1999. Currently, the stock price is $45 per share, and he holds 10.48 million shares, with a total value of $470 million. In the second year after Jobs returned to Apple, Apple turned a profit. Although the current market value has only increased from 2 billion to 3 billion, Roland holds 17.2% of the shares. With this calculation, his property is 512 million. Add to that the child he just invested in Google, which cannot be liquidated. The paper value of the stocks of major companies alone can bring Roland nearly 2.7 billion in wealth. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that under the leadership of Jeff Bezos, Amazon's stock price is infinitely close to 30 billion, and Roland holds 18.35% of the shares. Doing a simple multiplication calculation, we can know that Roland's Amazon stock is worth 5.5 billion, and 55 plus 27. Here is already 8.2 billion. That's right, a total of less than 10 people in the Watchman Venture Capital contributed 8.2 billion to Roland's wealth. However, for Roland, the 8.2 billion is just a nice looking number, without any real wealth meaning. Because he will not be stupid enough to clear his positions, these stocks will not turn into cash. Jeff Bezos's common practice of cashing out at high prices, buying at low prices, and cutting the leaks of shareholders is actually very troublesome for Roland, because the shares he holds are all over the 5% red line. So if he wants to cash out, he must first report to the secretary before he can reduce his holdings. Although he does not have to do these things, there are too many companies that can cash out. If he does these things every day, David, the chairman of Watch Ventures, will not go home, and he will just live in the secretary. If David hadn't written a diary properly, the content of the diary would be like this. Monday, today, is a day full of hope. I explained to the secretary why the company wanted to reduce its holdings in Apple. Tuesday, today, is another day full of hope. I explained to the secretary why the company wanted to reduce its holdings in Gillette. Wednesday, today, is still a day full of hope. I explained to the secretary why the company wanted to reduce its holdings in Amazon. If Roland dares to cash out like this, let alone whether the secretary and the eyes will investigate him, David alone can twist his head off. So, don't look at the 8.2 billion here, there may be more in the future, but for Roland, these things are all waste paper with special codes. He feels uncomfortable using them to wipe his butt after taking a shit. Since these things are all paper wealth, Roland will really throw them away after reading them, because compared with these things, Yahoo, which has already started to sell its holdings crazily, is his current largest source of cash. Since he reduced his holdings in Yahoo in 1997, the maximum reduction frequency of 2% every 3 months has allowed him to cash out more than 4 billion in cash. Even if 2.8 billion of it was used to exchange for Marvel, the money left in his hands would still be more than 1.2 billion. Although the value of Roland's successive reductions was basically a clearance sale at 60% to 70% off compared to the current high stock price of nearly 100 yuan, the inflow of real money is much more real than having it in your hands. And if you count the more than 4 billion that has been taken out from Yahoo, and the more than 7 billion that can be taken out, Roland's net worth has actually already reached 20 billion. If you add in RNK, which has a good prospect, a valuation of 5 billion, and holds 38% of the shares, as well as Warcraft Films, which holds a lot of copyrights, and Blizzard Entertainment, which has many hits, but has no plans to go public, there are only 4 guys who can rank ahead of Roland. The fourth is Paul Allen, the co-founder of Microsoft, whose net worth exceeds 30 billion. The third is Warren Buffett, chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, who has just a little more than Paul Allen. The second one is Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, who ranks above them with a net worth of over 50 billion. The first one is Bill Gates, who had 90 billion as early as 1999. This special code is really shocking. A year ago, when Titanic was a big hit, Roland only knew that his net worth had steadily exceeded 5 billion, but after only more than 300 days, there were only 4 guys who were richer than him. And people like Saudi Prince Assad, Aldi founder Albrecht, Robertson Walton, the rich second generation born in Walmart, Japanese gambling king Masayoshi Son, and Dell founder Michael Dell, now have to eat dust behind him. If his net worth was put on the surface, it would be the 5th in the world. Can I rank 5th on the Forbes Global Rich list? If I still work for myself, wouldn't I be crazy? The internet is really good for people Although Roland's wealth will definitely be discounted when the internet bubble comes, this shrinkage is more symbolic than practical for him because he has the right to speak, so there is no need to sell stocks at a high point for a little money. It is easy to clear the warehouse, but it is even more difficult to get it back. And he will not use financial instruments to short in order to keep these wealth. Not only because the amount is huge and cannot be explained, but also because it is unnecessary. These wealth have become numbers in Roland's eyes, and they are numbers that will continue to expand. So you really choose to retire? While Roland was counting the wealth he had earned from his 10 years of hard work, Kate, who was sitting opposite him, kept looking at him with one hand on her chin. Perhaps it was because of the sudden increase in wealth, but it might also be because Roland became handsome again. So during the busy process, Kate, who had been staring at him, not only did not feel bored, but smiled slightly. Roland, who looked up at the sound, clearly caught the silly and happy behavior. After finding that his woman was laughing like a naive person, Roland, who had let go of all his burdens, immediately leaned back, raised his head slightly, pointed his nose at people, and tapped the air with his right index finger. He said nonchalantly, "There are 30 billion here. If I don't retire, who will? I tell you, you have to be nice to me in the future. If you don't treat me well, I will announce my net worth. By then, the women who want to get close to me can fill up the entire Pacific Ocean." Geese, geese, geese. Kate giggled at her behavior, which was like that of a second fool in the landlord's house. She leaned sideways and held her head like a husky and mocked Roland's soul. Although he felt that his acting was a bit silly, Roland, who wanted to establish his status in the family, still kept a straight face when facing Kate's ridicule and said, "Don't laugh. Be serious. I'm serious with you. No joke. If you dare to treat me badly, I'll be a bridegroom every day. Do you know Wilt Chamberlain? He only achieved the achievement of killing 20,000 people. And I'm so young, I can at least double this number." Pa pa pa. As if to add some momentum to his words, Roland slammed the table loudly. But when the crisp clapping sound, like the sound blade of the six-fingered demon, enveloped Kate, who was already leaning back in her seat and was so happy that she couldn't breathe, tears had already flowed out. While pulling out a tissue and wiping her cheek, she also responded in a hoarse voice, "Roland, you don't have to announce your net worth. You can still be a groom every day. Just know it." Roland smiled. He felt that Kate's vision was still so great. But before he could continue to strike while the iron was hot and ask Kate to be more obedient in the future and not twist, pinch, hit, and grab him for no reason, Kate took the lead and said, "But double the number of 20,000. I think you can't do it, even if you count your next life." "Ha. Are you questioning my ability?" Roland's smile just now disappeared. His eyes were glaring. He wanted to know what else this dead woman could say. Such an exaggerated behavior made Kate, who was amused again, blow her nose. After dealing with the physiological reaction, she brushed her messy hair behind her ears and continued, "Don't pretend you will never be a playboy. Compared with Paul Allen, the guy who stays in the flower bush, you are more like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett." Although Kate didn't explain her words, Roland already understood her thoughts. When he took the initiative to form R&K, he had already touched the true meaning of capital. The so-called true meaning is that all actions are for the expansion of capital. Capitalists will not do things that go against the development of capital. Temporary physiological comfort will have a lot of hidden dangers, which may damage the foundation of capitalists. Just like Summer Edston was unwilling to take the oath at the wedding. Just like Warren Buffett treated his wife in a long-term way. Although after Kate and Roland split R&K in half, Roland's 38% stake was only 1.9 billion, and this 1.9 billion was not worth mentioning compared to his other industries. But this does not mean that Roland will give up. Not only that, Roland also wants to make this brand with a good starting point bigger and stronger. In this way, he will want to control his zipper more than Kate. This is capital. Hey, why are you speaking so clearly? This is boring. Although Roland didn't care about these things, he still felt bored. I'm the 5th richest man in the world, but I'm still ridiculed by my wife at home. Hey, this life is so boring. but when he waved his hands and sulked his face, showing his dissatisfaction, Kate stood up and touched behind him. Leaning forward, his hands hanging down, rubbing his ears, he asked softly, "Then how about this?" Before he finished speaking, before Roland could figure out the situation, the buzzing words had already entered his ears. 30 billion in 10 years. You are the most powerful man I have ever seen in my life. I know I did something wrong. Before you can punish me, but don't take it to heart. Don't leave me. I promise I will listen to you obediently in the future. Why don't you respond to me? Are you angry with me? Don't you like to see me in a maid outfit? The most I will wear it every day in the future for you to see. Master the pearly teeth bit the earlobe. Boom. Roland exploded. He turned the seat, grabbed the waist, lifted it onto his shoulder, and kicked the door out. Kate, who was lying on Roland, smiled at his eager reaction. She hugged the man's body and pressed her cheek against his waist. She has always been a smart woman, knowing what it means to always be restless when you can't get it. Even if she was kidnapped by capital and could do it without fear, she would not act recklessly, because she understood that capital could only help her lock people up, and the color of life had to be painted by themselves. Even though Roland kept saying that he was going to enjoy life, he was still woken up by his biological clock at 6 o'clock the next morning. He habitually covered Kate with a blanket, then went into the gym and spent the familiar 45 minutes on the treadmill, then returned to the room and woke up the guy who was already awake but couldn't get up. "Didn't you say you were going to retire?" Kate gathered her messy hair back with one hand and pulled the white shirt Roland wore yesterday with the other hand and put it directly on her body. She had the habit of taking a shower in the morning, so before that, it was more comfortable for her to wear loose clothes. "Yes, I did say retirement, but I didn't say I wanted to retire." Roland didn't know why. Even though he had tasted it many times, he still felt it every time he faced it. After glancing at them twice, he turned his eyes away, not wanting to delay anything, and said, "Don't dawdle, get up quickly and go out with me today." "Why?" "It's summer vacation now. I promised to take Lizzie and the others out to play. The 3 houses in Malibu, San Francisco, and Irvine were completed at the beginning of this month, and they want to go and see them." Seeing that Roland was serious, Kate buttoned up her clothes first. But because Roland was 3 inches taller than her, when her thighs under the hem of her clothes swayed in front of Roland, "Oh, it's so difficult." Roland spat inwardly and simply got up and walked to the bathroom. "Isn't it the same to see the house any day? Isn't it the same to go out with you any day?" Kate said with a smile. "These two things can't be confused." Roland rolled his eyes as he leaned against the bathroom door. "Why not?" Kate threw the bath towel to him. "You are taking them to see our new home, right?" Roland asked. "Yeah." Kate nodded with a smile and took advantage of the space Roland left for her to go into the bathroom. "But I'm taking you to be someone else's father." Roland stopped pretending and slapped her. "Do you think this is the same? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, New Identity, New Experience. Friday, June 18th, 1999. When the first rays of sunlight spread across the land, quietly unveiled the veil of darkness, and gently awakened all things that had been sleeping all night, the deserted streets and alleys gradually became popular. Burger King, McDonald's, and KFC, which are open 24 hours a day, all opened their glass doors to facilitate customers to come in and out. Not only that, they also skillfully replaced the signs of temporary suspension of business at the quick pickup counters. When young people in work clothes packed food according to customers' requirements, collected money with one hand, and delivered food with the other, and then showed a mechanical smile, saying thank you for your patronage and welcome to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, the whole city, like a precision instrument, started to operate in an orderly manner with the support of the masses who work hard for their livelihoods. The earth will continue to rotate without anyone, but the society will collapse without people. People who get up early and work late are the foundation of the system. When they set foot on their posts and shine for the new day, the various industries derived from them also glow with their own vitality. Cable radio stations convey the latest news from all over the world to the public. Shopping malls that are gradually opening provide people with necessities of life. Public facilities serve the public. And Hollywood, which contributes happiness to people. With the opening of the doors of major studios, the tools responsible for creation have also arrived at their posts. Under the guidance of the field staff who are in the same studio, but have different projects, the major groups such as lighting, scenery, costumes, props, etc. are all busy, and while they are busy, actors and directors have also appeared one after another. But what is different from the past is that during the shooting of major projects on weekdays, the crew's chief butler, the production director, is in charge of the overall situation. But now, when the production directors in charge of shooting, finance, and venues have all arrived, the producer who controls the overall situation has also appeared. The most typical example is Universal Studios. In the project group of Erin Brockovich, directed by Steven Soderbergh, and starring Julia Roberts, Albert Finney and Aaron Eckhart, as the main creative team arrived, the film's producer Danny DeVito also smiled and showed up. Although he is only 5 feet tall, the guys around him will not judge him by his appearance, because he is a classmate of Michael Douglas, a gold medal supporting actor in Hollywood, a good friend of Woody Allen and Tim Burton, and a member of the Jewish gang. As he appeared, Steven Soderbergh, who had previously worked with him in Out of Sight, came up to greet him, and walked around the crew with him. Wherever he went, the heads of various classifications would come to report at the right time. In addition, on the other side of Universal Studios, a similar situation occurred in the crew of A Woman and Four Men. When the leading actors of the film, Christine Thomas, Sean Penn and Anne Bancroft, were communicating with director Philip Haas about today's shooting plan, producer Sidney Pollack, wearing round frame glasses, accompanied by co-producer Arnold Milchan, randomly checked the completion of the work of various departments on the set. When they found that the work of some departments was not done well, they naturally blurted out the order to rectify it immediately. Although the attitude was not bad, the tone was very tough. Such a situation also made the staff of Universal Studios a little puzzled. What day is today? Usually these producers don't come to visit the crew at all. In the security monitoring room of the studio, a fat white man who had just started working for a short time muttered in confusion, "I don't know. The status of these groups today is very abnormal." After hearing his companion's words, the thin young man took over the conversation. The crews of Erin Brockovich and A Woman and Four Men are still in normal condition. Although producers Danny DeVito and Sidney Pollack are on the crew, the two groups did not stop working because of their presence. But it's different on Oh Brother, Oh Brother. At this point, the skinny finger pointed to the surveillance screen in front of him. "Look, the starring actors of Oh Brother, George Clooney, John Turturro, and Tim Nelson are filming under the leadership of producer and director Joel Coen, while Joel Coen's brother Ethan Coen is inspecting the facilities and the crew." Before, this would have been impossible. The Coen brothers only care about creation. How could they keep an eye on other miscellaneous projects? There are too many production directors doing miscellaneous work, and they don't have to worry about trivial matters. But today, he put down the filming and personally checked every link. It's so abnormal, something big must have happened. "Did you hear any rumors?" The fat man turned his head and glanced at the thin man and asked curiously, "You and I are in the same class. If you don't know, what should I know?" The thin bamboo pole shrugged and said, "I'm just guessing. Do you understand?" "Hey." Hearing this, the fat man rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair again. "I thought you knew something." Such behavior made the thin bamboo pole raise his eyebrows. "Why are you like this?" Fatty didn't bother to pay attention to his companion's accusation. The small green bean-like eyes moved back to the monitor and cast a curious look at the colorful screen. Under his gaze, the project teams of other factories also arrived one after another, and like the three major crews, those small cost project teams and TV drama project teams were also frantically checking for deficiencies. That hard-working state was like a candidate who was about to go to the battlefield, afraid that he would not bring his admission ticket and ID card, and even afraid that the black fountain pen would turn blue. While they were checking, time was passing by. When the clock hand quietly moved to 8:30, a low-key black book also quietly drove into the studio. When the blonde lady in a red shirt got out of the car, the fat man who was watching the surveillance suddenly shouted, "Wow. Isn't this Stassi Schneider? Why is she here? Did those people check themselves first because they knew she was coming?" Stassi Schneider, who graduated from California State University and got a law degree, became Jerry Bruckheimer's secretary soon after. In 1992, she jumped from the other studio to Sony and became the content executive of Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures. After working at Sony for 7 years, she came to Universal at the beginning of this year and was promoted to president of the film company. Although she is a new official and in a high position, it is instinctive for the guys watching the surveillance to call out. After all, they eat this bowl of rice. Just like security guards, if they don't recognize people, then the fun is great. However, after hearing his companion's surprised words, the thin man, who was already dissatisfied with the fat man's attitude, started to provoke him. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Although Stassi Schneider is the president of a film company, she still has a certain gap compared to those big names. If she came alone, Sean Penn, Julia Roberts, and the Coen brothers who are filming on the scene would be able to deal with her. Sydney Pollack and Danny DeVito would not show up because of her. Perhaps it was because the thin man's words were full of sarcasm, but it was also possible that he really knew a lot. So after hearing such an analysis, the fat man, who had previously felt that the thin man's colleague could not bring him inside information, immediately ignored the previous unpleasantness and asked, "Then you mean Stassi Schneider, the president, is just a pathfinder?" "I didn't say that." Seeing that fatty asked him for advice again, the thin man's mouth curled up. But, according to the status division in the circle, her position really can't allow big shot like Sydney Pollack to come to the scene in person. The words full of class discrimination made the fat man very interested. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and was about to take out a cigarette to light it for him, but the next second, the sound of cough 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 made him wake up. "This is the monitoring room. There is a smoke alarm. If you don't want to do this, just write a resignation report and don't drag me into it." Although he was spit back by the thin man, the fat man didn't care. Instead, he took the initiative to get up and make 2 cups of coffee and send them to the other party. "Brother, you came earlier than me and know more than me. Tell me." Such an attitude made the thin bamboo pole very satisfied. Although he knew that after he satisfied the fat man's curiosity, this guy would throw a stinky face like before, but that didn't matter at all, right? Because next time he wanted to know something, he would still call for help with a sweet mouth. So, he took a sip of coffee, looked at the screen, and began to talk. In our industry, the hierarchy is much more complicated than in other circles. In other industries, the president of a company is a very important position. All the workers, big and small, have to act according to their moods. But in our industry, the president is also very important. There are many workers under them who are managed by them, but at the same time, there are also many workers who don't have to act according to their moods. Not only that, many times, in front of these big names, the president is just a position that can be replaced at any time. Because whether these presidents can sit firmly in this position depends on the company's performance. And how does our entertainment company's performance come from? Doesn't it still rely on various film and television projects? If it is an ordinary director, screenwriter, lighting, set, actor, these presidents will naturally step on it if they want. But if it is a popular actress like Julia Roberts, do you think these guys care about her? While the thin man was talking, Stassi Schneider, president of Universal Pictures in the surveillance screen, had already planned to move around in various project groups. She first went to the crew of a woman and 4 men with the most big names, then turned to the studio of Erin Brockovich with Julia Roberts, then stayed for a while in Oh Brother, Breaking Bad with the Coen brothers and George Clooney, and finally, wandered around in the miscellaneous photo studios. As the thin man said, in the first 3 crews, the executive producer was responsible for reception. The producer would chat with her for a few words at most, and then continue to monitor the filming. No one would stop the work at hand because of her arrival. But the following low-cost film and television projects were different. When they learned that the president of the film company was coming towards them, those who were not filming took a break temporarily, and those who were filming only finished the section at hand and stopped the work at hand in the name of finding the feeling. When the other party arrived, these guys came forward to say hello like licking dogs. It's a pity that in the face of these enthusiastic guys, Stassi Sknida stayed much longer than the 3 crew leaders before. So, what you mean is, looking at the various aspects of life conveyed by the surveillance video, the fat man turned his brain and guessed curiously, who is the chairman of the film industry this time? Ron Meyer? Since August 1995, Ron Meyer has served as the chairman of the board and chief operating officer of Universal Pictures. Although he has not come up with any big hit projects, he is still the undisputed biggest boss of Universal Pictures. Since the surveillance footage has proved that those creative bigwigs don't care about Stassi Sknida at all, the fat man can only think of him. But in the thin man's opinion, this guess is actually a little off. Although Ron Meyer is the chairman of the board of directors of Universal Pictures, there are still many people who can make him look up to them, such as Steven Spielberg. DreamWorks-led Twister is a project that Ron Meyer wants to take over, but in front of Spielberg, he has no say on how much Universal can invest. And for the project Jurassic Park 2, Universal, which he leads, does not even have the right to participate. Although these guys on the scene do not have the power of Spielberg, those old guys can at least communicate with him on an equal footing. Let them rush over early to wait for someone. Too unrealistic. The thin man's words made the fat man raise his eyebrows. Looking at the monitor, he saw Stassi Sknida, who returned to the studio of Erin Brockovich to observe the filming. His eyes rolled straight. Could it be someone from Universal? On March 5, 1995, the Seagram Wine Group in Canada acquired the American music company from Panasonic, and then, on July 10th of that year, CAA executive Ron Meyer was poached by Seagram to Universal. In December 1998, the entire company carried out a large-scale acquisition and reorganization, and Universal Music Group was born. However, Universal Pictures, which originally belonged to the American Music Company, was not divested, so Universal Pictures is actually a subsidiary of Universal Music Group. Although in Hollywood, when people mention Universal, they specifically refer to Universal Pictures, but if they emphasize Universal Company, they are talking about the father of Universal Pictures, Universal Music Group. There is no way, as a subsidiary that does not make money, Universal Pictures is just a stinky little brother. The fat man's analysis made the thin man very satisfied. I also think it might be someone from Universal. Although there has always been a saying in our circle that people who make movies look down on people who make TV, people who make TV look down on people who sing, people who sing look down on people who make commercials, and people who make commercials look down on people who walk on the catwalk. Music companies have always made more money than film companies. Although these big names will not pay attention to the executives of the film companies, they will not be too stingy in front of the real sponsors. In addition, Universal Music is the parent company of Universal Pictures. So, if those executives really come today, it will be more beneficial than harmful to these guys to have a good relationship with them. Such an analysis made the fat man agree deeply. Although the topic they talked about had nothing to do with them, it was a pleasure for them to see those guys who were usually high and mighty being humble to others. Usually, the people they dealt with the most were the production directors of each film area. When something is lost, they check the surveillance camera. When there is a scandal, they delete the records. When someone secretly takes a photo, they look for the real culprit. Whenever something bad happens, they are always the first to be called in for questioning. Of course, if it is a simple questioning, it is nothing. The point is that those people's arrogant attitude makes them feel like a prisoner being interrogated. The subsequent request to keep silent made them feel humiliated. You guys made a lot of trouble, and you ask us to keep silent? You are nothing. You don't even pay for keeping silent. If it weren't for the good salary of this job, they would have quit long ago. But even if the salary is good, it can't resist people's greed. In the past, they could only obey orders when faced with oppression, but now, although they are hiding behind the surveillance camera and punching hard, as long as they can see those decent guys bending over and smiling apologetically, this is already a sure win. Look, aren't you also a dog? drinking coffee and humming songs, watching those big guys sitting patiently for a long time in the studio under the sun, blowing the air conditioner. They were so happy. And when the time quietly came to 9 o'clock, Ron Mayer also appeared. As they guessed, Ron Mayer, who had a higher status, only walked around the 3 important film crews and then gathered with the producers in the cooler rest area to chat. Isn't it obvious that he is waiting for someone? It was not until about 9:30 that a gray-haired old man appeared in a car. When the black leather shoes stepped on the hot ground and the neatly ironed formal clothes were meticulously stretched on the body, even if there was no feeling of going out, even if there were 2 screens between them, the fat and thin monks could still feel that there was a heat wave that wrapped themselves up fiercely. With his appearance, all the people who had received the news and arrived at the scene to wait surrounded him. Ron Mayer was the first to shake hands and hug him, followed by famous directors such as Sidney Pollack. After they finished greeting each other, it was the turn of Stassi Skneder and some celebrities in the circle to greet him. Who is this guy? The fat man shuddered and almost smashed the cup in his hand. Isn't he hot? Although this question was very naive, the thin man didn't care. Because at this moment, his facial features were about to burst out of his cheeks. Fuck. Isn't this Frank Biondi? Looking at the old man on the screen, the thin man exclaimed. But the fat man was still confused after hearing the name. Frank Biondi? Who is he? Don't you know? The thin man turned his head quickly, glanced at his colleague in confusion, and then turned his gaze back in the shortest time. Frank Biondi turned out to be the CEO of Viacom. In 1996, he was poached from Viacom to Universal by our big boss Edgar Bronfman Jr., and now he is the chairman of the board and CEO of Universal. Don't even mention Universal Pictures. Even in Universal Music, he is the biggest. Because he reports directly to Edgar Bronfman Jr. Edgar Bronfman Jr. is a stupid rich second generation who controls Seagram and can sell DuPont's shares worth $12 billion for $9 billion. But even if he is stupid, he is not comparable to the fat and thin monk. So when the fat man learned that the old man in front of him could actually represent the will of the group's biggest boss, he, who was still watching the excitement, became excited. Not only that, he also fantasized and asked, does this mean that the head office wants to vigorously develop Universal Pictures? Last year, the head office spent $10.6 billion to buy Polygram, making Universal Music the world's largest record company. So this year, do they also want to make some big moves for Universal Pictures? The Mummy we launched this year has a box office of $400 million. The Notting Hill we released also has more than $300 million. Do they think that the film company has good results and has the potential to become big, so they came to the set to take a look? And if they are willing to inject funds, doesn't it mean that our treatment also has a lot of room for improvement? The words that sounded like a dream made the thin man look confused. The big boss just came down to inspect, and you are thinking about getting a promotion and a raise? Brother, you are probably not awake yet. But just when he wanted to rant a few words and let the fat man stuff the shitty thoughts back into his head, the change of the characters in the surveillance video made him swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue again. Because after all the guys from Ron Mayer greeted Frank Biondi, they had no intention of entering the studio to inspect, but stood there directly. They stopped and looked up, as if they were waiting for someone. This situation made the thin man frown, because in his opinion, the only person in the entire group who could be welcomed by Frank Biondi like this was the big boss of the group company, the current chairman of Seagram, Edgar Bronfman Jr., the father of the group. That's right, in his eyes, Edgar Bronfman Jr. was not worthy of being welcomed by Frank Biondi like this. Because Frank Biondi used to hang out with Summer Edstone. As one of Summer Edstone's 2 assistants, Frank Biondi was invited by Edgar Bronfman Jr. to manage the entertainment company. It was Edgar Bronfman Jr. who begged him to save the company, not him begging to come and shit. For this kind of guy who has a lot of things to do in the world, a playboy like Edgar Bronfman Jr. will never win his respect. Even if the other party wants to come for inspection, this old man will only wait for him inside. In this way, does that mean there are other big guys coming? When the thin man blurted out this guess, he was shocked by the idea. But just when he wanted to shake his head and put this unrealistic idea behind his mind, the fat man, who also noticed something wrong, suddenly pointed at the surveillance camera at the gate and shouted, "Oh my goodness. Another car is coming. No. There are 3. Hearing this, the thin man immediately turned his eyes and looked in the direction of the fat man's finger. An ordinary black Mercedes-Benz, without showing any identity card, just honked the car horn twice, and the guard at the door pulled up the railing and waved to let it go. As it entered, the other 2 cars following behind also entered directly without any intention of explaining. This scene made the fat and thin monk widen his eyes. As the content production place of the 6 majors, unless it is someone familiar with them, how can they get admission by just swiping the license plate? But if it is their own people, could it be that several other companies want to acquire Universal? Or does Universal want to acquire other film companies? Apart from these 2 reasons, the thin man can't think of any other explanation. Because if it is other small businesses, Frank Biondi doesn't need to come forward at all. But if it is the first one, it is bad news for them. Because all acquisitions will bring the bad news of layoffs. If it is the second one, it is good news for them. Because all acquisitions will bring the decision of salary increase. It is precisely because they feel that their future lives have been dominated by the 3 Mercedes-Benzes, so after seeing the figure of the car, they widened their eyes and tried hard to capture the unknown movement. And when the car stopped steadily in front of the group headed by Frank Biondi, the fat and thin monk's breathing had stagnated. At this moment, they kept repeating MGM, MGM, MGM in their hearts because except for MGM, Warner, Disney, Fox, Paramount, and Sony are not affordable for Universal to acquire. However, just when their heartbeats accelerated and they were looking forward to the good life, the young man who got off the car made them stunned on the spot. It was not because he was too young, but because he was dressed too casually. Flowered shirt, beach pants, flip-flops, and a frog eyeglasses on his nose. Compared with those social elites in suits and leather shoes, he was just here to make people laugh. Not only that, after getting off the car, facing those old men and women who were obviously waiting for him, he just nodded and greeted them, and then ran to the other side and opened the car door for them. This scene made the fat and thin monks confused. Which rich second generation is this? Why is he so arrogant? But when the young man opened the car door and led the young woman, who was also dressed casually, out of the car, the uncovered face made the fat and thin monk in the monitoring room jump up. Fuck. Isn't this Kate Winslet? That man can be so close to her? That means he is Roland Allen. Oh my god. So many people have been waiting since 8 in the morning. The bigwigs of the film company and the music group are all here, but they are waiting for Roland Allen. This. What is going on? Chapter 305. The Connection and the Troublemaker. Oh Roland. When the fat and thin monk shouted in surprise at Roland's appearance, the white-haired Frank Biondi had already greeted him enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. While speaking, he glanced at his watch with lightning speed, then laughed and said, "You arrived 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. This is the advantage of living close," Roland responded with a smile. "It takes less than 10 minutes to drive from Sherman Oaks." Facing the arms that were opened actively, Roland gave a hug very politely, but to be honest, he really didn't know who this old man was. But it didn't matter that he didn't know him. After touching and separating, Kate, who took the initiative to reach out to the old man, gave her man a reminder. "Mr. Biondi, I heard about your deeds from Uncle Kenneth a long time ago. In the 2 cases of Viacom's acquisition of Paramount and CBS, you were the great hero implicated by all parties. Uncle Kenneth often said that, if Viacom had acquired CBS 2 years earlier, his Die Again would not have been aired on NBC. How could the old man, who is a shrewd man, not hear the meaning of Kate's words? Facing the flattery with a big laugh and a friendly handshake, he also introduced himself, saying, "Wow, thank you. Those were all a few years ago. Since I joined Universal in 1996, it has been a long time since anyone helped me reminisce about the past. Let's not talk about the past. Life is always about looking forward at this point." He suddenly slapped his forehead and said in a tone of sudden enlightenment, "Oh, as people get older, their memories are a little bad. Today you are here to discuss the project with Ron. What's the point of an old man like me blocking the door?" Ron at his call. Ron Mayer, who had been acting as a background wall in the back, immediately appeared. Not only that, Stasi Sknida, the president of Universal Pictures, also flashed out. The middle-aged man wearing round-framed black glasses bowed and nodded, his face full of smiles, almost squeezing his facial features together. Roland, Kate, hello, we meet again. After a simple greeting, he went straight to the point and explained, what we communicated before was, we will try to finalize the X-Men project today, but after learning that you would come to the scene to personally check it, the chairman, who happened to be in Los Angeles handling film and television business, decided to come and take a look. Because your movies are always a big hit, we also want to learn some advanced experience. As soon as Ron Mayer finished speaking, the old man smiled. Yes, learning, pure learning, and I just happen to have time. Oh, so that's the case. Such behavior made Roland instantly guess the cause and effect. I thought you were here to check the accounts. Roland complained lightly, after Sony had an accounting problem. How is that possible? The X-Men project was jointly invested by our two companies, and there can't be any problems with the accounts. The old man, who got the meaning of Roland's words, shook his head repeatedly, and while he denied it, Roland also laughed and shook hands with the CEO and president of Universal Pictures. After hugging, he turned around and greeted old acquaintances such as Sidney Pollack and Julia Roberts, whose foreheads were already sweating. Sidney, long time no see. Long time no see. Roland, Danny, hello. Roland, Julia, you. Oh. Don't tell me why. Are you beautiful again? Your fiancé is watching from behind. Hahaha. The joking words made everyone around laugh. Although he became the object of ridicule, Roland was not angry, but very happy. Because this first day after retirement, life is very good. Yes, in Roland's view, retirement not only means saying goodbye to the past, but also welcoming a new beginning. After retirement, he will have more time to do what he wants to do. For example, he can now pick up the guns that he learned before, but forgot about it. He can now continue to try skydiving that he played before, but didn't have time to try. He can now try to get a pilot's license that guys like Harrison Ford and John Travolta have. In addition, the complaints he made when watching GoldenEye with James Olson before can now be put into action. So, when Roland received a report from Kevin Feige that the X-Men crew had been formed and was preparing to invite actors to audition according to the discussion list, Roland, who was very interested in this, naturally came to watch, touch, close. On the day he made the decision, Ron Mayer, who heard the news, also sent a message through Kevin Feige, saying that Universal Pictures was optimistic about the entire project, and at the same time, showed his willingness to communicate with Roland face to face. Although the wording was rigorous, how could Roland not understand what the other party meant? After Universal was acquired by Seagram, its performance was all due to the Jewish gang. After seeing the great success of Spider-Man, they felt that comic adapted movies had great potential, so they naturally wanted to keep the mutant IP in Universal for a long time. In this way, pleasing the copyright holder became the only option. At the beginning, in order to solve the problem of Roland's portrait authorization, Universal teamed up with Sony, Fox, and Disney to put him on the Forbes Hollywood Power list. At that time, even if Roland had Steven Spielberg's backing, he was still a piece of plasticine that could be kneaded at will in front of the 6 big names. But now, the snatching method is no longer useful, and it is normal to be soft at the knees. Therefore, Roland told Kate this morning that he wanted to be someone else's father. Because he had long guessed that Universal Pictures, which was eager for results, would become a bootlegger. Shouldn't such a happy thing be shared with his wife? Roland was unwilling to expose his wealth in front of the public, but that didn't mean he didn't like to show off. Although such childish things might be disliked by Kate, but he was happy at the moment. Wasn't that enough? As for the appearance of Frank Biondi, the biggest boss of Universal Group, this was really beyond Roland's expectations, but with a simple thought, it was actually reasonable. It doesn't matter if outsiders don't know Roland's identity, and it's understandable that the tools can't figure out Roland's depth, but if the big guys in the circle can't find out Roland's background, then they shouldn't mix. Maybe at the beginning, they really thought that Overwatch Ventures was David Olson's industry, but since Roland took the initiative to participate in the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting, these statements to the public are bullshit in their eyes. Forbes may not be able to figure out Roland's wealth, Because Forbes' main source of information is actually the proactive reports of other media. But how could they, who are closely connected with the media, not know how much Roland has hidden? When he went to Seattle, Roland's favorite place to visit was Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates' homes. When he went to San Francisco, Roland rushed into Apple as soon as he got off the plane. When filming in New York, Roland lived in Ronald Perelman's house. Roland has been to Carl Icahn's villa. Roland's fiancée Kate and David Shaw's girlfriend dressed up and went shopping in New York, which was actively covered up by reporters. Not to mention, in order to invest in Google, Roland is still calling people all over the world. In this case, as long as these guys are not crazy, they can guess that David Olson is just a shield. In March this year, the behavior of investing in Gillette and tinkering with Black Hawk Down was clearly captured by the real bosses in the eyes of these people. When they found out that Roland had inexplicably connected with the warmongers, the day when Roland got rid of his tool status, that was the day they came to make friends. Since you don't want to act anymore, then we won't pretend. No matter if you are the spokesperson of the warmongers or the rich man in the investment field, we can become good friends. Because the former is definitely not to be messed with, and the latter. After a simple calculation of Roland's net worth, they suddenly found that Roland had more cash in his hands than most listed companies. RBQ. Because of this, after learning that Roland was coming to Universal, Frank Biondi appeared. He represents not only Universal Pictures, but also Universal Music, and himself. Compared with the sand sculpture rich second generation who rely on selling DuPont shares to nourish entertainment companies, investors who can chat and laugh with Warren Buffett and make friends with Carl Icahn have more prospects. As the chairman of Universal Music, he certainly knew that, although Universal Music looked glamorous, after acquiring Polygram, the $9 billion cash in the hands of the second generation rich sand sculpture had reached the bottom. If he couldn't find a source of funds, then the only way out was to sell himself. In this case, as the chairman, he naturally had to find a way out for himself first. Although this does not mean that he has identified Roland, it is always good to know more people. Of course, he did this, then Forbes. Before, because the media group was covering it up, Forbes had never reported Roland. Now those war profiteers who don't understand the situation are watching on the sidelines. Even if Forbes is a cat with 9 lives, they won't report it. Look at those who are related to selling arms, which one has been reported? David Olson is frantically reducing his holdings in Yahoo. Oh. Then his net worth is falling. Why? Because the stocks he holds are gone. As for the cash, before the real Hammer catalog appears, Forbes will not falsify. So, when Roland greeted everyone and took the initiative to call Kevin Feige to take him to do business, Frank Biondi, chairman of Universal Music, who came specifically to make friends, really followed like a student, striding his old legs. Ron Mayer, chairman and CEO of Universal Pictures, turned around and greeted everyone who stayed in place, nodded, and explained where he was going, and then shouted and chased after him. As for Universal President Stassi Skneder, this easygoing female president asked her secretary to stay on the spot and let her meet everyone's needs. After telling her about the trivial matters, she stepped on her high heels and trotted in the direction where everyone disappeared. As the saying goes, society is like a big tree full of monkeys. Looking up, you can see buttocks. Looking down, you can see smiling faces. And looking left and right, you can see ears and eyes. But this sentence is actually not appropriate. Because in the process of monkeys climbing trees, they will change against common sense and human nature. All qualified social elites will learn to compromise their nature in the process of climbing trees. What's more, they will also transform their nature. The most typical manifestation is to show the corresponding emotions at the right time. Just like now, even if Roland has never met Frank Biondi, never dealt with Ron Mayer, and doesn't know Stassi Skneder at all, they can still communicate unimpeded like old friends. When Kevin Feige led them into the audition hall and went out to greet the staff and asked them to invite the candidates to perform in order, Frank Biondi took a sip of the coffee made by Stassi Skneder. Roland, who was looking down at the audition list, replied casually, "I heard that you hated auditions the most before." Frank Biondi said with a smile. The last time you auditioned for Spider-Man 2 and 3, you ran away halfway through. Why do you suddenly want to come and see it this time? Since Frank Biondi dared to come, he must have found out about Roland's preferences. Facing his inquiry, Roland, unsurprisingly, lied. I hate auditions, because I have auditioned hundreds of times for a play, but if I can act as an audition examiner and give others difficult questions, I'm still willing to do it. Audition hundreds of times for a play? How could Frank Biondi believe such nonsense? Everyone in the circle knows that Roland's debut masterpiece Home Alone was obtained by relying on connections. Later, he used nepotism to block the way for other competitors. But even if he felt that Roland was fooling around, he didn't mean to expose it, but continued. Oh, is that so? I thought you liked Marvel, so after the casting of X-Men entered the stage, you came to the scene to control the overall situation. After all, on the side of Lord of the Rings, it seems that you threw all the work to Peter Jackson. On the side of Harry Potter, everything was taken over by Kathleen Kennedy. Frank Biondi was right. Among the three projects, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings and X-Men, Roland is most worried about X-Men, because both Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings have experienced workers to pave the way, but the X-Men project is handled by Kevin Feige, a newcomer who has a big brain and works for love, but is not effective in Hollywood. Under Peter Jackson's arrangement, the casting of Lord of the Rings was completed last month. Frodo was played by Elijah Wood, Aragorn was played by Viggo Mortensen, Gandalf was still played by Magneto Ian McKellen, and Kate Blanchett and Liv Tyler could not escape the clutches of the Elf Queen and Elf Princess. As for Hugo Weaving, as the Elf King, how could he escape? With the list of leading actors being almost the same, Roland was of course deeply relieved. At the same time, there was good news for Harry Potter. Daniel Radcliffe was included in Kathleen Kennedy's casting list. His selection is actually a very understandable thing, because his father is an agent in the circle, and his mother works at the BBC. Of course, the relationship between parents is not the point, because their existence cannot make Daniel Radcliffe ascend to the sky in one step, but the ethnicity of Daniel Radcliffe's mother has helped him a lot. Daniel Radcliffe's mother is Jewish. According to the theory of bloodline, Daniel Radcliffe is also Jewish. That's right. In Roland's previous life, J.K. Rowling, the undisguised racist, forced all actors to be selected from the UK when selling the filming rights. Although the conditions were relaxed later, that was just to select Ireland. In this case, Steven Spielberg, who wanted to choose actors on his own, would naturally not indulge the other party, and when he left, Chris Columbus, the disciple who took over, how could he not avenge his teacher? You don't let us choose Americans? No problem. Then we choose Jews with British nationality. You want to support the British? Sure. But Hollywood is still our Jews who have the final say. Although in this life, with Roland's intervention, the old man readily accepted the project. But under the manipulation of Kathleen Kennedy, Daniel Radcliffe still became the first choice for Harry Potter. Because choosing him can not only maintain the old man's face, but also let everyone who wants to get into Hollywood know. In Hollywood, contracts are far less effective than the will of us Jews. This kind of competition is of course a good thing for Roland. Isn't J.K. Rowling just a novelist? How can she understand Harry Potter? As an author who was expelled from the author's membership by readers, her will is far less important than the will of the old man. Not to mention, the old man's children all call him uncle. Compared with the peace of mind shown in The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, the problem with X-Men is a bit bigger. Because the former cannot be inserted by relatives, and the latter, it is simply that anyone wants to interfere. As a commercial film that was made for money, Roland's bottom line was that he didn't want Sophie Turner to play the Phoenix Girl again. In other words, he was very satisfied with the casting of X-Men in his previous life, which also involved Kevin Feige. However, his satisfaction was useless. Because Kevin Feige was too weak these days, and he couldn't reject people like Peter Jackson and Kathleen Kennedy. In this way, the list of candidates given to Roland by the bald head was a mess. The first one was a little rascal, and the number one candidate for the little rascal was Natalie Portman. That's right, it was this picky chick again. The point is, this chick is also George Lucas's person. Note, although Universal acquired Polygram and became the world's largest music company, this business was rated as stupid. It's not because Universal shouldn't have swallowed Polygram, but because Universal had no ability to digest Polygram after swallowing it. So after the acquisition, Universal has been rumored to be sold, and those working emperors are also looking for a good place. Harry Potter is really Jewish. It took Chris Columbus more than half a year to choose him. Rowling's approach at that time really offended Hollywood. Chris Columbus didn't even read the novel at first, and didn't want to take it at all, but Spielberg's withdrawal made him read the novel in a hurry, and spent 2 weeks writing a script to deal with it. Not only that, Robin Williams also wanted to star in this movie, but was directly rejected by Rowling. So Chris Columbus would rather delay and not shoot, but also turn Harry Potter into a Jew, and this approach was agreed by Warner. Natalie Portman is really the choice of Little Naughty. I'm not making this up. There are too many black materials about the troublemaker sister who steps on the high and praises the low. Chapter 306, The White Lotus, The Unexpected Phoenix Girl. Okay, done. In the number 4 dressing room of Studio 11 of Universal Studios, a stylist wearing a mask pinched his index finger, raised his hand slightly, looked at the girl in the mirror with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "This style suits you very well." Hearing these words, the girl sitting in front of the dressing table with a dazed look came to life. As her eyes focused, the lovely girl in the mirror also appeared. The white hair on her forehead was divided into 2 strands, one on the left and the other on the right, naturally hanging down, and the bright red lips were full of luster, adding a bit of popularity to the fair cheeks. If it were just that, it would be fine, but as the line of sight moved down, the black leather jacket that wrapped around the body from the neck completely concealed the youthful atmosphere of 18 years old, and at the same time, through the tight curves, it outlined countless imagination spaces for the outside world. In other words, this era lacked words. If it were in the future, the guy in front of him would take a photo and post it on social media, and the replies below would definitely be all cool. "Oh, thank you, you've worked so hard." Before the girl could comment on her look, the middle-aged woman who was standing aside with her arms folded came forward and thanked her while putting her hands on her daughter's shoulders. The joy reflected in the mirror showed her satisfaction to the fullest. This situation made the stylist leave tactfully, and as the door closed, the woman smiled and said, "Nata, this should be the most beautiful look you have tried so far, right? It's much better than Amida's." The blatant praise caused the girl to roll her eyes, and she glanced up at her mother. "Mrs. Hirschler, this is the crew. Please be careful about your behavior. If this gets to Director Lucas, he will be unhappy. Amidala is a character he designed himself. If you question my look, you are criticizing his aesthetics." The harsh words made Mrs. Hirschler smile, and she gently pinched her daughter's shoulders with both hands and said nonchalantly, okay, these comments will not reach George's ears." As if she felt that her words were a bit arrogant, she added, "Even if George knew, he wouldn't care, because the Phantom Menace really has a bad reputation, and the criticism includes your look. Okay, let's not talk about this. Your first goal today is to get the role of Rugrats." That's right, the mother and daughter who appeared in the dressing room at this moment were Natalie Portman and her mother Shirley Hirschler. Their goal, of course, was X-Men. It's just that their ideas and attitudes are somewhat mismatched. Or, the utilitarianism of this mother and daughter is so strong that their attitude cannot cover their utilitarianism. Of course, who doesn't have a utilitarianism in society? Utilitarianism is a good thing, because it can motivate people to climb up. However, most of the time, people only use utilitarianism as a driving force to push themselves forward. Generally speaking, everyone knows how to hide their thoughts, but in the case of this mother and daughter, the words cover up and hide seem to have been taken out of the dictionary and do not exist in this world at all. In 1994, Natalie Portman became a star with her outstanding performance in Lion, the Professional. After that, the eyes of this mother and daughter could not accommodate a few people. The matter of Romeo and Juliet, the postmodern passion, has been mentioned, but it is not the first time that Leonardo DiCaprio has been rejected for a project because he thinks that his status is not as big as Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. After filming Heat, Natalie Portman received an invitation to Goodbye 17. From today's perspective, Goodbye 17 is indeed a very unpopular project. But at that time, this kind of adolescent comedy movie was indeed very suitable for Natalie Portman. Catherine Harrap, who plays the mother in the film, is the mother in Home Alone 1 and 2, and Gabriel Byrne, who plays the father in the film, also has works such as Can't Help It and Little Women. As supporting roles, they have their own popularity, and they have perfectly avoided the situation where venture capital overshadows the protagonist. The male lead who plays against the female lead is Jared Leto, who is well known. To put it bluntly, as long as the male is handsome and the female is beautiful, and the plot is up to standard, this is a show that flatters people. Knowing this, Natalie Portman took over the script, but just when she promised to star in it, her mother found her a project called Love Stunner. The director of Beauty of the Moon is not outstanding, and Natalie Portman is at most the third in the movie, but even so, she decisively kicked out Mr. Leto, and gave up the opportunity to play the leading female role, and instead played the supporting role of Mira Sorvino and Uma Thurman, playing the third female role. The reason is also very simple. Matt Dillon, the male lead of Beauty of the Moon, is Francis Coppola's man. It's human nature to cling to someone's thighs. Of course, if climbing up is human instinct, then the mother and daughter's approach is actually not wrong. But the reason they rejected Goodbye 17 is very interesting, because they think that Mr. Leto is older than Leo. If you think that the male and female protagonists in film and television dramas should be of similar age, then why did you accept Leon, the professional? And after starring in Leon, the professional, why did you use contradictory reasons to reject 2 projects in a row? Of course, if it was just these 2 times, then forget it. But this mother and daughter never know what is called 3 times the limit. After filming Love is Beautiful, Natalie Portman easily played a cameo in Everybody Says I Love You co-starring Woody Allen and Julia Roberts. After that, the mother and daughter went to Tim Burton's Crew and appeared in Mars Attacks starring Jack Nicholson. Her frequent appearances in the film attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Ang Lee, who had just finished filming Sense and Sensibility and was preparing for The Ice Storm, invited her to play a role in The Crew. The success of Sense and Sensibility made Ang Lee famous. Such a new director invited Natalie Portman, and she naturally agreed. After learning that the leading actor of The Ice Storm was Kevin Kline, she was even happier. Because this guy won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor in 1989 with A Fish Called Wanda. Not only that, his starring roles in The President and Love in Paris were both very good at the box office. But when she went for the audition and felt good, she verbally agreed. The accident happened again. Because her mother got her an audition for Star Wars, The Phantom Menace. So, Natalie Portman decisively kicked out The Ice Storm and continued to embrace the Jewish gang. To be honest, if The Ice Storm and Star Wars were put together, anyone would choose the latter. Trying your best to climb up is not a mistake in itself, but a human instinct. But Natalie Portman said that the sexual liberation in the script made her feel betrayed. Excuse me? You couldn't accept The Ice Storm in 1996, but you could accept Intimate in 2003. You can't accept the plot of Cheating, but you can accept the love triangle of strippers? Good. If you think the scale of Intimate is not as big as The Ice Storm, then what about Black Swan? Let's not talk about how the Black Swan project came about. Just the scale issue alone can beat The Ice Storm by a dozen streets, right? But the question is, how can the scale be compared with the Oscars? Hey, old double standards. If you think Romeo and Juliet, a postmodern passion, is not as attractive as Heat, can't you just say you don't have time? If you think 17 Years Old can't beat Love is War, can't you just say it's not suitable? If you think Star Wars can beat The Ice Storm, can't you just say the schedules don't match? Why bother to find all those excuses? Who in Hollywood hasn't been two-faced? Who in Hollywood doesn't hang around to find a good person? Who in Hollywood would refuse the power that everyone desires? We are all normal people with ideas, so why pretend to be White Lotuses? Even if you pretend to be White Lotuses, that's fine, it's a persona. But don't slap yourself in the face while setting up a persona. It is precisely because this sister has been doing the bad things of stepping on one and praising another since her debut. So whenever a crew takes the initiative to find her, all the creators, including the producer, are actually worried that they will become the target of diss. But how could Kevin Feige, a novice, know about this kind of thing? So, the invitation was sent out. In Roland's previous life, Natalie Portman did accept X-Men, and as usual, she looked at the cast first and then made a decision. But after The Phantom Menace was a big hit at the box office, but received mixed reviews, she, who cherished her feathers, treated each of her works more cautiously. When she found that the cast of X-Men was too bad, she refused to act again and turned to Fox, starring in Sweetheart. Not only that, she also brought in Ashley Judd, whom she met in Heat, and Joan Cusack, who was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar twice in 1989 and 1998, to play supporting roles for her. Although this lineup is not very good, it is still good compared with X-Men starring newcomers like Hugh Jackman. Of course, Roland's situation in his previous life can only be used as a reference. With his intervention, how could the mother and daughter who have been relying on their thighs to get to the top miss this great opportunity? With the reputation of The Phantom Menace continuing to be poor, and the second part being prepared, but not knowing when it can be filmed, they have always been prepared for both hands and of course want to find a new commercial series to act as a talisman. At this time, X-Men that invited her to participate naturally became a high-quality spare tire in the eyes of the mother and daughter. This is a comic adaptation series created by Roland Allen. Marvel has been crushed by DC for so many years, but as soon as Roland took over, it was like a surf singing a song. Spider-Man ranks third in the box office history. Who would have dared to think about it before? With such a result in front, it is difficult for them to give up. As for what Roland will not star in X-Men, so the performance of X-Men may not be better than Spider-Man. They are even less worried about this, because Marvel has been acquired by Roland. The nearly $3 billion acquisition perfectly illustrates Roland's determination to make this series a success. Of course, the hustlers will believe in the quality of X-Men because of Roland's existence, but this does not mean that Natalie Portman likes the current lineup of X-Men. Looking at herself in the mirror, the girl, who is 1 year younger than Roland, suddenly asked, "Mom, is Dow Gray Scott here today?" Dow Gray Scott is a British actor who entered the industry in 1992 and made his screen debut in The Princess and I in 1994. Although his performance is not good compared to Natalie Portman's acting career, he at least showed up in last year's Collision Break. It was because of this that he was spotted by Tom Cruise and invited to Mission Impossible 2 to play the opponent of Ethan Hunt. Similarly, the X-Men crew also set their sights on him, hoping that he could play Wolverine. After hearing her daughter's question, Mrs. Hirschler, who thought her daughter's look was good, shook her head and said, "No, he didn't come today." According to the crew, the schedule of Mission Impossible 2 conflicts with X-Men, so he chose the former. Really? That's a pity. Natalie Portman sighed, looking at herself in the mirror. Even though the air conditioner in the dressing room was turned on, she could still feel a heat under the black leather jacket, which ignited her body, devoured her flesh, and burned her heart. Because she knew that, if Dow Gray Scott didn't come, then Wolverine would probably belong to Hugh Jackman. And Hugh Jackman, how could he possibly carry the box office? What about the others? What's the situation of the others now? Natalie Portman continued to ask, who are the candidates for Storm? Storm. The most likely candidates for Storm are Jada Smith and Halle Berry. As if she saw her daughter's anxiety, but more like she guessed her daughter's thoughts. Mrs. Hirschler patted her daughter on the shoulder without stopping, and said all the information she had heard before, and the most likely candidates for Phoenix are Famke Janssen and Charlize Theron. In addition, Professor X and Magneto have actually been confirmed. Patrick Stewart agreed to play Professor X, and Magneto will be played by Ian McKellen. What? After hearing her mother's words, Natalie Portman's face suddenly fell. Unreserved words came out of her mouth. Jada Smith and Halle Berry are the two most likely to be elected Storm? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Isn't Jada Smith's most famous deed her marriage to Will Smith? What box office hits does Halle Berry have? As for Charlize Theron, let alone her most famous movie The Devil's Advocate has nothing to do with her. And Famke Janssen has no box office hits after GoldenEye. That is to say, except for Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen, everyone else. Although Natalie Portman didn't finish her words, her disgusted tone had already revealed her thoughts. In her opinion, the lineup of X-Men is too bad. Except for herself, there is no one who can fight. Of course, it's no wonder she thinks so. Because compared with Star Wars, the performance of others is really shit. As the #1 IP in North America, even if Star Wars is bad, it can look down on others. If she is put into this lineup, then she will be the only one who can carry the box office, right? Although this feeling of being trusted is very good, but this is very inconsistent with her habit of hugging people's thighs for many years. In her opinion, since Roland spent money to buy Marvel, he should be more meticulous about the X-Men series. Not to mention that like Spider-Man, Tom Hanks, Meryl Streep, Robert De Niro, and Anthony Hopkins were pulled in as supporting roles, but the protagonist must at least have a certain degree of popularity. For example, let Julia Roberts play the Phoenix Girl. Wouldn't this movie be stable? And if Roland knew what this guy was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. Let Julia Roberts play the Phoenix Girl. You are really thinking about it. It's okay to want both box office and fame, but at the same time, you don't want to take responsibility? Is there such a good thing in the world? Which Super A1 all the way to the top? That's not right. Home Alone, Terminator, Jurassic Park, Spider-Man, Titanic. Cough cough cough. Fortunately, Roland didn't know Natalie Portman's idea, otherwise, he would definitely be shocked by the other party's idea of inviting Julia Roberts to play Phoenix Girl. Of course, while Natalie Portman was complaining about this and that, Roland, who was hiding in the audition room as a boss, had actually interviewed more than a dozen people. Since the candidate for the role of Little Rugrats was the one with the most candidates, Roland put him at the end. In this way, the roles that the candidates had less were quickly confirmed. James Marsden turned down the Twilight Zone to play Cyclops, so of course he got this role. Although Roland didn't like Halle Berry very much, she was still much better than Will Smith's wife. As for the bald professor and the Malay wizard Magneto, they were basically just passing scenes. To put it bluntly, Roland couldn't remember the other characters except for the main ones. So apart from these guys, Roland was mostly sitting there pretending to be cool. Fold your arms, lean back, and leave a gap between your waist and the back of the chair. Hey. In this way, anyone who enters the venue will find that he is a coolest. There is no way. Who made Roland? Compared with the chairman of Universal Music, the CEO and the president of Universal Pictures, who were sitting upright, dressed casually and had a casual posture. He was shrouded in a personal charm that made people unable to take their eyes away. Well, actually, it was more comfortable to sit like this, especially when the president of Universal Pictures thoughtfully gave him a waist support. Of course, this laziness didn't last long, because after quickly passing some non-controversial guys, a guy in a red suit, with burgundy hair and thin-framed glasses appeared. Looking at the guy from South Africa, Roland's heart wavered a little. To be honest, he really thought that Charlize Theron was prettier than Famke Janssen. Note, the quarrel in Black Swan would not be a big deal if it happened to Natalie Portman. The things in this chapter about Natalie Portman being picky and putting down others and praising others were not revealed by the media, but were revealed when Christina Ricci and Natalie Portman were quarreling. After Natalie Portman rejected Ang Lee's The Ice Storm, Christina Ricci took over the role. Not only that, when they were dissing each other, Christina Ricci also publicly stated, "Since I entered the industry with Casper, I have never picked scripts or looked for projects, because Natalie Portman always has two plans. When she makes a choice and refuses some projects with contradictory reasons, the projects she rejected will come to me." Will Smith's wife really wants to play Storm, and she has participated in the audition. Charlize Theron did receive an invitation from the crew, but she refused at the time because she didn't want to play Phoenix. Chapter 307, the King of Serbia with decent acting skills, locked in a super long contract. Famke Janssen was born in 1965. She worked as a model in Europe in her early years. She did not move to America until 1984. In 1992, she made her debut on the big screen, playing a minor supporting role in Father and Son. Due to her outstanding appearance, she starred in Actual the following year, and became the heroine of the film series Sunset 4, Ashes to Ashes in the third year. In the fourth year, she was directly promoted to a Bond girl. Although the role of a Bond girl is just a vase, isn't it a proof of her good looks to be chosen? This is a kind of recognition. But compared with Charlize Theron, who is also a model, her looks are still a certain distance away. Let's not talk about the queen who looked at people with her nose in Snow White and the Huntsman. Let's take the guy in front of Roland now. Charlize Theron, who is now 24 years old and has not yet reached her full form, is still more beautiful than Famke Janssen. Even though her face is still full of collagen, she doesn't have the diamond face that is common among European and American stars more than a decade later. Instead, she has an oval face that is more oriental. However, her delicate facial features can still make her big face more three-dimensional. Coupled with her emerald green pupils, slender but not thick eyebrows, and full and upturned lips, it would be strange if Harvey Weinstein didn't want to sleep with her. Of course, although she is beautiful, her current temperament is still mostly sweet. In other words, if Charlize Theron in front of us didn't have that 5'10" height, she would give people the feeling of Meg Ryan, the sweet girl who can fall in love with Tom Hanks anytime and anywhere, rather than a war machine with a bus cut to compete with Tom Hardy in the Doomsday World to see who is more manly. But even if her height can cover up her cuteness, it will also bring a certain sense of disobedience at the same time, because women who can be sweet or only exist in novels. Most of the time, an actor's style follows the collagen on her face. When she is young and has full collagen, the sweet style is the best choice. As she ages, the collagen disappears, the protruding bone is revealed, and the angular face comes out, and the cold and noble royal sister's way will naturally follow. So, those guys who keep doing medical beauty, eager to keep their girlish feeling, but keep complaining that they have no roles to play and the audience is too harsh, are all their own faults. If you don't follow the path set by God, then aren't you just arguing with yourself? Of course, it doesn't mean that actors have to follow the laws of nature, but how many of them can go against the grain and still succeed? The only one who can play the queen with a face full of collagen is Gong Li. Other actors, which one didn't have a face first and then take the role? The big devil Cate Blanchett also took on projects that rely on her face, such as Parks and Bordertown, when her collagen was full, and after losing weight, in Elizabeth, she had a strong aura. The rebellious Angelina Jolie appeared in Terminator in 1993 with a round face. At that time, she was just a rebellious little girl, until she got angry and became as thin as a ghost, and then she took the path of a queen. As for Kate Winslet, thinking of this, Roland turned his head and looked at his woman. She is actually also a typical example of aura transformation. When she was young, she was a representative of plumpness. After getting older, she insisted on exercising to maintain her body shape and ran all the way on the road of a queen. Although Divergent is really a terrible movie, to be honest, Roland actually thinks that the older Kate is really better looking than when she was young, after abandoning her oval face. While Roland was staring at his wife and thinking about it, Kate, who found her man's abnormal behavior, turned her body and leaned over unscrupulously and teased in an inaudible voice, "Why don't you watch it? Are you worried that I will deal with you when I go back?" Such words made Roland, who was feeling that appearance is more important than acting skills, chuckled, raised his right arm, and put it on the back of Kate's chair, and his fingers chased the other's hair. He didn't mean to answer directly at all, but asked casually, "Do you think the role of Phoenix Girl is suitable for her?" The serious questioning made Kate put away her joking thoughts, and her scrutinizing eyes fell on the red figure in the center of the venue. Since the audition was led by Kevin Feige, even if Roland sat there and thought divergently, the scene could still run in an orderly manner. At this moment, Charlize Theron, who had already introduced herself, was showing herself with passion and emotion. The clip she performed was the scene at the beginning of the movie when Jane Grey was questioned by members of Congress in Washington. Although there was no scenery and the podium for the speech was simply a table, she was not disturbed by the harsh environment on the scene and still recited the lines calmly. "Ladies and gentlemen, mankind is now facing another stage of evolution." While speaking, her eyes also flew away, slowly sweeping across the judges on the jury, seemingly capturing everyone's expression and peeking into everyone's heart. But in fact, the wandering eyes just swept by without any focus at all. Gene mutations often occur during adolescence, triggered by emotional fluctuations. But just as she was slowly explaining her research results, the assistant director who was acting with her suddenly jumped out and interrupted her narration according to the requirements of the script. "Thank you, Miss Gray, for your educational speech. But you have deviated from the theme of our meeting, which is, are mutants dangerous?" The assistant director was actually at a loose to perform a scene, so his words were really straightforward. But facing this unprofessional cooperation, Charlize Theron in the center of the venue was not disturbed too much. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if showing disdain, and the next second, she lowered her eyes when she realized her behavior was inappropriate. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be browsing the information prepared in advance, trying to find a more accurate answer. But when she looked up again, the confidence that came to her showed her arrogance to the fullest. "It's not appropriate for you to ask this question." Charlize Theron directly skipped the honorific of Mr. Congressman. "Some people get into car accidents when driving." Ben raised his hand slightly on the podium, trying to put pressure on them with his actions. "So there are driver's licenses." The assistant director who was rehearsing the words quickly added, "But there is no license for survival." Facing such an answer, Charlize Theron in the center of the stage laughed directly, shaking her head with sarcasm. "In fact, once the mutants reveal their identities, it will definitely cause panic among people and create countless hostilities. When hostility appears, a large number of violent conflicts will no longer be a probability on paper." At this point, it seemed that she wanted to give those congressmen who were not present at the scene time to think, but it seemed more like she wanted to make her next words more oppressive, so the girl behind the podium stopped for a few seconds. Then, she continued, "So, in order to avoid hostility towards mutants and to avoid direct conflict between the public and mutants, I call for the cancellation of mutant registration." Just like before she finished explaining her thoughts, the assistant director interrupted her according to the script and raised his voice, asking, "Exposing your identity? Why do you use such a word? Why do mutants hide? They are not hiding." The sudden words made the girl shake her head instinctively. Unfortunately, her denial had no effect. The assistant director said, "I know where they are hiding. This is a list of mutants in the United States. It records a girl who can walk through walls. Although we have not collected more criminal records so far, what if she sneaks into a bank vault one day? Or, accidentally breaks into the White House? More likely, suddenly appears in the home of someone present?" Such words made the girl in the center of the stage frown. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to refute, but before she could make a sound, the assistant director who was acting with her had already sped up his speech and continued to question loudly. "I also heard that mutants can sense and control human thoughts, deprive us of the will to be free." This accusation made the girl take a deep breath, and she glared at the other party with a deep gaze, pursed her bright red lips, and said with a forced smile, "Mr. Congressman." Unfortunately, she still didn't get the chance to speak. When she opened her mouth and wanted to defend herself, the assistant director's voice rose again, forcibly suppressing her voice. "So, we have the right to decide whether our children need a mutant teacher or classmate, or stay away from them." Repeated oppression made the girl behind the podium very annoyed. The speculation of assumptions and groundless accusations that had never happened made her extremely angry. She tore off the decorative glasses and threw them on the table without hesitation. The venting-like behavior showed all her resentment. But unfortunately, the next second, the girl behind the podium lowered her eyebrows and looked down. She seemed to be listening, but in fact she was resigned to her fate, which made her look so helpless in the bright red battle robe. She wanted to resist. She wanted to defend herself. She wanted a chance to speak. But, no one paid attention to her. The 2-minute play started with Charlize Theron's confidence and ended with her silence. After watching her performance, all the judges lowered their heads and wrote down their opinions on the notes. Kate, on the other hand, tilted her head towards her man and said, "If it were according to Steven's standards, her shot just now would basically pass." "What do you mean?" Roland asked with interest. "It's just a commercial film. 70 points is enough." Kate shrugged, leaning towards Roland and whispering, "This scene is mainly about Jane Grey going to Congress to attend a questioning session. From the beginning, she was full of confidence and talked eloquently, to suppressing the whole audience, and then to the congressman's counterattack. Although it was only 2 minutes, her mental journey had 3 stages. At first, she believed that humans would be convinced by her, but in the end, she found that humans were not willing to listen to her explanation at all. In this case, she only needed to show confidence and helplessness, or intellectuality and frustration, or pride and decadence. These opposing emotions are all fine, and under her performance, these contents are interpreted okay. It's just that her performance is a little too strong. In the part of calling for the cancellation of mutant registration, she deliberately paused, and this was not necessary at all. Because her previous paragraph, when explaining that, if the mutant registration bill is implemented, mutants will have violent conflicts with humans, there is no explanation at all. She didn't adjust her tone, but simply ridiculed the congressman. In this case, the pause would only make her performance appear fragmented. After all, most of the time, you yell first, overwhelm others with momentum, and then give them time to calm down and think about it, but she didn't, so it looked quite strange. Then there was the part where she threw her glasses. Under normal circumstances, when a person participates in a congressional inquiry, who would take the initiative to confront the congressman with voting rights? Throwing glasses may seem like a retreat, but it can also be understood by the congressman as a provocation. So, if it were me, I would choose to take off my glasses and put them in my hands. Whether it's pinching the bridge of my nose or showing an awkward but polite smile. In short, I will let the camera see my helplessness, but I won't let people see my anger, because I'm here to solve problems, not to kill people. There are so many problems with the performance. As for whether she is suitable for playing the Phoenix Girl, if she were a little thinner, it would be better. What do you think? HMM. At this point, Kate turned her head and blinked at Roland. Although Kate found many thorns in Theron's performance, Roland nodded her head with those gentle words. In Roland's previous life, Theron won an Oscar 5 years earlier than Kate, but that doesn't mean Theron's acting skills are natural. Or, Monster is a custom-made film that fits Theron's life experience. If this doesn't work, then she shouldn't be an actress and just stay in the modeling circle. When Theron entered the industry, she was always criticized for not being able to act. Monster helped her to regain 10%, but Dyer's perfume endorsement made her an advertising actress. In Roland's current life, she hasn't acted in Monster, so her acting skills are normal. Ordinary people can't see the drama, and people in the circle think it's okay. Of course, a 70-point acting score only proves that she can act, but her image is still a little sweet. The characteristics of the Phoenix Girl are cool, tall, slender, and cold. If this cannot be achieved, it will not be in line with the character setting. And Theron is indeed tall, and she looks cool when she is cold. But if she can't lose weight, she really can't play Jane Grey. While Roland was looking at Theron, the girl who had finished her performance was also looking at everyone with a nervous look. As a person who lives very transparently, she certainly longs for this role. But when she found that Roland and Kate, the biggest stars at the scene, were whispering there, her heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Although she didn't know what was so good about comic adapted movies like X-Men, she still took the time to come here, because she knew that, as long as she could get this role, she could hold the thickest and strongest legs in Hollywood. That's right, 10 years ago, Roland was still there trying every means to hook up with the big guys. And 10 years later, he has become a big guy who can decide life and death. But just when she was eager to know the result, Kevin Feige spoke. "Okay, your audition is over. Go back and wait for our news." Such words made Theron's face look unusually ugly, because most of these responses are ejections. But just as she nodded in agreement, forced a smile, bowed, and left, the unsure bald man immediately threw the question to Roland. "Should we choose Famke or Cher Lies? Who do you want to choose?" Roland, who was sure of the answer, asked with a smile. "I think neither of them is suitable." Kevin Feige said honestly, "Famke's image fits, but she is too old. If we shoot according to our plan, by the time we shoot Jane Grey, she will be in her 40s. And Cheryl's age is good, her looks are okay, and her acting is acceptable, but it would be better if her figure and face were 2 sizes smaller, because her current appearance can't support a role that needs to be cool. Ha ha ha. Roland laughed, because the two of them had exactly the same idea. Now that Marvel has it in his hands, he naturally has to treat these movies as an industry. Phoenix Girl's solo movie is essential. In this way, if Famke Janssen plays Phoenix Girl, her face won't be able to support a solo movie. If we choose now and then change people, then isn't this the behavior of DC's younger brother? So, just like choosing Iron Man Robert Downey Jr. and Thor Zhu Jinjiang, from the beginning, we have to think about what these actors will look like in 10 years. Not only that, but we have to use contracts for 10 movies to tie them to the company. If he were an actor, Roland would certainly hate this kind of thing, but he is capital now. If I can make $10, I will never choose $9.09. What? This behavior has not considered the future at all? Haha. Capital is always short-sighted. Moreover, they who hold a large amount of funds don't need to plan for the future at all. Because doing it yourself is far less fast than robbing. TikTok is the only app among the top 5 applications in the world that is not controlled by Facebook. It doesn't matter. It's yours now, but it will be mine in the next second. Copying? Sorry, compared with robbing, the copying of Tencent has always been the behavior of a younger brother. Because of this, when Roland saw Theron appear, he already had an idea in his mind and asked, when will the filming start? Probably November or December this year, or January or February next year. Kevin Feige said, we can confirm the people today, but we still need to communicate about the scenery, props, and special effects. Okay, then you can have someone contact Cheryl's and tell her that, if she can lose weight in 2 months, she will get a package contract for 10 movies, including 3 or more Jane Grey independent movies. Roland heard this, and made a decision. The first movie will be paid $500,000, and the subsequent pay will depend on the performance of the previous work. If the performance is poor, it will continue to be maintained. If the performance is good, it will increase, and the upper limit of each increase is $500,000. Roland has memories of his previous life. He knows that after Theron loses weight, she can be cool. In this case, why choose Famke Janssen? Isn't the Queen of Theron attractive? As for the 10 film contract, the upper limit of each increase is only $500,000. Even if she shoots the 10th film, her salary is only $4.5 million. It's pure exploitation. After hearing Roland's decision, the 3 people from Universal were surprised. No one thought Roland would be so ruthless. 10 movies at the first word. The total salary is only $25 million. This is simply exploitation. Kevin Feige, who also thought Roland was ruthless, was even more surprised. Although he didn't know why his boss was more confident than himself. But, isn't this a good thing? So, he didn't think about this issue anymore, but nodded and agreed. Okay. Not only that, the next second, he asked a supplementary question. If she doesn't want to, should we give up? Don't want to? This topic made Roland shake his head again and again. If she doesn't want to, then you can leave her alone for a week or 2. Then go find her. When the time comes, you can tell her that we can provide her with another film contract other than Marvel. A contract with Warcraft Films. A contract for an Oscar-winning movie. I will be the producer. Do you think she will refuse? At this point, Roland looked at Kevin Feige and smiled. Note, before 2005, Charlize Theron had a round face, and she only lost weight after 2005. As for the round face, that was her own self-deprecating words, especially in Sweet November filmed with Keanu Reeves, although it was also beautiful, but that was 2 different people. Famke Janssen is too old. This has become a kind of open discrimination in Hollywood. When 3 Idiots was chosen to play Phoenix, American netizens complained about the old version on Twitter. Then Famke came out to confront Fox, saying that they disliked her for being too old and replaced her. Then, Fox released the original film of the X-Men series. From the 3rd film, they used special effects to remove the wrinkles on Famke's face, and then they were accused of objectifying women. Appearance discrimination is more ruthless in Hollywood than in us. Theron's nickname is really the advertising actress. The Diverse Hills Palace advertisement was so beautiful. The article said that Theron is transparent because she never hides her behavior of making bad movies for money, including Snow White. She said she went for 10 million. PS. Although TikTok once again proved that there are no bugs in the plot I wrote, but how I wish my article was full of bugs. Alas. Chapter 308, Praising and Deceiving People. The People's Rich Man once said that there are only 2 reasons for employees to leave. 1. The money is not paid in place. 2. The heart is wronged. This truth is universal. There is no handsome man or beautiful woman who decides to come to Los Angeles and wants to enter Hollywood. There is no one who does not want to make a name for himself. Those who have a backer are fine. At least they can get some projects through relationships. Those who don't have a backer can only sell themselves. The selling here refers to selling in various senses. There is no need to elaborate on the red sofa. Marilyn Monroe has already written a book about it. The history of the contract of selling one's body is as old as Hollywood. In the era of big studios, film companies signed all people. Once the contract of 5, 10 or 20 years is signed, you have to play whatever you are asked to play. Don't accept it? Rockefeller of this era led the Ludlow massacre. Capital without private soldiers has long been killed by opponents. And facing the capital with private soldiers, what are actors and directors? But it was under this high pressure that Hollywood won its own golden age. The Hong Kong entertainment industry after that was nothing more than a replica of their history. When your life is threatened, you will naturally find a way to create with your heart, because every penny you earn for capital is a basis of your survival. And who wants to die? People in this era have the strongest desire to create. Not only that, what they create is also the most easily accepted by the general public. Only when capital points a gun at their heads will they understand that the audience is God. This is really the biggest irony. When the golden age ended, the capital that had walked through the bloody road completed the primitive accumulation and landed one after another. They, wearing suits and ties, began to try their best to whitewash themselves. This whitewashing can be understood as self-protection, but more of it is to block the way for later generations. They who have transformed themselves into upper-class people no longer need to do those illegal things, because the law has become their weapon against the enemy. When I can use legal violent institutions to attack my opponents, why should I do those sneaky things? And those who want to replicate our road to success, isn't it just jumping around on the edge of the law? I was arrested, sentenced, and killed, and people still applauded my righteous actions. So, Hollywood contracts have also changed. The initial indenture has become a long-term contract with a good name list. We only sign a term and agree on the number of works, but do not limit the content of creation. Just like the 20-year contract signed by Steven Spielberg and Universal. In the next 20 years, you have to make 10 movies for us at Universal. As for the type, we don't care. Not only that, when we lose interest in the project you submitted, you can also look for other investments. We don't limit your creative desire. So, wild fantasies appeared. Unlike the dramas that filled the streets during the golden age of Hollywood, science fiction came on the stage. The predecessors could not create these works. Is it because their vision was not enough? It is true that vision can indeed limit creation, but more importantly, it is because they are not worthy of fantasy. With the release of contracts, the wealth of various people has skyrocketed. Coupled with the continuous improvement of the agent system, fleecing the capitalists has become the first choice of those tool people. However, even so, after entering the 21st century, Marvel can still sign a contract with actors. The reason is that the success seen by people is the ideal after weaving. Tom Cruise's luck exploded, and he became famous in Top Gun. Without his father, could he have eaten the rice of recruitment advertisements? Tom Hanks's face was disliked by various producers, and then he hibernated to learn, and finally won The Mermaid with his superb acting skills. Without Ron Howard, who thought he was handsome, Disney went crazy and invited him to star in the movie. One after another successful cases make handsome men and girls feel that they are the next one favored by God, but after they enter the circle, they find that, let alone lift the skirt of the goddess of luck, and take a look at the color of the panties, they can't even see the edge of the skirt. In this case, they who enter the circle, because of the information explosion have only 2 choices. Either leave sadly or accept everything. At this time, if they received a long-term contract, then wouldn't signing it be the best choice? These guys are not stupid. Long-term contracts can provide them with a stable job. If the movie is a big hit and their fame soars, the projects and endorsements that follow can directly make up for the loss of the long-term contract-based salary. Actors are different from directors. They can shoot many movies a year. It is normal to take some time out to make some quick money. Fans are not worth it. This is a typical example of moving yourself. I can satisfy you to not go if you can just shoot 10 million in 2 months, but you have to pay me. As for losing fans, to put it bluntly, as long as the project that makes them a living does not fail, they are not afraid of losing fans. This is why actors will try their best to find a hot series to rely on. A hot series can keep them alive for at least 10 years. And the guy who can still stand on the Super A without relying on the series. In the more than 100 years since the birth of Hollywood, there has only been one Titanic. Because of this, Roland is not actually worried that Charlize Theron will refuse a film contract that spans more than 10 years. As the thickest thigh in Hollywood, his attraction to these guys is fatal, and the agreement for the Oscar film. In addition to preventing accidents and making preparations in advance, it is more of a whole industry chain tie-in. Even if Charlize Theron will decisively sign the contract after the filming of X-Men is finished, Roland will still ask her to film Monster. This is indeed a naked support for her, but at the same time, Roland also needs her commercial value. As a guy who can be called an advertising actress just by her face, how could R&K ignore her? As a guy who owns the game industry, how could X-Men not be developed into a game? Made into a toy? Image rights. Image rights. Image rights. Important things are said 3 times. Support you because the return brought by your face is far greater than my efforts. As for other things, why should I talk about other things with a tool? Of course, this kind of exploitation only exists in a group without voice, power, or background. When facing Charlize Theron, Roland, who wanted to exploit her, could naturally let his subordinates pass on the contract quietly. But when facing Natalie Portman, Roland, who didn't want her to play a little rascal at all, immediately tore off his coldness. After watching her performance, he took the initiative to hug her, and not only that, he also invited her to sit down and talk. Nata, we meet again. The last time was in England. Although it was strange why Roland suddenly became so friendly, because this was only their second meeting. Not only that, when they met before, there was no communication between the 2 sides, but since Roland took the initiative to greet her, how could she refuse? So, she sat down and said with a smile, "Yeah, we were still filming you, and director Steven went to visit the crew. Kate was there too." Haha, yes, we went there for the Phantom Menace. Roland smiled and nodded, and said, "Time flies. It seems like it was just yesterday that George and Steven were discussing the filming at that time. Director Steven was still asking Director George if he wanted to come over to help with the fight scenes. Natalie naturally took over. After briefly recalling the non-existent past, Roland said bluntly, "We are all family, so I will make the situation clear to you. If you want to play the little rascal in X-Men, of course I welcome it very much. However, our project is not like George's Star Wars, which will only be completed in 3 films. As you know, as early as 1993, Steven helped me buy back all the Marvel copyrights on the market, and now Marvel is in my hands. With a complete worldview, our film plan is very large. The 3 films in the X-Men team series are the song is just the beginning of the whole story. If the results are good, we will continue to shoot it like a TV series. So, there will be a problem. If you want to take on the role of Little Rugrats, you may continue to play her in the next 5 to 10 years. Since Little Rugrats' abilities in the comics cannot be shown through obvious special effects, and she cannot fight with Wolverine and Beast, so it is more likely that this character will be a background board for a long time. Unless she is really popular, it will be difficult for us to make a special solo movie for her. So, I hope you can think it over carefully. That's right. Unlike the situation of directly using the contract to hit Charlize Theron, when dealing with Natalie Portman, Roland's means are more gentle, because giving benefits to the former can solve all problems, and digging pits for the latter can avoid a lot of trouble. as a sophisticated egoist who filmed Thor, but directly dumped Marvel because of limited space. How could Natalie Portman accept that a series would take more than 10 years to shoot? If she was the protagonist, she might grit her teeth and hold on to Roland's thigh, but the problem is that the little rascal is a supporting role who can never become the protagonist. In this case, she couldn't laugh when she heard the truth. In front of everyone, she asked in a joking tone, "Really? The chairman and president of Universal Music and Universal Pictures are here." Roland did not answer directly. Such words made Natalie Portman laugh stiffly on the spot, and after Roland asked her to go back and discuss with her mother before making a decision, as she left, everyone at the scene who had seen the result immediately shook their heads. Who can't see that Natalie Portman has lost interest in the role of the little rascal? Then we can only choose from Kirsten Dunst, Sarah Prince, Christina Ricci, and Anna Paquin. Kevin Feige looked at Roland awkwardly because he thought Natalie Portman was quite suitable. But Roland didn't think so. Although he didn't like Natalie Portman very much, he had to admit that this guy was quite suitable for the female Thor. In this case, making the best use of everything is the true meaning of capital. She is playing the little rascal now, so where should the female Thor dig people from in the future? Therefore, even if he was satisfied, Roland still said righteously, "We can't cheat anyone, but we can't cheat our own people." After all, Natalie calls George uncle, so we have to make it clear to her. As for which one the little rascal chooses, you can decide for yourself. Anyway, I have 3 requirements: fit with the role, young, willing to sign a long contract for 10 films. After finalizing the main candidates and instructing Kevin Feige to sign a contract with those new actors, Roland threw all the rest of the work to the other party. It would be stupid not to use the tool people. At noon, Frank Biondi, chairman of Universal Music, specially invited him to have a meal. Although the two did not discuss any cooperation during the meal and did not even raise any intention, the old man still had a smiling attitude, saying that he was just here to learn. However, when he asked Roland why the 10-year plan for X-Men was so different from the trilogy that Warcraft films submitted to Universal, Roland guessed what he meant and smiled knowingly. After lunch, Kate was curious and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at the fact that Universal can no longer do this." Roland shrugged. "What? Didn't they just acquire Polygram?" Kate frowned. "That's right, they acquired Polygram, but this deal can't reverse Universal Pictures' loss-making decline." Roland opened the car door for Kate. Since Steven left Universal, Universal's performance has been getting worse every year. In this situation, Panasonic sold Universal to Seagram, but when Seagram took over, the Waterworld project caused them to suffer a big setback and cost Panasonic a lot of money. After that, they have been losing money all these years. Although they acquired Polygram, Polygram can't make their financial statements look better. If they can't solve the problem of Universal Pictures' continuous losses, then selling the company is the only option. "So he came to see if you want to buy it?" Kate asked with a frown, but the next second, she shook her head and said, "Shouldn't it be? Even if they knew you were rich, they wouldn't think of selling the company to you. After all, your current industry is all concentrated in the internet." Oh. Hearing Kate say this, Roland was happy. "I didn't expect you to think so highly of your husband, but you're right, they can't sell it to me. At most they'll see if they can find some high quality projects from me and then use them as bargaining chips to sell the company at a better price." That's right. Frank Biondi's strange behavior reminded Roland of Universal's previous life's sassy operation, Crazy Project Establishment. The year after Seagram led Universal Music to acquire Polygram, he sold the entire company to Vivendi due to financial problems. In order to raise the company's price, they did one thing, that is, to invite big names and write blank checks. Universal Pictures' financial statements are not good. It doesn't matter. Our next project is good. Throughout 2001, we had A Beautiful Mind directed by Ron Howard, starring Russell Crowe and Jennifer Connelly. Spy Game starring Robert Redford and Brad Pitt. Hannibal starring Anthony Hopkins and Julianne Moore. Jurassic Park 3 starring Sam Neill. Bridget Jones's Diary starring Renee Zellweger. The Mummy 2 starring Rachel Weisz. And the new series Fast and Furious sponsored by countless car companies and ready to be developed. You see, our company's financial report does have problems, but the problem with the financial report is because we have too many new projects. So, you can't lower the price because of the problem with the financial report, right? Vivendi saw it and thought, hey, it does make sense. So they didn't bother too much in the negotiations and directly acquired the Seagram Group. Then, after they swallowed up the Seagram Group and sent people to take over Universal, they found out that this was a huge abyss. It's not that the project is not good. It's not that the plan is all fake. But Seagram didn't invest in it at all. Once the project was established and the startup funds were given, Seagram didn't care about it anymore. When all the people from Vivendi were in place, they learned that they had to pay for all the projects themselves. To put it simply, the tuition fees that Seagram paid when he bought Universal from Panasonic were all recovered from Vivendi. They were cheated of more than 1 billion yuan that year, but they got cheated back 5 years later. Although compared with the transaction amount of tens of billions, 1 billion yuan is simply a drizzle. Being fooled around is what Vivendi can't stand the most. So, within 2 years, they kicked those rich second generations off the board of directors. These things should have nothing to do with Roland, but who made the X-Men projects at Universal? Meeting Roland, getting to know him, and getting some information can also add a lot of bargaining chips to their negotiations. Of course, even if Universal may borrow a name, Roland doesn't care about these things. In the business world, it is normal to cheat and cheat. Sometimes, a misleading can bring hundreds of millions of profits. If you have to care about these things, then don't live like this. What's more, isn't it better to use the time to kidnap Anne Hathaway? Note, Ludlow massacred his own Beidou. In addition to Rockefeller, the Federal Army also came out to suppress it. Although the bosses in Hollywood can't compare with Rockefeller, in that era, actors and directors had no choice and would not fight for any choice. Before selling the company, Seagram did use the project establishment method to cheat more than 10 billion from Vivendi. This kind of thing is too common. Just like Paramount's acquisition of DreamWorks in 2005, Paramount and Universal were both tricked by DreamWorks. Universal first discussed the acquisition with DreamWorks, and then the old man also used the method of the past to raise the selling price from 1.4 billion to 2 billion. After Universal reported the acquisition to its parent company Universal, Universal CEO pointed out that DreamWorks used the same trick that Seagram used to cheat Vivendi, so Universal decisively lowered the price, pressed it back to 1.4 billion. At this time, DreamWorks was extremely angry, so Paramount, which also wanted to swallow DreamWorks, took advantage of the situation and completed the deal with Universal and DreamWorks at a slightly lower price of 1.6 billion. However, this is the result DreamWorks wanted, because Universal CEO Stassi Snider is Spielberg's man. After he found out that Universal wanted to check the accounts for the acquisition and the value of 2 billion could not be made, he deliberately pointed out that DreamWorks' asking price was too high. At this time, Paramount, who felt that it had a chance, wanted to rush to acquire it, so it signed the contract directly. Although it was only 200 million more, the extra 200 million went directly into Spielberg's pocket, and after Stassi Snider finished this job, she also left Universal and went directly to DreamWorks. Chapter 309, DHOZ, who doesn't play by the rules. After pushing the potentially deviated X-Men back to the path he wanted, Roland went to Disney and began to deal with the second task at hand, tying the Warcraft film to Disney. Unlike Universal, which was in financial turmoil and looking for a way out, when Roland came to Disney Pictures, it was not Disney chairman Michael Eisner who was responsible for receiving him, but Dick Cook, the president of the film department. Although compared with Universal's dog-licking behavior, Disney's side can only be said to be enthusiastic, but this enthusiasm is enough for Roland, because he came to do business, not to talk nonsense. After a few simple conversations, Roland went straight to the point and proposed cooperation. Just when he thought that Dick Cook would agree directly, based on the good cooperation in the past, the old man who had worked at Disney for 29 years smiled and apologized. "Roland, I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer for these cooperations for the time being." "Why?" Roland was puzzled and asked back, "Are you going to be transferred?" Looking at the face showing surprise, Dick Cook knew that Roland had misunderstood, so he hurriedly shook his head and denied it. "No, I have been working in the film company for almost 20 years. How could I be transferred? Then your production projects are full. Which film company will have a situation where production projects are full? Then why can't you give me an answer?" "Because I don't have the power." Dick Cook smiled and said, "Roland, if other people come to Disney Pictures to discuss cooperation, then I naturally have the right to make the decision, but only your project needs the approval of our chairman." Oh, Roland felt that he understood. What does Disney mean? Isn't it just cowardly? Or, after Roland forced Sony to take over Black Hawk Down, the other 5 companies all backed off. If they were eager for results before and welcomed Roland's project, now, facing Roland's invitation, each of them would be cautious. After all, no one wants to see a deadly bomb suddenly forced into their company when the company is running healthily. If they just get a bomb, that's fine. Wouldn't it be over if they just throw it away? But what scares them is the autonomy and adhesion of the bomb. When it appears in front of you, you will find that you have to take it. So, they, who are heavy-handed externally and submissive internally, raised Roland's danger level to the highest. There is no way. As representatives of convincing people with reason, they know better than anyone that fists are more effective than mouths at any time. Therefore, Roland can understand their current attitude. There is no fool among the guys who can control hundreds of millions of assets. Just like Panasonic was cheated by its previous owner, who then cheated Seagram, and Seagram was cheated by Panasonic, who then cheated Vivendi. Maybe some guy's behavior looks really stupid, but if you really think those guys are stupid, then you are really stupid. To put it simply, even if those guys are the second generation of rich people, how come they didn't squander all their wealth in the shortest possible time when you think they are stupid? Although a rotten ship has 3 nails, which rotten ship can jump around in front of the public? In the past, it was not targeted because Roland had a backer. Now, it is to be careful because Roland has shown his fangs. Because of this, with Roland's departure, the grey-haired Dick Cook did not hesitate to directly call up the surveillance in the office, packed up his things, and went to the headquarters and told Roland all about the project invitation and intention. The performance of the lovers was good, so he wants to continue to cooperate with us and remake the old movies. The first thing Michael Eisner saw was the Olson sisters project, but what confused him was that Disney invested in Castle in 1977. Is there any need to remake it? It can make money? What is Castle about? Michael Eisner had no memory at all and looked at Dick Cook in confusion. Hearing this, Dick Cook, who also had no idea what Outlander was about, made his own brief description based on the old materials he read on the way here. Outlander is about a legendary castle with wealth that rivals a country. Countless people want to get it, but the castle is the private property of a countess, and it is difficult for people to enter. One day, a profiteer suddenly learned that the countess's granddaughter had been lost a long time ago, so he had an idea and let his granddaughter pretend to be the countess's granddaughter, sneak into the castle, seize the property, and then a series of stories happened. From the initial deception to the happy ending. It's a traditional comedy, a Disney-style comedy. After this explanation, Michael Eisner blinked his eyes. Is it role-playing again? Isn't it the same as The Perfect Match? The Perfect Match is about sister swapping, and this is just being yourself, isn't it? Isn't it too cliché? Although he is the chairman of the Disney Group, Michael Eisner's words are merciless. In fact, most of the time, these people know that the movies they made are bad, but even so, they will still push the movies for release. This is not to deliberately pollute the eyes of the audience, but if the movie is not released, it will definitely lose money. But if it is released, at least some of the investment can be recovered. Everything is about money. It is not easy for subordinates to comment on the words of the big boss, and it is even more difficult for management to slander the company's old movies. So after Michael Eisner finished speaking, Dick Cook decisively brought up Roland's proposal. Yes. This time it's still identity playing. It's just that unlike the sister exchange in The Perfect Match, Roland's idea this time is the identity exchange between mother and daughter. The script tells the story of a mother and daughter with a deep generation gap. The mother thinks that the boy the girl likes is not good, and the daughter thinks that the man the mother is dating now is not good. Because everyone dislikes the other, they often quarrel with each other. Contradiction. Because of an unexpected opportunity, the two exchanged bodies. The mother became the daughter, and the daughter became the mother. After discovering this, the two immediately did things according to their own preferences. The mother who became the daughter chose to break up with the boy, while the daughter who became the mother spent her mother's money wantonly to do things that she could not do before. Unfortunately, they did not gain happiness from life by following their own wishes, and in the days of exchanging identities, they understood each other's difficulties. The daughter who became the mother discovered the highlights of her future stepfather, and the mother who became the daughter also discovered the advantages of her daughter's boyfriend. So, when they accepted each other and recognized each other, their identities were exchanged back. Isn't this the mother-daughter version of Face/Off? After hearing about the identity exchange, Michael Eisner instantly remembered the movie Face/Off, co-produced by Wubage, the director of Mission Impossible 2, and Nicolas Cage. In the movie Face/Off, the gangster played by Nicolas Cage and the policeman played by John Travolta exchanged identities. The Mission Impossible scene made director Wubage win the favor of Tom Cruise. It is precisely because of the good conception and exciting scenes that various film companies have received many scripts of identity exchange in recent years. So, after mentioning this obvious sign, Michael Eisner immediately understood that Freaky Friday that Roland wanted the Olson sisters to shoot was a re-innovation movie that drew on the successful experience of predecessors. This family-friendly comedy style is exactly the same as Disney's concept. If this can make things happen, then Roland is really awesome. So, he is indeed here to seek cooperation? Although it was a question, Michael Eisner's face was already determined. I think that a movie starring the Olsen sisters is most likely a normal cooperation. Dick Cook answered cautiously. Besides that, what else is he talking about? Michael Eisner put the project list in front of him aside. In addition to the Olsen sisters project, he also said that, if there is a chance, he hopes that Warcraft Films can jointly develop more entertainment movies with us in the future. Dick Cook released the recording of the previous conversation. Since he wanted to kidnap Disney, Roland would not hide it. What's more, it is a common phenomenon in the circle for small companies to make films for large companies. For example, the Kennedy/Mars Hall Film Production Company, which was tinkered with by Spielberg's producer Kathleen Kennedy and her husband, was originally under the name of Paramount. They cooperated with Paramount to shoot, and finally the film was distributed by Paramount. For example, Tom Hanks, who immigrated to Greece with his wife, signed a cooperation agreement with Warner from the beginning with the Playtone production company he founded. The project has not started yet, and the profit distribution has been discussed first. Because of this, Roland directly stated that Warcraft Films can produce projects for Disney and accept Disney's outsourcing. If it was someone else to talk, Disney would think it was a normal business, but when Roland talked, they thought there was something fishy. The reason is simple. It's because Roland holds the shares of Sony's joint distribution company. Why should small companies depend on big companies? Isn't it just to show loyalty, get channels, and make profits? But once those companies have the channels, they will decisively kick the big companies away. No one wants to live under someone else's roof. According to common sense, after Sony swallowed Black Hawk Down, knowing that Roland is awesome, they would not try to take back Roland's shares. In this case, if Roland wants to make a movie, why should he cooperate with others? Why not use your own channels and find another way? Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart, a superfluous move? As capital, unless there is really no other way, who is willing to share profits with others? I wish all my colleagues were dead. Cooperation? You big head ghost. Didn't he tell us the reason? Michael Eisner simply listened to the recording, then turned off the machine, and asked Dick Cook directly. He has the channels. Why does he want to cooperate with us? Yes. Dick Cook nodded. Roland had naturally explained this question. He said that Warcraft Pictures will get involved in the category of youth family comedy next. In this regard, our Disney distribution experience is unmatched. As for why they want to get involved in youth family comedy, that is also related to brand strategy. He believes that youth urban films are easier to place advertisements. After saying this, Michael Eisner nodded. Because this reason is very reasonable. Who in the circle doesn't know that Roland is tinkering with his own brand now? In this case, if there are publicity resources, it would be a waste. In order to promote its own products, the film company that had been idle for many years was picked up by Roland again. This is indeed a statement that the public can believe. In order to make the advertisement more popular, Roland chose to cooperate with Disney, which has rich experience in deceiving children. It is indeed a reasonable idea. After all, advertisements must be widely publicized. Selling love to young people is indeed the most common practice of capital. Young people are not married and have an obsessive vision of love, so they are the easiest to deceive. But even with sufficient reasons, Michael Eisner still doesn't want to cooperate with Roland. Because youth urban films are not only suitable for product placement, but also suitable for making trouble. As a guy who has begun to show danger, Disney doesn't want to take risks before finding out Roland's bottom line. After thinking it over again and again, Michael Eisner said to Dick Cook, "We can jointly develop the Olson sisters project, but the copyright must belong to us, Disney, and Roland's youth urban film. Tell him that we Disney have lost a lot of money on the letter search project recently, and we don't want to expand the production scale of the film and television department for the time being, but if he does the project himself, we can distribute it on his behalf. 10% commission. Publicity expenses are calculated separately, and he can send someone to supervise the whole process." At this point, it seems that it is not enough, so Michael Eisner added fuel to the fire. "Why don't you go to his house tonight and let him feel the sincerity of our Disney? It's not that we don't want to co-produce, but we are forced by the situation. There is no other way. I believe that, when you say the letter search, he can understand." In later generations, many people like to give Michael Eisner the title of tyrant. Although this evaluation is correct, as the chairman of Disney, he is a dictator. But the problem is that, even if he was kicked out of Disney and went to court with shareholders, he still felt that he did nothing wrong. Because under his leadership, Disney's market value has expanded from more than $3 billion to more than $60 billion. Even if he is extremely evil and betrays his own people, his contribution to Disney is also indelible. In the case of not knowing who Roland is working for, what should he do when facing the olive branch of cooperation thrown by Roland? Michael Eisner, who wants to continue to be a local emperor, chose to half accept, half reject. Half accept means that he only accepts cooperation on projects with Roland's relatives, because the past 10 years have proved that Roland will never cheat his own people. In this case, cooperating with Roland on the project starring the Olson sisters is the safest decision. And if Roland really set a trap on this, with the Olson sisters around, they can also drag Roland into the water. This can be regarded as self-protection that can be seen with the naked eye. Semi-rejection, of course, refers to the rejection of all project cooperation that is not with the Olson sisters. If Roland continues to do it after the film is released, Disney can of course evaluate the risk based on the film. If the risk is zero, then of course they are willing to distribute it. But if the risk is visible to the naked eye, then sorry, in the absence of an investment contract, we can refuse to distribute your film. Please find another channel. When such a result was placed in front of Roland was indeed surprised. After confirming with Dick Cook again and again, Roland, with emotion in his heart, finally agreed. Standing on the third-floor balcony, looking at the taillights of the car that were gradually moving away, Roland couldn't help but say to himself, sure enough, there are no fools in capital. Peaceful development. Capital treats you as a sheep, show your fangs, and capital instantly turns into a wolf. I just asked Sony to take over the project of Black Hawk Down. I didn't expect it to have such a big impact on these guys. And if I dismantle Sony, the other 5 companies, I'm afraid they won't even look at my project. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult. With his hands on the railing, Roland really had nothing to say. Dehaozi is worthy of being Dehaozi. He looks like Thanos, but he is actually a coward. With such a large scale, he doesn't even dare to take on a cooperation project worth tens of millions. Hey. But this is normal. Staring at the night, Roland thought for a while and said comfortably, if Disney saw the danger and faced it, they would have died long ago. Besides, their refusal has little impact on me. I didn't want to do anything to Disney, but I wanted to make Warcraft films a parasite on Disney. In this case, after tasting the sweetness once, twice or 3 times, Disney's vigilance may decrease. Now they think I may be hostile. What about after making money continuously? Even if I know there may be danger, after tasting the real benefits, the choice will become extremely difficult. In this case, the most important thing I should do now is to find Anne Hathaway, set up a group, to shoot the Princess Diaries. Thinking of this, Roland felt that, even if Disney didn't play by the rules, it would still be a big problem. Because the Princess Diaries was adapted from a novel, he would get the copyright now, and he could shoot it without Disney. But when he racked his brains to figure out where Anne Hathaway is now, his blank brain froze him on the spot. Fuck. How do I know where she is now? That's right, in Roland's memory, isn't Anne Hathaway a typical example of someone who became popular as soon as she debuted? And wasn't her debut work The Princess Diaries? So where was she before that? Roland was stunned. In his memory, Taylor Swift had a father who was a broker at Merrill Lynch, and Anne Hathaway. Roland really didn't know what her parents did. When Roland found himself in the dark and groping in the dark, an emotion called envy surged in his heart. I also want Yeo Zafir's ability to select actors in a metaphysical way. Grass, a kind of plant. Note, Dick Cook joined Disney in 1970. He was a part-time worker at the amusement park and a train driver. Later, he went to the film production department and started with distribution. In 2002, he was in charge of the entire Disney film department, including the group's self-produced projects and the group's subcontracted projects. He was in charge of production, distribution, marketing, and everything related to movies. Although Michael Eisner was a tyrant, he was still very cautious. He was conceited but not arrogant. This can be seen from the fact that he emptied Disney, but the shareholders could not send him to prison. The Princess Diaries is an adaptation of a novel, an IP bought by Disney. Meg Cabot is the author of the novel, not a serious screenwriter. The information on Dalban is wrong. Meg Cabot started writing in the 1990s. The current British Prime Minister Boris Johnson read her novels. When the first round of voting for the Prime Minister's election came out last year, his private car was also exposed. In the car was Victoria and the Rogue, written by Meg Cabot. Chapter 310, March in a Flash. When the morning breeze blew across the lake, creating ripples, the original azure reflected the bright starlight under the red sun. The swans wandering on it seemed to enjoy the warmth of the world. The intermittent calls of Cree expressed their inner joy. The occasional plop and splash indicated that they were busy preparing their breakfast. However, except for a few in the center of the lake, more guys were leisurely huddled together at the dock beside the lake, staring at the idiots in the lake like old dogs. If you look at them, you will find that they are saying, look, those idiots are actually catching food by themselves. Yes, yes. Isn't it better to wait for others to serve you? They are so stupid. If you change your perspective and observe the lake, you will find that every time these diving for food guys rush into the sky, they will unconsciously raise their heads and cast disdainful eyes at their counterparts on the shore, a bunch of idiots, thinking that they will be favored if they are obedient. Don't you understand that what you can't get is always causing a commotion? Just as the group of white geese were dissing each other, the sound of footsteps came from far and near. Hearing this sound, the swans living by the lake looked up. When they found that the guy coming was their neighbor, their slender necks suddenly drooped. A moment later, the black and white American spotted horse, which looked like a cow, came to the lake. Its shiny fur was obviously well groomed, but even so, when faced with the fertile and never-ending reeds, they still lowered their heads and ate wantonly. While chewing, the sound of snorting was like firecrackers when children were playing, and it was scattered. It seemed that the territory had been divided, but it was more like a tacit understanding after knowing each other for many days. When the swans gathered at the dock to be lazy and the horses were grazing along the edge, they were clearly divided and did not interfere with each other. In the northeast direction, several figures were slowly approaching. Blue sky, red sun, green fields and lakes can form a poetic picture, but if you add animals living in the water, the illusory fairyland can also be more humane. When those guys gradually approached the lake, the swans who heard the clacking sound suddenly shuddered and stood up one after another. When they saw that the people who came were all dragging boxes, the fluttering sound filled the world, and the white bodies were like meteors, quickly passing over the lake. The next second, it was like a young swallow flying into the forest and landed beside the people. Woo, woo. The cheerful sound seemed to welcome. The slender neck leaned forward. When the light orange beak actively rubbed against the newcomers, a clear giggle suddenly sounded, and two Bengali and a little lolly in overalls stretched out their hands and touched the heads of those little guys one by one. As they moved, the swans that were touched made joyful cries, flapped their wings, and jumped on the spot. Oh my god, are they so well behaved? Such a situation surprised the young man who was traveling with him, because in the man's memory, the swans were very aggressive. But when he stretched out his hands to imitate them, wanting to leave his mark on those heads, the friendly little guys instantly exploded, spread their wings, flapped quickly, opened their sharp beaks, and pretended to bite. Oh my god. Seeing this, the man decisively stopped and instinctively fled. But the big white geese did not give up, and continued to chase. The sudden change made the three lolly confused on the spot, but when they saw a large number of small ones playing an unfair game of eagle catching chicken, they laughed instinctively. Not only that, they also shouted, Roland, don't run. The more you run, the more they will chase you, because they think this is their territory. Roland, who was avoiding the pecking of the swans, was embarrassed by the behavior of talking without any pain. While dodging, he also shouted, I cannot run. But can you stop them from pecking me? I make a living by my face. What if they destroy my face? Hearing this, the three Olson sisters who greeted the swans earlier rolled their eyes. Roland, with your thick skin, I don't think these swans can hurt you at all. Ashley complained. Yes, yes. Mary added, compared to disfigurement, I'm more worried about whether the swans' beaks will be broken. Elizabeth, who was already 10 years old, was also merciless. Although she did not continue to speak along with her sister's words, her truth made Roland even more scared. Roland, don't worry, I was bitten by them the first time I came here. But it will only hurt for a week, and it will be fine in a week. 1 week? The pig-killing scream went straight into the sky. Under the joint siege of the group of flying guys, Roland was already dancing with his legs raised high. Fuck. They pecked my legs. Shit. They are pulling my clothes. Damn. Why are they so aggressive? The screams of ghosts and wolves, coupled with the crazy killing of swans, made the three little guys laugh. After realizing that those guys didn't seem to have the intention to let Roland go, Kate, who was standing aside without moving, took off her sunglasses, put on her collar, and pulled the trailer to the dock, unlocking and closing the gate. As she did so, the small fish in the car poured into the lake like a waterfall. Hearing the sound, the swans that were besieging Roland immediately stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. After confirming that the food had entered the lake, these brave fighters turned around and rushed towards the lake. With a fierce dive, they instantly entered the water. There was a splashing sound, and countless ripples were splashed. When Roland realized that he was safe, he went to the lake and looked at the group of ferocious guys foraging in the lake with a face full of fear. At the same time, a joking word also entered his ears. I didn't expect you to be afraid of swans. And they are the swans you raised yourself. With so many swans, aren't you afraid? Just by hearing the voice, Roland knew that Kate was mocking him. But when he pointed at the lake and tried to explain, Kate shook her head and said, of course I'm not afraid. On the contrary, I like it. I grew up next to Swan Lake when I was a child. Really? That's no wonder. Roland suddenly realized. Kate was confused by this attitude. But before she could ask, Roland said, I know why you like me. Why? Kate, who had fallen into the pit, was puzzled. Because my head is the same as the swan's head, hard, big and thick. Roland replied seriously. Kate was stunned on the spot. After a few seconds, she reacted and raised her foot to step on it, but Roland, who had been prepared, would not let her do so. He dodged, stuck out his tongue slightly, mocked it slightly, and then ran to play with the three sisters. Kate, who stayed where she was, did not chase him, but watched her man run away with a smile. But what she was thinking in her heart, only she knew. You Roland want to have a moment of pleasure? No problem. Tonight I'll let you know that it's useless to be stubborn. Even if you take your job to escape, it's useless. Because we've already agreed, before we came out, that we don't talk about work when we are on vacation. Since he couldn't figure out where Anne Hathaway was for a while, Roland didn't think about it. After handing over the purchase of the filming rights for The Princess Diaries to his subordinates, he became a hands-off boss after handling all the things and started his vacation. Since the two older ones at home didn't have to film, and it was summer vacation, when the three little ones learned that Roland and Kate were going out to play, they clamored to follow them. This situation just happened to suit the Olson couple who wanted to live a life of two people, so when the two of them went out, there were three more burdens behind them. Of course, this kind of thing didn't matter to Roland. The three little ones stuck to him, which showed that he was very charming. In Kate's eyes, it doesn't matter whether she brings the Olsen sisters or not, because if Roland didn't want to set the wedding date for next year, she believes that she would have become a mother now. Because of this idea, she actually likes children more than anyone else. In this way, the vacation that can be taken at any time is actually based on everyone's preferences. For example, the three little ones said they wanted to visit their new home as soon as they left home. The two did not hide it and took them directly to the seaside villa on Malibu Beach. The Moorish arches, unique to the Mediterranean style, make people feel magnificent at first glance. The earth color and texture made of stone and wood make the decoration return to simplicity, while also making the house full of texture. The house in San Francisco was built directly according to Kate's requirements, in the style of Balfour Castle in Scotland. Except that the real Balfour Castle could not be dismantled and moved here to build. The other decorations were either swept from major auction companies, or bought directly from collectibles companies, including Victorian copper beds, faded antique furniture, and silk wallpaper obtained through trade when the British Empire existed. All of these are available. It is no exaggeration to say that the cost of decorating this house is enough for Roland to buy all the houses around him at twice the price. From the perspective of Roland, who has no artistic talent, this kind of spending is simply a brain disease. Don't you feel creepy to fill your own home with old things? But who makes Kate like it? Anyway, these things are not worth much, so just buy them. At worst, I will stay less in the future. Zheng Yuanji bought a house to store razor blades, and then I, Roland, bought a house to store antiques. Hey, how great. As for the third house in Irvine, compared with the previous two, it actually has a more modern atmosphere. It doesn't have much characteristics, it is just a place to stay when passing by. After looking at the three houses, the three little ones suggested going to the zoo under construction. Unlike the simple interior decoration, the process of building a zoo is quite cumbersome. So when the 5 people arrived, there was only a processed herbivore area for them to play. In addition to swans and horses, there are also cows and sheep. It's just that those toys are all captive and smell strong. So after being brought by their father for the first time, the three little ones fell in love with the white swans, and their familiarity naturally corresponds to Roland's unfamiliarity. Look, Roland insisted on going up without knowing it, and was bitten by the swans. Looking at the three little ones squatting by the lake to tease the swans, Roland only dared to watch from a distance, and dared not play with them. However, although he lost face today, Roland didn't care, because this zoo was built, and it was also his. When he has children, he will crush those little bastards here. When those little guys see that the big white geese are so close to the aunts, hey, do they also want to go up and play? And by then, a bunch of little brats can sit on the ground and cry. Hehehe. Roland has automatically imagined the scene of a fat boy as tall as a goose being chased by a goose. Of course, it is impossible to just run around when you go on vacation. After looking at the house and the zoo, the group flew to the UK again. Well, it was actually Kate who was homesick who tricked the three little ones, telling them that there were more fun things on her farm, so the three little ones with bright eyes could not wait to agree. After arriving in the UK, although they did not see any earth-shattering toys, Kate's winery still made them have a lot of fun. Whether it was picking grapes in the vineyard to make their own wine, or stepping on grapes to extract juice, the ordinary labor process made them who had never been involved in this industry enjoy it. Although Kate did not allow them to drink, under Roland's cover, each of them took a sip of the hard work they had waited for 30 days, which was no problem, and the consequence of covering up, of course, was to rock in bed all night, not allowed to rest or sleep. While they were on vacation, society was still running in an orderly manner. Roland's industry was temporarily dormant, but his peers would not give up the market because of his disappearance. The Phantom Menace opened the curtain of the summer season, and after that, Austin Powers 2, Tarzan, and The Fake Father were also released one after another. Of course, even though these movies have achieved good results, compared with the Blair Witch Project, which cheated over $100 million box office with publicity alone, these guys are all younger brothers. The Blair Witch Project once again made the Hollywood industry realize the importance of the internet. But unfortunately, just when people were wondering whether excellent publicity was really enough to make people ignore the content, The Sixth Sense, which was released on August 6th, gave them a wake-up call. Compared with the publicity of the Blair Witch Project, the publicity of The Sixth Sense was simply extremely lame. But even so, with the unsatisfactory box office in the first weekend, they still relied on amazing word of mouth to increase the box office. If the industry still felt that they could learn from this advanced deception experience when Blair Witch was released, then after The Sixth Sense became a huge success, while learning the advanced experience of internet promotion, making the content more powerful became the focus of everyone's research. As for Roland, the research of these insiders is basically useless. Because there are channels such as Google, Apple, and Amazon, any experience in content promotion is not important. Isn't it enough to just use the channels to push it? Do I need to do so many tricks? Of course, Roland can be indifferent to the box office market in the summer season, but he will not be indifferent to natural disasters. On August 22nd, Corpus Christi in southern Texas was hit by Hurricane Brett, which was the largest hurricane Texas had encountered in the past 20 years, with wind speeds of up to 142 miles per hour. It was precisely because the power of the hurricane had been predicted as early as the 18th. So on the evening of the 22nd, before the hurricane landed, the 300,000 residents of Corpus Christi had already evacuated in advance under the official organization. Although the hurricane did not cause any casualties, the damage to public facilities was visible to the naked eye. So, after learning the news, Roland, who was still playing in Europe, asked David to donate $5 million to Texas in the name of himself, and Kate to support the people in the disaster-stricken areas to rebuild their homes as soon as possible. Although $5 million is not a small amount, compared with the $2 million Roland donated before, this number has increased by 1.5 times. Not only that, after publicly donating and supporting Texas, the current chairman of Gillard also called to express his gratitude. The old man is not a Texan and has nothing to do with Texas, but the guy he supports to participate in the election of the next president is now the governor of Texas. Even if $5 million is just a drizzle for these guys, attitude is the most important. Donating without expressing your attitude is a hint, and donating and expressing your attitude is support. Although there are deep forces behind the governor of Texas, allies are never too few. Not to mention that Roland can also influence the media group. In this case, Roland took the initiative to show his goodwill, and they would be crazy to refuse. The donation had more than just a thank you. The next day, Roland received another call from Arnold Schwarzenegger. The other party said that Dodd took the initiative to inquire about the progress of the project and recommended Paul Howe, the captain of the Delta Force who participated in the operation that year, as a technical instructor. As a guy who could follow the team throughout the whole process, his appearance meant that Dodd decided to take over the project. When Sony learned that this guy was invited by Roland, they were even more paralyzed. Letting a guy with a license to kill come to make a movie. Are you making a movie? Or is it making a movie? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Deviation from Principles Film Festival. After Hurricane Brett, the three little ones took the private plane borrowed by Roland and returned to Los Angeles. In 3 months, Disney, which wanted to make money, put together the project of Freaky Friday. Although there is still some time before the shooting, the actors read the script in advance, analyze the roles, and find the feeling, which is also something that the producers are happy to see. So, the next day after the vacation, the Olson sisters entered the working state. As for the youngest Elizabeth, of course, she went back to school and continued to take classes. Perhaps it was because of Roland's intervention that the Olsons did not divorce, or it may be because of Roland's appearance that Elizabeth saw too much of the world. So in this life, her life trajectory deviated from Roland's memory. The little guy who has been studying hard and has excellent grades has not developed much interest in acting. Not only that, when playing in the UK, whenever someone asked her what she wanted to do when she grew up, this little Labrador would always raise her chubby baby fat little round face and tell the other person seriously that she wanted to play finance when she grew up. Although the naive and romantic decision was a bit childish, David was still very happy when he heard about it. With James Olson, the big one who had been raised crooked, Elizabeth was really a sweet little cotton padded jacket. As for Roland, if Elizabeth really didn't set foot in Hollywood, it would be a loss, because she played the Scarlet Witch really well, but this loss was actually harmless to Roland. If it was an outsider, Roland would definitely think of ways to coax and exploit her, but when it came to this little girl who he had watched grow up, she could do whatever she wanted, and if she didn't want to act, she didn't act. Who told him to like it in his previous life? Since the three of them returned home alone on a private plane, their departure did not affect Roland's itinerary at all. While saying goodbye to the three little Labradors, Roland and Kate, who stayed in the UK, also welcomed Kathleen Kennedy. After the great success of The Sixth Sense, the film's producer Kathleen Kennedy felt that the heavy stone in her chest had finally fallen. Because this is her 5th independent film and the only one that has been a big success since she followed Steven Spielberg in 1979, Kathleen Kennedy has left her peers with the impression that she is lucky and has gotten on well with the big boss. In the eyes of most people, the title of second producer in Hollywood that she and her husband got by with the old man is so exaggerated that it can drown people. It is precisely because she has encountered endless doubts in the past 10 years. So in 1992, when the old man left Universal, she took this opportunity to co-found Kennedy/Mars Hall Film Production Company with her husband to prove her ability. Unfortunately, after the company was established, the first project produced, the film The Day After, directed by her husband, suffered a huge loss. The second film Pretty Woman was a complete failure in both word of mouth and box office. The third film Little Raiders of the Cabinet continued to be a sluggish film, and the fourth film Congo Horror barely made back the investment. In this case, the ridicule in the circle was rampant. Everyone felt that this was Kathleen Kennedy's true level, and the film companies also questioned her ability because of repeated losses. In this case, making The Sixth Sense was equivalent to a do-or-die battle. If it succeeded, it would be a revenge, and if it lost, it would never be able to turn over. That's why Kathleen Kennedy spent a lot of money to invite Bruce Willis. Although actors cannot be the core criterion for judging the quality of a movie, this decision is obviously correct. The high box office has put an end to the doubts that have existed for many years, and it has also made Kathleen Kennedy, who has been frustrated for many years, feel proud. So when Roland saw her, her radiant face looked like it was waxed. Long time no see. Roland. Kathleen Kennedy took the initiative to reach out. Yes, Catherine. Oh Kate, I will be filming at your house for a long time in the future. The human spirit gave a hug. That's too exaggerated. Kate denied with a smile. You haven't booked a hotel yet. Then come to my house tonight. Okay, Kathleen Kennedy accepted the invitation directly. It's much more comfortable to stay at home than in a hotel. That's great. I can also take a look at what Steven said. You might live in a house in the UK for a long time in the future. The teasing words made Kate laugh. While leading the way, she also said with regret, oh, that's a pity, because we haven't found a house yet. What? You have been in the UK for quite a while, right? How come you haven't even finalized something like this? Catherine Kennedy was shocked. However, just when she thought that the newlyweds had their own difficulty in making decisions, Kate said jokingly in a serious tone, "It's mainly because we have different ideas, so it took a lot of time. I want to live in the suburbs where it's quiet, and Roland wants to live in the city, saying it's convenient for travel. That's it?" Catherine Kennedy frowned. "You are dragging it on because of this? And it hasn't been resolved until now?" "Yeah." Kate nodded and acknowledged the conflict between the two parties, but when faced with the second question, she denied it. "But we have solved this problem now. Buy a house in both the city and the suburbs, so that we can live wherever we want." The rich man's behavior made Catherine Kennedy speechless. But even so, after a few seconds she was still curious and asked, "Where are all your properties located?" Roland could give an accurate answer to this question. She has chosen a 200-acre plot of land in Buckinghamshire, right by the Thames, and I chose Kensington Palace Gardens in London. With 200 acres of land, you can build a manor yourself and go there for vacation. If she wants her children to go to school in the UK, we will live in Kensington Palace Gardens during the school period, because it is more convenient. Okay. Catherine Kennedy was silent. She didn't understand the world of the super rich. She could buy properties worth 9 figures without blinking an eye. This behavior, which was easier than eating candy, made her feel that the sixth sense she had created was not so good. Of course, the reason why Roland and Kate did not leave the UK, but stayed here to wait for Catherine Kennedy was not to show off in front of her. Besides, the two did not think that buying 2 properties was showing off. The purpose of staying for a few more days was actually for the Harry Potter project, or in other words, for the actor's contract. The decision to kidnap Charlize Theron reminded Roland of the fact that the Harry Potter trio raised the price when renewing the contract in the previous life. Although these things can be avoided by eliminating profits, wouldn't it be better if the problem can be solved at the source? So when Roland learned that Catherine Kennedy would fly directly to the UK to fully promote the preparations for the filming of Harry Potter, after solving the work of the Sixth Sense, Roland, who wanted to send the child away and leave, chose to wait patiently. After meeting Catherine Kennedy and having a simple reception, he did not want to hide the truth, so he directly expressed his thoughts and was eager to get an accurate answer. "Do you want to sign a long-term contract with them?" Kathleen Kennedy held a water cup, looking serious. "Yes. Is there any problem?" Roland, leaning on the sofa, said frankly, "This will be a series spanning several years. I don't want to see a situation where the actors are replaced due to salary reasons during the filming process." Although Roland spoke the truth, the cold-blooded words without human touch still made Kathleen Kennedy sigh. Because Roland's style at this moment is very similar to Spielberg, who left Universal and started his own business. In the eyes of this secretary who has followed the old man for 20 years, the old man's most amazing ability is not to create one hit movie after another, but to pick up the director's baton and talk about creation, and put down the director's baton and become a stranger. When a person can continuously grasp the audience's preferences, he can only be regarded as a master. When a person can control costs and streamline expenses, he can only be regarded as a businessman. And when a person can both create art and streamline expenses and pay close attention to costs, he is a capitalist. The principle of capital is that there is only interest but no principle. Isn't it perfectly in line with the principle of capital to grasp the preferences and pay close attention to the expenses? Because both methods are for the pursuit of profit. No wonder he said you are the student who is most like him. Kathleen Kennedy was full of emotion. But I definitely can't catch up with him in artistic creation. Roland smiled and responded with a clear mind. Without dwelling on this topic for too long, Kathleen Kennedy directly gave Roland the answer he wanted. "Of course we can sign a long-term contract, but we have to control the degree of it. Because we can only sign with minors. Those already famous actors will not accept such a contract. However, signing a long-term contract with a minor actually has certain risks, because they themselves cannot make decisions for themselves. All contracts are signed on behalf of them. In this case, even if we sign a long-term contract with them, they can still sue us for the issue of remuneration. As long as we sue their guardians together and say that their guardians have colluded with us to defraud the benefits that should belong to them, the court will focus on the investigation. And once this happens, the possibility of us losing the case will become very high, because their guardians may have certain transactions with them. Oh, Roland understood. That is, the parents take the initiative to take the blame and seek greater benefits for their children? Yes. Kathleen Kennedy nodded. Is there a way to solve it? Roland asked. Yes. How to solve it? First of all, the pay cannot be too low. If the price of each film is $500,000, we will definitely lose the case. Secondly, our Harry Potter crew needs to bring greater benefits to the local area like the Lord of the Rings crew. It is actually very simple to lower the price. Just don't give people a reason to win the case. And how to block the reason for winning the case? Of course, it is to save the face of the judge. Save the local interests. The so-called face of the judge is naturally not to make those contracts that insult people's IQ before J.K. Rowling has finished writing the book. You have made 8 film contracts, each of which is $500,000. Isn't this the most obvious flaw in the criticism? If you agree on 3 to 5 film contracts in the contract first, and add a subsequent participation clause, and appropriately raise the pay, then after reading it, the judge can at least understand that this is indeed a low-price contract made by the producer in advance to reduce costs, rather than an exploitative contract planned from the beginning. As for the local interests, it is naturally to help the filming location to generate income. Leave some crew photos at the filming location, donate some costumes and props for filming, and then write some shooting highlights and behind the scenes stories in the name of the crew, so that the locals can turn it into a tourist attraction. That's enough. As long as the local government can earn a steady stream of tourism income from the filming location, they will also help to testify in the event of an accident, indicating that this is indeed not exploitation, but a legal contract agreed in advance, and during the filming process, the crew actively cooperates with the inspection, legally employs people, and complies with regulations. There is no problem. Of course, these 2 points are simple to say, but it is very troublesome to run. However, with the old hand of Catherine Kennedy, Roland is still very relieved. After entrusting the contract to Catherine Kennedy, Roland and Kate finally left the UK and headed east. For Roland, it doesn't really matter where to go, and he leaves it all up to his wife to decide. But for Kate, this is actually the best way to delegate power, because after the filming of Titanic was finished, Roland's decision was her choice. Whether it's vacation or travel, she will follow Roland wherever he says to go. Whether it's work or socializing, she will live wherever Roland says to live. Although Kate has always been accommodating to Roland and didn't care too much about such trivial matters, she was still very happy when she really made a new choice. Not to mention that Roland sat aside without saying a word, allowing her to choose slowly. At first, Kate was quite happy to look for it slowly on the map, but when she found that her man was leaning on the sofa and tilting his head to look at her, not caring about the time at all, she reacted and immediately abandoned this kind of work that required brains. When Roland patted her butt and told her that he had retired, she would make the decision for the rest of her life. Since the choice was in her hands, she didn't care whether she chose or not. She just marked the numbers in various areas on the map and used dice to decide where to go. After they received God's will, what they should do next was to rush over, right? Decide where to go? Is it necessary? As long as they are together, they can have fun wherever they go. In this way, then, the accompanying bodyguards and assistants all felt that they were screwed. On the 23rd, they also received Catherine Kennedy in London. On the 24th, the task of punching in the Berlin Wall was completed. On the 25th, they took a day off and walked on the street while eating crispy pork knuckle. On the 26th, the two silly people shivered in Greenland with Danish beer in their hands. On the 28th, they went to Barcelona to watch bullfighting. On the 30th, they stayed next to the Church of Our Lady in Luxembourg. Kate acted as a model, and Roland held a drawing board and painted all day. In early September, they went to Italy again and participated in the Venice Film Festival as tourists. If it were in the past, Roland would certainly be very interested in the film festival, because it is a good platform for direct communication with various creative people. But now, it doesn't matter to him whether to participate or not, as long as Kate is interested. Before going, he had this idea, but after going, Roland found that, wow, they were all old acquaintances. There were many participating films, and the one that Roland was most familiar with was a film about education, no one less. The second most familiar one is Eyes Wide Shut starring Tom Cruise and his wife. The third most familiar one is The Idea House Rules starring Tobey Maguire and Charlize Theron. Although Roland has seen all these movies, can the high definition resources and live viewing be the same? Take Eyes Wide Shut for example. The deleted version and the undeleted version are two different concepts, especially when the masked girls in the church took off their black robes. Hey. At that moment, Roland's eyes widened. And when Nicole Kidman was wearing glasses and high heels, running freely in the hotel. Hiss. While Roland was making a contribution to global warming, he also envied Zukainen who could go to the brothel every day to listen. Is it good? Hearing the noise, Kate immediately poked her man. Not good. Roland, who had learned his lesson, shook his head quickly. Then why are your eyes so big? Kate sneered. Criticism. Criticism. Roland spoke righteously. HMPH. Kate rolled her eyes. The advantage of watching a movie at a film festival is that you can truly understand the director's intentions. If you are lucky enough to find some friends with similar views, then maybe after a few days of development, you may be able to communicate and become like-minded people. Of course, these open benefits have nothing to do with Roland. While he was happily busy on vacation, a curly-haired guy in New York was a little anxious because his new work was going to be cut by Fox. Chapter 312 You damn guy. Tap, 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 tap. East Brunswick, New Jersey. On the second floor of an unremarkable house, a young man with curly hair was lying at the table, looking at the windowsill with a dazed look. On his left, there were layers of paper documents stacked up horizontally and vertically. On his right, Newton, who never stopped, was explaining the truth. His bloodshot eyes and tired face made his dark oily hair look more like a bird's nest. Just when he was confused and looked like a stone statue, lifeless, the ringing of the pager startled him. He picked up the phone on the table with expectation and scanned the screen nervously. His movements were neat and tidy, like a hungry person seeing delicious food. But when he saw the caller ID clearly, his upright body collapsed like a deflated ball. He leaned back and sighed. He pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. The forced joy was incompatible with the current atmosphere. But even so, he still spoke easily and took the initiative to greet the other party. Hi Jess, a crisp female voice came from the other end of the phone. I called you suddenly, did I disturb you? No. It's only 8 o'clock now. I just finished my morning exercise. The young man lied without changing his face or heart. But just as he looked around, trying to find something to play with in his hands, to cover up his guilty conscience, the pile of documents that seemed like a mountain made him laugh at himself and shook his head. Yes, I just finished my morning exercise. While sighing, he also asked, you called me so early, is there something going on? Ah yes, the woman on the other end of the phone seemed to be organizing her words, but it seemed that she had something difficult to say. After pondering for a few seconds, she made up her mind and said slowly, half an hour ago, Kevin Murphy called me. Ah. When he heard the name, the self-mockery on the young man's face disappeared instantly. The woman continued, then, 15 minutes ago, Pam Visser also called me. What? The young man seemed to have guessed something, and he straightened up suddenly from his chair. Such a movement made the young woman sigh, and without keeping it a secret, she took the initiative to tell the news she had received. Kevin and Pam both told me that the vacation is over and asked us to return to the group this week. It seemed that she wanted to put the greatest pressure on the other party, but she was more like a firm supporter of the belief that a short pain is worse than a long pain. So when the young woman threw out this result, the process also followed. Because our show has average ratings, Fox feels that there is no need to continue filming, so they want to cut our project. But at the insistence of Kevin and Pam, Fox agreed to let us finish the rest of the filming within 2 months. That is to say, in addition to the 12 episodes we have already filmed, the remaining 10 episodes will only have 8 weeks of creation time. So, don't delay anymore. Sister is waiting for you in Los Angeles. Let me put it this way, I'm going to pack my luggage. See you in Los Angeles, later beep, beep, beep. The continuous words were like waves, washing over the young man's heart. Even though the tone was gentle, the pressure that came over him could still make the edges of the reefs living on the coast disappear, and the helpless young man closed his eyes in pain and leaned back helplessly. Really cut it? The young man murmured to himself. Really cut it? The young man held his head in pain. Really cut it? The young man stood up angrily, swept his hands across, and overturned all the documents on the desk that were as high as a mountain. The roar of venting went straight to the sky, and the irritable hands hit the table directly. While he was pounding the table to vent, the documents he pushed to the ground also lay quietly beside his feet. Because his actions were too intense, the black cover had been opened. If you peek at the text on it, you will find that the footers of these documents are all marked with the same name. Get real. Pam. And Kevin had the audacity to let you make this call. On the other side, when the young woman put down her phone and shrugged and shook her head helplessly, the beautiful middle-aged woman who was squatting beside and packing her daughter's luggage spoke directly and complained, "You're just an actor. But they asked you to do the work of a producer. This is unreasonable. But you answered it anyway. How old are you? Can't you learn to say no, Mom?" Hearing her mother's caring sermon, the girl shouted and retorted, "Didn't you teach me all this? You told me to treat everyone kindly after entering the industry, because you never know he who is behind them. I taught you?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful middle-aged woman stopped what she was doing, looked up and glared at her daughter, and said, "Then did I ask you to be nice to everyone? Did I ask you to do everything according to their requirements? Today Pam and Kevin didn't want to communicate with Jess, who has a bad temper, so they asked you to help tell him to join the team, and you did it. Then tomorrow they drag out the red sofa for you to crawl on. Will you take off your clothes and lie on it? HMM." Such words made the girl smile, and seeing her mother's irritable look that seemed to want to eat her alive, she took the initiative to get up, threw herself on her back, and rubbed her cheek against her mother's neck affectionately. "Mom, Kevin and Pam are not that kind of people. They just thought that Jess and I have a good relationship, so they asked me to help pass on the message. And didn't you say it before? Pam knows Jim Carrey. We can get closer. Kevin is from Disney, and being friends with him can help us avoid detours. I remember every word you said. Don't worry, today's just a small matter." The sweet words combined with the cat-like coquettishness gradually dissipated the anger of the middle-aged beauty. She raised her hand and patted her daughter in annoyance. Seeing that she was unwilling to let go, the beautiful middle-aged woman let her do as she pleased and let her lie on her back. She then said, "It is indeed a small matter to help pass the message, but what is the situation between you and Jess? He is only 16 years old. Please don't make a mistake, okay? When you told me that you wanted to act, I made it clear to you that the profession of an actor is very hard. Those who are not famous desire to become famous, and those who are famous desire to climb to the top. After you become famous, you will be surrounded by people. They will spy on your life, your work, and everything about you. They will make you feel that you are living under countless pairs of eyes, and you will never be able to enjoy the quiet life of a normal person. In this case, you are no longer yourself, because your life and work will be unprecedentedly separated. Because of work, you need to show your beauty to the public, but because of life, you can't guarantee beauty all the time. You can't be yourself. You can only be the self that the public wants to see. At that time, you told me that you could endure it all. What about now? Don't you like Jess? Although I won't interfere with your private life, there is one thing I want to make clear to you first. Actors who have just entered the industry are not worthy of having feelings. A relationship at this time will only hinder your career." The earnest attitude made the girl lying on her mother laugh and cry. Her body softened, and she rolled directly onto the sofa, her hands on the pillow, looking up at her mother. "Mom, I really have nothing to do with Jess. Do you think I believe it?" the middle-aged beautiful woman asked back. "Ms. Macaulay, Jess Eisenberg is really not my type." The girl pouted. The beautiful middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and gave a fatal blow. Ms. Hathaway, but he is Jewish. When the girl heard the word Jew, she seemed to be hit on the head by a huge hammer and was stunned on the spot. After staring at her mother for a long time, the girl shook her head with a smile. That's right, the guy who was furious because the project was cut was Jesse Eisenberg, who later starred in Now You See Me, and the girl who conveyed the news to him was Anne Hathaway, Catwoman in the Nolan version of Batman. As for the project to be discussed, it was Fox's TV series, What Dreams May Come. What Dreams May Come is a youth comedy, and its purpose is to help Fox TV develop the youth market. For this reason, when selecting actors, Fox of course focuses on people of the right age. In this way, Jesse Eisenberg, who started learning acting in junior high school and performed on the Broadway stage in 1996, became the target of Fox's investigation, and Anne Hathaway, who studied at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in 1993, was also selected by it. Well, this selection is actually full of water. Unlike Jesse Eisenberg, who has 3 years of performance experience, Anne Hathaway only performed in Carnegie Hall for 3 days before getting the invitation, and the reason why she was successfully selected was purely because her mother helped her. John Turney, the star of What Dreams May Come, is from Broadway, and Anne Hathaway's mother is a well-known Broadway actor. The two knew each other as early as 1985, and her mother helped him find a job. So, when there is a project to fill in, isn't it natural to help? It is precisely because Anne Hathaway has a Broadway background that, after joining the crew, she got very close to Jesse Eisenberg, who also came from Broadway, so that everyone in the crew mistakenly thought that they were in love. In this way, when the project had problems and was about to be cut by Fox, the guys who didn't want to deal with Jesse Eisenberg's bad temper naturally thought of asking Anne Hathaway to help pass on the news. In the eyes of the crew members, this was just an ordinary help, but in the eyes of Anne Hathaway's mother, this was an ominous sign that hindered her daughter's promotion. She has been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years and knows that an actress is most afraid of scandals as soon as she debuts. Before there are no works to rely on, rich emotional experiences will make film producers stay away. If her daughter didn't mix in this industry, she wouldn't bother to care who she talked to or how many times she talked, but it was precisely because her daughter had to rush into this industry that she was worried about it, worried about her future, worried about her emotions, and worried about her life. But in Anne Hathaway's opinion, her mother's worry was completely unnecessary because she was really not interested in Jesse Eisenberg. However, her mother's Jewish identity reminded her who was the boss in the circle she was in, who would be treated preferentially, who was more likely to succeed. Because of this, Anne Hathaway, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly asked, "Mom, HMM?" The middle-aged beautiful woman who was helping her daughter to put clothes together again did not raise her head and spoke with her nose. "Who do you think has a better chance of becoming famous, Jess or me?" The young girl who knew the answer asked what was in her mind. However, the middle-aged beautiful woman shook her head and said, "I don't know." "Why? Isn't he Jewish? Don't they have the final say in Hollywood?" The young girl was a little surprised. Such words made the middle-aged beautiful woman laugh. "You are indeed right, but there are also divisions among the Jews. The Jews are not united. When facing external pressure, they will stick together, and when internal conflicts arise, they will also fight against their own people. The most typical example is Harvey Weinstein. He does not have a good relationship with his own people, and Steven Spielberg is the guy who likes to unite his people the most. The two of them have conflicts and do not often interact with each other." After her mother said this, the little girl immediately understood. "Then what do you mean?" "I think, who will Jess follow in the future? If he follows someone powerful, his chances of becoming famous will be greatly increased. And if he follows someone weak, unless he is extremely lucky, he will be suppressed." "Yes, that's about the same," the beautiful middle-aged woman answered casually, but before she could finish her words, she became alert after smelling something unusual. "Wait, what do you mean? Are you going to decide whether to date him after looking at his background? Wow, you just entered the industry and you want to take shortcuts?" The beautiful middle-aged woman was very angry. Back then, in order to prevent her daughter from entering the entertainment industry, she took the initiative to give up the Broadway stage. And now, her daughter who has entered the industry wants to try to take crooked paths before her first work is finished. This, I'll beat her to death. The sudden rise of the voice and the ferocious face made the little girl shudder. Seeing that her mother was about to take off her shoes and hit her, she quickly raised her hands and held her head, curled up, and explained excitedly, "No, no, no, Mom, listen to me. I'm really just asking casually. You also know that his father is a university professor. His mother is a medical school teacher. The elders in his family are not in the entertainment industry at all. That's why he cares so much about the project Get Real. And now, Fox wants to cut this project, and of course he is the saddest, because even if the project is cut, I still have you, and he has to find a project for himself. So I want to know, for a guy like him, is there only one way to go, which is to stick to his own people?" The unreserved words made the middle-aged beautiful woman breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at her daughter who was like a quail, she put down her shoes and asked, "Is it really like this?" "Yeah." The muffled words came from the bull. "Okay, get up." The middle-aged beautiful woman believed her daughter's words and said, "Don't even mention getting support from your own clan. In Hollywood, as long as there are big names willing to take you with you, that's the fastest way to get promoted. Look at Natalie Portman, she can become popular with just one movie. And Drew Barrymore, after so many years of hard work, she can still get the script for Charlie's Angels this year. The most typical example is Kate Winslet, right? I heard that her aunt asked Arnold Schwarzenegger to go to James Cameron to help her tear up Titanic. That's Titanic. A movie made her a winner in life. #1 in box office history. Best actress at the Oscars. Oh my god. This is something that old girls dare not even think about. The sour words made the little girl blink her eyes. She has heard her mother complain about the story of the winner in life many times. In fact, she always felt that her mother was just saying sour grapes because she couldn't eat them. #1 in box office history and best actress at the Oscars. So what? Kate and Roland's love is the most worth talking about. Of course, Anne Hathaway will not be a nitpicker on this issue. After her mother finished speaking, she continued, "And most of the examples you mentioned related to Jews. Natalie Portman has George Lucas as her backer, Drew Barrymore has Steven Spielberg as her backer, and only Kate Winslet is from the British gang. From this point of view, Kate Winslet is the weakest." "Who told you that?" The middle-aged beauty rolled her eyes at her daughter and said, "Among these three people, Kate Winslet is the strongest." Huh. The little girl was confused. "Why?" "Because of her man," the middle-aged beautiful woman said as a matter of course. "Her fiancé is Roland Allen." "What? Isn't Roland Allen an actor? Hasn't he used all the money he earned in recent years to buy Berkshire Hathaway stocks?" The young girl frowned and said, "And George Lucas has Lucasfilm, and Steven Spielberg has Amblin Entertainment and DreamWorks." The surprised words made the middle-aged beautiful woman snort. "It's just that the media doesn't report his news." At this point, she waved her hands, too lazy to explain to her daughter. Such behavior made the young girl very uncomfortable. The behavior of half speaking is like a kitten sticking to your body and stepping on your milk. As a result, when you are halfway through stepping on it, it leaves. That kind of desire will make you have the urge to grab it and suck it hard. Seeing that her mother was packing her luggage and seemed to be silent, the girl immediately climbed up from the sofa, rubbing her mother's lips like a piece of taffy, and said, "My dear mother, tell me. It's not a secret. Don't hide it from me. Didn't Kate and Roland fall in love and get married? What else is there? Roland's greatest achievement is 9 championships in 10 years, right? I've never heard of anything else. Tell me, tell me, tell me, Mom." The girl at this moment was like a Shiba Inu, pestering her owner for food. After being annoyed by her daughter, the beautiful middle-aged woman, who actually knew only a little about the matter, could only say, "Enough, enough. I'll just say one thing. On the surface, Roland Allen is just an actor, but in fact, he is more powerful than George Lucas and Steven Spielberg combined. This power not only refers to wealth, but also power." The young girl looked incredulous. "Why? No reason." The beautiful middle-aged woman waved her hands impatiently and said, "Anyway, you only need to know one thing. There is no project in Hollywood now that he can't get, only projects that he wants to take or not. This includes George Lucas and Steven Spielberg's projects. And if he wants to sign someone." At this point, the middle-aged beautiful woman paused, so the young girl couldn't wait to ask, "Then what? How?" The persistent questioning made the middle-aged beautiful woman helpless. She glared at her daughter and said, "If he wants to sign someone, then signing the contract directly is the best choice. No matter what project, no matter how demanding the contract is, as long as you sign it, you will definitely become A-list." The words of confidence made the young girl even more difficult to understand, but just when she wanted to use the spirit of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it and continue to ask, the dingling cell phone rang suddenly. The conversation paused and went to find the sound. This action made the middle-aged beautiful woman relieved. However, before she could rejoice for a while, because of her daughter's departure, the young girl who had just walked out to answer the phone came back with her mobile phone in her hand. Not only that, while covering the receiver with one hand, she also kicked her mother with her foot. "Why did you kick me?" The middle-aged beautiful woman was very confused. "Someone is looking for me." The young girl said the truth. "I'll look for you." Hearing this, the beautiful middle-aged woman almost couldn't breathe. She suddenly felt that her daughter was a little stupid. "You answer it. Why are you covering the receiver?" "Mainly because I only heard his name, but I don't know him." Oh, the young girl showed her innocence. "He said he was John Landor, the producer of Titanic, and he looked for me because he had a project and wanted me to try it." "Wow. Really? Then tell him quickly, when are we free?" The beautiful middle-aged woman was anxious. If it wasn't the wrong time, she would pick up her slippers and beat her daughter again. "John Landor. He's James Cameron's exclusive producer. Such a good opportunity is in front of you. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Agree immediately." As for the liar, who would pretend to be a big guy like John Landor, as soon as they meet, their identities can be verified. However, the more excited the middle-aged woman was, the more scared the young girl was. Seeing that her mother's eyes were about to burst into flames, she quickly pursed her lips and said the following words all at once. "But he also said that the project on hand was Roland Allen's. He was just acting as an agent." Acting as an agent? What? The middle-aged woman, who wanted to slap her daughter, was stunned. After being stunned for 3 seconds, she spoke anxiously. "What did you say? Roland Allen?" "Well." The young girl swallowed her saliva and nodded carefully. This action also made the middle-aged woman furious. "You damn guy. What did I just tell you? No matter what project, no matter how harsh the contract is, as long as you sign it, you will definitely be on the A-list. Quick, give me the phone. If you miss the opportunity, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Reaching out and grabbing the phone. When the middle-aged woman put the phone to her ear, she, who was still angry, suddenly changed her face. "Hi, John. Are you still there?" Yes. I'm Anna's mom. I'm so sorry I was downstairs just now, and I'm quite far away from her. I want to invite Annie to try out a project, or the leading actress." No problem. We are just going back to Los Angeles today." "Oh, okay. I'll call you when I get there." "Excuse me, this project is Roland Allen's Warcraft film and television, fully invested." "Oh, okay, hehe, I'll be there on time, don't worry." The ecstatic behavior made the little girl next to her widen her eyes, because this was the happiest mother she had ever seen in her life. Although her mother had never made a movie, she had won a Tony Award for a Broadway play she starred at. But even so, she was not so happy on the day she won the award. "Why is my mother so happy?" The little girl was a little puzzled. What puzzled her even more was, does Roland Allen really have such great magic? The curious girl turned her head and looked at the poster she had posted in her room. It was a poster of Titanic. Jack and Rose were at the bow. Note: Jesse Eisenberg is Jewish, and his backer was Lucky. After the project of What Dreams May Come was cancelled, he became a script writer and worked in some script studios in New York. While he was working, he met Woody Allen's lawyer, who gave his script to Woody Allen, and then Jesse's Jewish identity made him quickly promoted. Anne Hathaway's mother is a Broadway actress who won the Tony Award in 1987. Her mother played Fantine in the original version of Les Miserables. Then Hathaway played the role again in the movie version in 2013 and won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. Not only that, the bishop in the movie version, Colm Wilkinson, is also the protagonist of the musical version. It is no exaggeration to say that Les Miserables is a movie that was made to win an Oscar. A group of people who play musicals brought the musical to the screen. As for the saying that she was lucky enough to be chosen by the director, just listen to it. You should know that in the project of The Princess Diaries, she squeezed out Liv Tyler. And the projects she has been working on since her debut, such as Nicholas Nickleby, were all directed by her mother who moved from Broadway. Anne Hathaway's mother is also called Kate. This name is too common and too embarrassing to write. Juancy and Hathaway have a good relationship. Hathaway recommended Juancy to play in Justice League. Chapter 313 Animation Studio. When Roland found that he couldn't figure out Anne Hathaway's life story, he entrusted the job of finding someone to someone else. At first, Roland hoped that old man Steven Spielberg would help him find someone, but when he saw that the old man just wanted to stay at home to take care of the kids and left all the work on hand to Kathleen Kennedy, who was preparing for Harry Potter there, this complicated blame shifting made Roland choose to give up. Since the head of the Jewish gang couldn't be relied on, Roland borrowed his most commonly used tool, John Landau, from the truck driver. As a guy who is recognized in Hollywood history as the most clingy guy besides Kathleen Kennedy, when faced with Roland's making friends out of nothing, this Jew from New York didn't even think about it and agreed directly. But agreeing doesn't mean that you can find someone immediately, because Roland gave him very limited information. In addition to the name, there is only one standard left: very beautiful but not Jewish. Wanting to find someone in such a vague boundary, isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? So, when he took the job, John Landau could only cast a wide net, starting with the surname Hathaway, and asked his peers to help him sort out the social circles related to Hollywood. After all, when Roland mentioned the girl, he said she might be the child of someone in the circle. However, John Landau spent a month searching by surname, but he didn't find any clues. Although there are many people in the circle with the surname Hathaway, most of them are staff in the sound effects, makeup, costume and other logistics departments. The only people who are related to producers, directors, and actors are Noah Hathaway, who debuted in 1984, and is related to the Jewish gang, or Henry Hathaway, who has passed away and experienced the golden age of Hollywood, and has a long-term cooperation with Gary Cooper. This result gave John Landau a headache, but just when he wanted to expand the search scope and select the entertainment industry outside of Hollywood, hey, Fox TV's Get Real was broadcast. When John Landau saw the young girl with brown hair on TV, he immediately determined that this was the girl Roland was looking for. After he sent the information he had obtained to Roland, the matter, which had arisen suddenly, was also inexplicably settled. Los Angeles, Malibu Beach. The autumn weather was clear and the clouds were light. Roland, who was sitting on a recliner in the yard, glanced at the photo, then closed the information and threw it aside. As he moved, the sunlight through the branches and leaves shone on the document in patches, like stars, eye-catching but not dazzling. Yes, that's who I'm looking for. Thank you. Roland, you're too polite. It's not difficult to find someone. John Landau, who was sitting on the chair, shook his head repeatedly. Compared with Harvey Weinstein, this fat man, who was not much inferior in figure, smiled like Maitreya Buddha at this moment. Besides, I didn't do much. It was Fox's TV series that brought her to us. Anyone who can hold a thigh is a smart person, and John Landau is no exception. As a guy who officially became a producer in 1987, he has only participated in the production of 4 movies in the past 10 years. Among them, Titanic is one of them. The 25% success rate is not only an interpretation of luck, but also a manifestation of human relations. As a guy who can meet all the demanding requirements of James Cameron, he knows better than anyone that this gentleman in front of him is a real thigh. It is his honor to be asked to do something by him. As for whether it is hard or not, how can it be said to be hard to do things for a big boss? There are countless people outside who want to hold this thigh, but don't know how to do it. And now, the golden thigh took the initiative to ask him to do something, which means he agreed to let himself become a pendant and hang steadily on his legs. In this way, even if you entrust the whole project to me, it won't be hard. How could Roland not see the little tricks in the fat man's mind? And now, he really needs a producer. At first, he wanted to co-produce The Princess Diaries with Disney. In this way, he only needs to pay for the rights and Disney provides people and venues, and he can perfectly pull the whole project together. Now, Disney is unwilling to co-produce with him, so after intercepting The Princess Diaries, he needs to let a real producer pull The Princess Diaries like Peter Jackson managed The Lord of the Rings, Kathleen Kennedy managed Harry Potter, and Kevin Feige managed X-Men. After all, his Warcraft films is still an empty shell. So, after smelling the fat man's desire to get things done, Roland took the initiative to complain, smiling, "John, you say I'm polite, but what about you? Why are you so restrained? I originally wanted to ask you to take charge of the entire project after I find the right person, but now you tell me that you have been looking for someone for a month and this kind of thing is not hard at all. How dare I ask you to do something? You are the producer, you set up the project, and you find people, but in the end, you tell me you don't get paid? If this gets out, I'll become a capitalist who eats human flesh and drinks human blood. Aren't you ruining my reputation?" Hahaha. John Landor laughed out loud at the sarcastic words, and his facial features with a beard were almost twisted into a ball. He knew that Roland was joking with him, and he knew even more clearly that Roland wanted him to be in charge of the entire project. So, he took the opportunity to explain and blurted out, "Roland, I'm not lying. It's really not hard to find someone. Pam Vesey, the producer of Get Real, is the screenwriter of In Living Color and is responsible for the roles of Jim Carrey and Jamie Foxx. It's just a matter of a word for me to ask him for Anne Hathaway's information." And Kevin Murphy, another producer of Get Real, is from Disney. When he was writing the script for the 1997 TV series Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, he specifically came to me because I was the producer of the 1989 movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I have all the information on file. We all know each other, so it's quite easy to find someone. It's just that we took some detours at the beginning when we didn't have an accurate target. To be honest, finding Anne Hathaway is just a matter of a few phone calls. It's not hard at all. The fat and big-eared guy shook his head like a rattle. The act of speaking the truth and making sense made Roland grin. Although the topic they talked about was not very meaningful, it was this meaningless exchange that brought the two sides closer. Roland understood that John wanted to work for him, and John also knew that Roland was thinking about giving up power. In this way, things would be easier to handle. Is that so? Then I can safely hand over the project of The Princess Diaries to you. No problem. I will write a plan when I go back and try to find someone to write the script within a month. Oh, by the way, do you have any ideas about the script? Do you have any specific candidates for the director? For the script, you should find someone to write it first and show it to me after it is written. As for the director, you can choose someone according to your opinion. The target group is girls aged 8 to 16, so which director do you think can handle this style? You can choose whoever. Maybe it was because the time interval was too long, but it was also possible that he didn't remember much at the time, so asking Roland to think about who filmed The Princess Diaries in the previous life now, isn't this making things difficult for Fat Tiger? However, it doesn't matter if you can't remember it, because Dad once said that you have to use magic to defeat magic. In this way, let professionals solve professional problems, isn't it? And with his current status, professionals can just shake it casually. After entrusting the project of Princess Diaries to John Landor and asking him to take care of everything with confidence, Roland, who had nothing to do, invited the other party to walk around his house again. As a guy who wanted to have a good relationship with Roland, when facing everything Roland introduced, the fat man always used all kinds of words to praise the beauty of the items and praise the correctness of the choice. At first, Roland was quite happy to hear it. After all, who doesn't like to be licked? But as time went on, the things he praised gradually increased, and Roland felt something was wrong. You think my fireplace is good, my floor tiles are great, and my statues are cool. Well, that's all fine. But you praise my bathroom for being easy to use. When you go to the bathroom, praise my windows for being perfectly proportioned. When you look into the distance and say my greenery is beautiful. When you walk around the house. Isn't that a bit too much? Perhaps John Landor didn't realize this problem, but it could also be that he has learned the thick skin saying, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, I won't feel embarrassed. So, after finding that this guy was about to talk endlessly, Roland took the initiative to interrupt the tour of the house and wanted to say a few words to him, so he told him to get out. By the way, John, I have a question I haven't figured out. Roland, who was leaning on the railing and looking at the sea, suddenly spoke. What's the question? Just tell me. John Landor, who was in the same posture, was very generous. Fox felt that the ratings of Get Real were not good, so they decided to cancel it, right? Roland said without hesitation. But since Fox has decided to cancel Get Real, why should they finish the first season? This logic is very strange. Yes, Roland was actually very happy when he learned that the American TV series Anne Hathaway took on was about to be cancelled by Fox. Because this means that, as long as Anne Hathaway takes on the project of The Princess Diaries, the helpless little girl will become her own shape. Ahem. Long-term contract. Long-term contract. But in his happiness, he actually didn't understand Fox's brain circuit. It is clear that the ratings of a drama are not good, and not many people will watch it if it continues to be filmed. So in order to save resources, the company decided to cancel the project. But at the same time as making this decision, they allowed the main creative team to finish the script that had already been written. This decision and practice are completely contradictory. If you want to save money, then don't shoot it. If you think the project can be saved, shouldn't you wait until one season is finished before deciding whether to cancel it? In Roland's memory, any project that was decided to be cut midway has never been completed. For example, 1 hour after the broadcast of James Bond's Swamp Thing, Warner announced that after the 10 episodes that have been invested, the entire project will not be renewed, and after the 10 episodes are broadcast, it is only to leave production time for the next project. This is the proper way to cut a show. But now, Get Real was cut casually, and it was still filmed after being cut. This is unreasonable. Of course, Roland doesn't really care about the outcome of the whole thing. He just wants John Landor to think that he is very curious about this matter, so that he can investigate it and leave his home quickly. However, just when Roland thought that everything would proceed quietly according to the steps he had imagined, the fat man who also liked to meddle in other people's affairs gave the answer right away. Oh, you ask about this? I just happen to know. I also thought that Fox's behavior of cutting projects was too strange, so I asked them. They told me that the ratings of the show Get Real are not so bad that they have to be cut immediately. If we go back 2 or 3 years, Get Real had every chance to shoot a second season, but unfortunately, who made them unlucky? Fox's operations had huge problems, and they needed to save money in all aspects. Last year, Fox invested in and released 24 movies, with a total investment of more than 600 million yuan, but the total box office was only 1.5 billion yuan. This item alone caused them to suffer huge losses. Although the box office of a movie only accounts for about 20% of the total revenue, the problem is that selling discs or peripherals requires a lot of time to support. Therefore, after discovering that the production company had suffered huge losses, their parent company News Corporation asked them to conduct an internal thorough investigation and control costs. So, even if Get Real did not reach the point where it had to be cut, Fox still cut them off. Special times, special treatment. Roland understood. In other words, this is a matter of luck? This is a pun. It not only complained about Anne Hathaway's bad luck, but also complained about his own bad luck. How could this guy know the situation? This is really a dog, and he asked it directly. Yes, it's a matter of luck. John Landor didn't notice Roland's abnormality. Instead, He felt that his new thigh was very interested in these things, so he continued to exaggerate and said, the huge losses in the live action film business are not bad, and the TV series production department's elimination of projects is not bad. The real unlucky one is their animation department. The 1997 release of The Princess and the Bitch suffered huge losses. The 1994 release of The Magic King suffered huge losses. The 1993 release of Once Upon a Time in a Forest suffered huge losses. And the 1996 release of the TV series Adventures in the Book of Virtues also had poor ratings. So, the entire animation department is actually on the verge of closing. From this point of view, Get Real can still be filmed, even though it was cut. Isn't this a good result? That's right. Roland nodded and agreed with John Landor's point of view. Compared with the entire department being eliminated, the treatment of Get Real is already very good. Although such words are very cruel to the creators, they are the greatest kindness to capital. I took the pressure to make you finish this season. It's fine if you don't feel grateful to me, but you're dissing me behind my back. Are you human? As for Fox's animation department, in Roland's impression, Fox doesn't have its own animation department at all, and all projects are outsourced. In this regard, they only distribute but don't produce, and if you trace the root cause, it's probably because of the losses in recent years. But then again, in the field of animation, there is only one company that is awesome. Disney is forever, Pixar is eternal. Other companies may have hits, but they can't last long. When will their animation department be closed? Since he was talking about his unknown field, Roland didn't mind saying one more word. After this doubt was resolved, he asked John Landor to get out. John Landor, who had long been gossiping about this, answered his question decisively. I heard from the people at Fox that, if nothing unexpected happens, Frozen Planet will be the last chance for Fox's animation department to prove itself. If it fails, they will completely close the animation department. Ah. Frozen Planet? Hearing this, Roland's eyes were blurred. What movie is this? Why don't I have any impression of it? Its other name is Titan AE. John Landor, who saw Roland's confusion, hurriedly explained. Ah. So it's this movie. Roland reacted. He had seen Titan AE, which is a very old-fashioned movie. The protagonist is an ordinary little man. Because of an accident, he embarked on the road of defending the world, fighting against the alien boss, saving the earth and saving mankind. Although the plot is not good, its pictures are really good, and almost every frame can be used as wallpaper. Unfortunately, no matter how perfect the picture is, it can't cover up the plot's emptiness. In other words, unless it is a revolutionary change like Avatar, no matter how good the picture is, it can't cover up the flaws of the plot, but will magnify them without limit. If Fox's animation department died on this movie, Roland would understand. Because the box office of this movie is very poor, not even half of the investment has been achieved. But Fox's business situation has nothing to do with me, so I'll just listen to this kind of thing. Roland nodded and said, it's better for Fox not to make animation. It's too difficult to make animation now. Be a good distributor. Anyway, there are global distribution channels, so you won't lose money anyway. Yes, Fox thinks so too. John Landor took over the conversation and said with emotion, they have found several animation companies and want to discuss long-term distribution with them. Just like Disney and Pixar, it saves money and effort. Isn't capital like this? Roland smiled. The whole person leaned on the balcony handrail and complained, make the most money at the lowest cost. This topic made John Landor not know how to answer, because the person next to him is also a capitalist. Without hearing any movement, Roland guessed the fat man's idea. Okay, let's stop here today. As soon as the order to expel came out, John Landor hurriedly nodded his head like a pile driver. Okay, then I'll leave first. I'll come to you after I finish writing the project proposal. Okay. Roland nodded, got up and sent the fat man out. However, just as the fat man got into the cab and was about to drive away, Roland, who was looking at the guy in the car, suddenly asked again, by the way, you just said that Fox has found an animation company? Yes. Any questions? John Landor held the steering wheel with both hands and asked in confusion. No, I just want to ask, when Disney could only find Pixar, who did Fox look for? Ah, this question? This question is too simple. John Landor shrugged, and as he moved, the seatbelt tied in front of him also cut his body in two. Fox didn't look for it at all, because their long-term special effects company is preparing to get involved in the animation business. It's the same as Pixar. Pixar used to do special effects. In order to sell computers, Steve Jobs asked them to make animations to show the performance of their own computers. People in our industry are more or less superstitious, so when Fox learned that the special effects company that had been making movies for them for a long time was preparing to try the animation business, they set their sights on this company. I heard that this company seems to be called Blue Sky Studios? What? Roland, who was hugging his hands, had countless exclamation marks on his head. Tell me again, what's the name of that studio? Roland's eyes widened, and his voice became much higher. Blue Sky Studios. John Landor was a little surprised. What's wrong? What's wrong? Roland didn't answer, because this question was a big deal. He knew Blue Sky Studios. He knew Blue Sky Studios' flagship product, Ice Age. This is the lifeblood of Fox. It is one of the few profitable series of Fox. Note, James Cameron's exclusive producer John Landor is also a member of the Jewish gang, from George Lucas' side. In 1989, John Landor became the producer of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and the director of this project. Joe Johnston was a disciple of George Lucas. He did the visual effects for Star Wars and Indiana Jones. After Indiana Jones 2, George Lucas wrote him a letter of recommendation and asked him to study at the film department of the University of Southern California. After graduation, he has been making movies for the Jewish gang. He took over the projects such as Jumanji and Jurassic Park 3. In the late 20th century and early 21st century, none of the 6 major Hollywood studios could operate normally. Sony was in a slump due to the trade war. Disney failed to enter the internet. Universal was ruined by the second generation. Paramount, which belonged to Viacom, watched its parent company being protested and investigated for acquisition and expansion, and finally split up after 5 years. Warner was studying the internet and had no intention of managing entertainment. As for Fox, the losses in entertainment were so great that they cut projects and closed departments. The Fox animation department was kicked out directly because it could not see the hope of profit for many years. Chapter 314. No Business is Hard to Do 3.0. Blue Sky Studios was founded in 1987. At the beginning, it only produced titles and CGI special effects for some movies and entertainment programs. It was not until the birth of Terminator 2 that they discovered that the combination of live-action movies and CGI could bring such a perfect visual experience to the audience. Therefore, they, who mastered the core technology, thought about developing this business. After more than 3 years of research and thinking, they formed a complete production team and undertook the visual effects production of Alien 4, obtained the virtual scene modeling of Titanic subcontracted by Industrial Light and Magic and Digital Domain, and took over the production order of the talking penguin that Edward Norton met in meditation in Fight Club. Unfortunately, advanced technology cannot bring them great fame and wealth to match. Most of the orders they received were subcontracts from Industrial Light and Magic and Digital Domain. Even if a film company placed an order for them separately, the commission they could negotiate was only 1/10 of that of Industrial Light and Magic and Digital Domain. There is no way. Who made them not famous? Just like being bad at esports is the original sin in the special effects industry. If you are unknown, you deserve to die. This is actually a very easy thing to understand. What is the purpose of film companies placing orders to special effects companies and asking them to produce CGI visual effects according to their own ideas? Isn't it to make money? Industrial Light and Magic created Jurassic Park and Digital Domain created Titanic. The two successful box office records made film companies flock to them and willing to pay for their lion's mouth, while the remaining companies they can only watch. Who made them have no works? Who made them unable to create box office records? Who made them not be the first to eat crabs? So they deserve to die. Of course, this is actually a logical paradox, just like when you play Yamagachi Mountain, you go to play Kirazan, but the team leader only accepts Kirazan graduates. I can only graduate after playing this dungeon, but you only accept graduated players to play the dungeon. Isn't this a dead cycle? As a result, countless special effects companies died suddenly. It's not that their technology is not good, but George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, James Cameron and others only use their own visual effects companies. In this case, even if the producers know that Industrial Light and Magic and Digital Domain are just middlemen who mostly make a profit from the price difference, they will still choose to place orders with the two companies. Not only because of the relationship, but also because of influence. Needless to say, the relationship is that the Jewish gang will not look for outsiders to do things and influence. I ask Industrial Light and Magic to do the visual effects, and I ask Digital Domain to do the visual effects. Once this kind of publicity is released, the audience will have expectations for the movie at the first time, and the concept of visual effects blockbusters will pop up in their minds. What about those small companies? It's okay if you don't advertise. Once you advertise, the audience will subconsciously think that you are a bad movie. Don't ask Industrial Light and Magic and Digital Domain to do visual effects. Isn't that just to make money? So, for the sake of that invisible influence and box office appeal, the film companies choose to turn a blind eye. In this case, if you want to be a big visual effects company, there is actually only one way to go. Either you make a Lord of the Rings in the field of live action movies like Weta Digital, or you make a Toy Story in the field of animation like Pixar. Since I don't have any connections and can't take orders for blockbusters, I'll make a blockbuster myself. Because of this, Blue Sky Studios, which had come to its senses, officially entered the animation industry after completing the order for Titanic. As for why they chose animation, it's because animation is cheaper than live action movies. The investment in special effects blockbusters for live action movies is hundreds of millions, while for animation, tens of millions is enough. Not only that, compared with the fiercely competitive field of live action movies, the computer animation industry is still a blue ocean market. As long as you dare to think and do, you may become the pig on the vent. So, Ice Age was born. The unfortunate little guy chasing the acorn made Blue Sky Studios famous and ranked among the top 5 animation production companies in Hollywood. The other 4 are nothing more than the old giant Disney, Pixar and DreamWorks, which were derived from Disney, and Illumination Entertainment, which created the cute Minions. Unfortunately, compared with Disney, which has been constantly innovating and honing its skills for 10 years, the foundation of Blue Sky Studios is still to be considered. Compared with Pixar, which has been constantly producing sequels and coexisting with innovation, Blue Sky Studios lacks inspiration. Compared with DreamWorks, which is a troublemaker and has risen wildly, Blue Sky Studios will not toss around. And compared with the younger generation, Illumination Entertainment, the IP derivatives of Blue Sky Studios are very lame. The animals in Ice Age can only appear in the form of a collection, and after separating them, they can't achieve the separation effect of Despicable Me and Minions. The sense of existence is quite weak. If John Landor hadn't mentioned it specifically, Roland would have even forgotten that he had watched the movie of the funny squirrel more than 10 years ago. Of course, it doesn't matter if you forget it, as long as you can remember it now, there is no problem. Because animation is also a part of the entertainment industry. If this industry is developed, and then it is sold to Disney for distribution. Disney, Roland, look at our cooperation. Roland, don't call me Roland, call me father. Disney, okay, dad. At the beginning, Roland coveted Pixar and DreamWorks animation. However, the IP copyright of the former is in the hands of Disney, so even if Roland has money, he will not talk about acquisition. Because only by selling Pixar to Disney can Steve Jobs gain the greatest value, and Disney, which owns Pixar, can make the most of the copyright in its hands. As for the latter, Jeffrey Katzenberg's ability to make money is stronger than his creative ability. With such a money-grubbing guy around, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to acquire it completely. Not to mention, behind DreamWorks Animation, there is also the old man's money-making monster, In Roland's previous life, after 3 rounds of cooperation with Microsoft, Paramount, and India Industrial, the old man was still able to control the voting rights. This ability to calculate behind the scenes was undoubtedly amazing. In this case, even if the old man was willing to sell, Roland didn't want to buy it. Acquiring without a say is like using a public car for private use, and then using this private car to run a public ditty, "The green grassland above my head." No way. No way. In this way, when Pixar can't be bought, DreamWorks Animation doesn't want to buy, and Illumination Entertainment has not been born, there are actually only 2 ways to get involved in the animation industry. 1. Wait for Blizzard Studios to wake up and work hard on CG and use their feet to dig out the strange properties of the game. 2. Acquire. The effect of the first method is unknown, but the second method, isn't it right in front of us? When Roland learned that Blue Sky Studios was now ownerless, he couldn't help but want to acquire it with his spare money. But when he asked, wanting to get more information from John Landor, the fat man was stunned. He felt that his body was hollowed out, and he really couldn't squeeze out a drop of information. "Roland, if you want to know about the information related to Blue Sky Studios, then I will help you ask." The fat man looked at Roland cautiously, because Roland's question touched his knowledge blind spot. "It turns out that you are not omnipotent. I thought you carried Google with you." Roland breathed a sigh of relief, while secretly complaining in his heart. He also asked knowingly, "You don't know the situation in this regard?" "I don't know." The fat man shook his head awkwardly. "Forget it if you don't know. I just asked casually." Roland waved his hand, indicating that the fat man should not care. "Our first task is still Princess Diaries. You go and get it first, and come back to me when the preparations are almost done." "Okay." The casual words made the fat man breathe a sigh of relief, nodded heavily, and drove away decisively. Although this was not the first time he had dealt with Roland, the previous exchanges had been facilitated by the truck driver. In the fat man's opinion, Roland could laugh and joke with the truck driver because the 2 sides had a 10-year friendship. If it were a stranger, there would definitely be a gap, and adaptation was necessary. But after chatting with Roland for a while today, he found that Roland's temper did not seem as bad as he imagined. Although he often asked some strange questions, in general, he did not put on airs. Looking at the straight lane, the fat man pursed his lips and made his own summary of Roland's behavior just now. He has a curiosity that matches his age. He has the affinity brought by a good family background. Although he became famous at a young age, he was not blinded by the flattery. And he is only 20 years old, and he can achieve such an achievement. It's really terrible. By the way, the most important thing is that he is handsome. If Roland heard the fat man's evaluation, he would definitely laugh like a pig. Curiosity? Isn't it because he wants to snatch Blue Sky Studios before Fox? Affinity? Isn't it because he holds the attitude that success is the best and failure doesn't matter to him? He is not blinded by praise. How can a guy who climbs up by relying on his thighs be blinded by fame and fortune? It's just that the evaluation of being handsome is so-so. Today is a good day. Everything you want can be achieved tomorrow is a good day, and time can't wait. After sending the fat man away, Roland, who is in a good mood, hums a little tune and goes back to the house. For him, the news that Blue Sky Studios has no owner is more exciting than finding Anne Hathaway. After all, the purpose of his filming Princess Diaries is not only to implant his own brand advertisements in the movie, but more importantly, he wants to make Warcraft Films a happy club that can make Disney happy. In this way, a studio that can create a project to enter the theme park naturally represents more interests than live-action movies. Of course, Blue Sky Studios is good. As an adult, Roland naturally wants it all. But in the case of not knowing the other party, asking someone for information has become the first choice. Roland wanted to know everything about Blue Sky Studios, and then try to find loopholes, and wait for an opportunity to acquire it. And the only one who could do all this, was obviously the old man who could compete with the big six. So, 3 minutes later, the old man who was traveling in South America with his family, received a call from Roland. "Blue Sky Studios? What do you want its information for?" The old man was very confused. It seems that the old man knows about this studio, otherwise he should have asked me what Blue Sky Studios is. Roland muttered in his heart, but he told the truth. I'm curious. John Landor told me that Fox is going to withdraw its own animation department and sign a long-term distribution contract with Blue Sky Studios, but I have never heard of Blue Sky Studios, so I want to learn about it. That's it? Such an explanation made the old man speechless. I thought you wanted to do something. It turns out you are just curious. What else? I'm retired and bored. Roland replied confidently, but the word retirement almost choked the old man to death. I haven't even retired yet. Rolling his eyes, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with this little guy, then go directly to Steve. What? Roland didn't understand. Steve? Which Steve? Jobs? Steve Jobs. The old man raised his voice and asked unhappily, how many other Steves do you know? Chris Wedge, the founder of Blue Sky Studios, and John Lasseter, the chief creative officer of Pixar, are good friends. Go directly to Steve and ask him to help you contact John, and the information about Blue Sky Studios will naturally be delivered to you. Fuck. Is it that simple? Are you sure? Roland felt a little unbelievable. The progress of things was so easy that he even doubted his life. When have I ever lied to you? The old man asked back, but he still explained. Chris Wedge, the founder of Blue Sky Studios, graduated in 1981 and became the chief illustrator of Disney Animation in 1982, and John Lasseter, the chief creative officer of Pixar, worked at Disney in 1979 and created Computer with Chris Wedge. In 1984, after John Lasseter's contract expired, George poached him to Lucasfilm. Later, when George sold Pixar to Steve, John became Steve's subordinate and created Toy Story. When John joined Lucasfilm, he wanted to bring his good friend Chris with him, and this action was also agreed by George, but Chris did not. He didn't want to work in California because his home was in New York, so he took time to go to Lucasfilm to observe computer graphics production, and this habit has been maintained until now. So, you call Steve now and ask him to call someone for you. That's much faster than me finding someone. Don't say you want to inquire about the situation of Blue Sky Studios. Even if you want Chris to come and meet you, it will only be in the next 2 days. After all, Chris and John are very grateful to Steve. Although Steve agreed to let Pixar make animations, his biggest idea was to sell his own computers, but after seeing their achievements, Steve also squeezed out resources when his own company was not running smoothly to let them realize their dreams. They will remember this kind of thing for the rest of their lives. That's right. The industry likes to use the word forever to describe Disney, and that has its own reasons. Because Disney supports the entire Hollywood animation industry. Disney's own creative ability is needless to say, and those companies that can compete with Disney in the future are all established by former Disney employees. Pixar's chief creative officer John Lasseter is an animation director who left Disney. DreamWorks Animation CEO Jeffrey Katzenberg is a former chairman of Disney Animation. Blue Sky Studios founder Chris Wedge is the former chief artist of Disney. In addition, none of the 6 major animation departments can be separated from Disney. Admittedly, these guys were forced to leave because of internal fighting and political disagreements in the company, but it is precisely because of this that Disney is even more terrifying. We can still live well after excluding so many talents. Are the other companies okay? They are all younger brothers. When the old man hung up the phone with the crude excuse of "my daughter called me," Roland's mind was full of question marks of how can Disney be so awesome, but when he heard the busy tone, he reacted and suddenly slapped his thigh. Whether Disney is awesome or not, what does it have to do with me? I've already got the guy. Since I can get in touch with Blue Sky Studios through Steve Jobs, then, Fox, you can go eat your ass. Let Disney be awesome. Anyway, my goal is to make you call me daddy. In this way, isn't it the easiest choice to be stabbed? As for participating in the bidding for Blue Sky Studios, will it compete with Fox? Hey, ownerless things are available to everyone. It's not your subsidiary. Why can't I ask the price? It's normal business competition. Whoever wins or loses depends on their own means. After figuring this out, Roland stopped tangling on this issue. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner and there was a party to attend in the evening, Roland went into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out again, Kate, who had gone out for yoga class in the afternoon, had also returned. When Roland was wiping his hair and greeting his woman, the guy sitting behind the coffee table suddenly raised his head and showed Roland a half smile. "Did you take a shower?" "Yeah. Didn't you say there was a party tonight?" Roland nodded. "Are you comfortable?" Seeing that Roland didn't respond, Kate asked again. "Comfortable? Not bad. Taking a shower on a hot day will make you feel much cooler." Roland told the truth. Hearing this, Kate spoke again, but this time her tone was a bit bitchy. "Are you much cooler?" "Yes. Is there any problem?" Roland still didn't hear anything strange, so he complained. "Before you left, John Landor came, and he just left. I talked to him for an afternoon, going in and out of the house, sometimes cold and sometimes hot, and I was almost uncomfortable." "Ah, so that's it? Then what did you talk about?" Kate's smile became even bigger. "What are you talking about?" "Of course it's about work." Roland finally realized something was wrong and turned to look at his wife. "What's wrong?" However, this time, he was answered with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, it's about work. Meow meow meow." Countless question marks appeared in Roland's head. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Feeling strange, he looked at Kate carefully. But when his eyes turned into X-rays, sweeping up and down, all he got was his wife's smiling face. But when he sat down on the sofa, frowning and wanting to ask the reason, the black sealed file on the coffee table made him understand instantly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, this guy is jealous. Note, Wikipedia says that Fox acquired Blue Sky in 1997. This information is wrong. Impro records that Blue Sky's first foray into animation was Mrs. Brown Bunny in 1997. After winning the Oscar for Best Short Film, it was invited to work with Fox Animation Department to produce Frozen Planet. With the failure of Frozen Planet, Fox chose to cancel its own animation department, and Blue Sky was accepted by Fox. Because there were no works, Fox signed a 5-year contract with them only after Blue Sky made Ice Age. Not only that, Blue Sky also took Paramount's order in 1997 to do the special effects of Star Trek IX. They also did the visual effects of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, that is, the part where Yujai Adelan jumped off the cliff. The Minions were not made by Universal, but by Illumination Entertainment. Their founder Chris Meledandri is the chairman of Fox Animation. After the animation department was cancelled, he was in charge of Blue Sky's projects and watched them create Ice Age. In 2007, he left Fox and founded Illumination Entertainment. Their relationship with Universal is exactly the same as that of Pixar at the beginning, Blue Sky and DreamWorks now. The big companies hold shares, but they are far from reaching the point of full control. Creativity is self-proposed long-term distribution, with cooperation restrictions, but not a subsidiary. Blue Sky founder Chris Wedge and Pixar chief creative officer John Lasseter are close friends. How good is their relationship? Chris Wedge had watched Toy Story before the preview, and John Lasseter had also watched Ice Age before the preview. Chapter 315 Roland, I have a childhood marriage. Kate is actually a very tolerant person. Or maybe it is because of her upbringing that she can accept many things that ordinary people cannot imagine. Just like Marlon Brando publicly dissed Vivien Leigh, saying that when she had a manic attack, she could not walk when she saw a man. So Vivien Leigh turned against Marlon Brando, accusing this bisexual of seducing her man, and repeatedly stated that she witnessed Marlon Brando and Laurence Olivier kissing at the wrap party of A Streetcar Named Desire. When the war of words broke out, and the war spread to Laurence Olivier, he, who had already divorced Vivien Leigh, issued a public statement, saying that Vivien Leigh was sick, and had betrayed him many times. He divorced her, because he was afraid that one day he might accidentally kill the other party after a rage. The accusation of her ex-husband made Vivien Leigh suffer from the criticism of thousands of people. When the public opinion was blaming her one-sidedly, she jumped out to drag her ex-husband into the water, claiming that Laurence Olivier's words were not credible, and said that he had had a secret relationship with Richard Burton. This revelation made the society explode at that time, because Richard Burton was Elizabeth Taylor's husband. Faced with such revelations, Richard Burton denied it flatly, but Elizabeth Taylor would not indulge Vivien Leigh, and directly said that jealousy made a woman crazy. If Vivian Leigh had not died soon after the quarrel, then Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton's 10-year marriage might have shrunk because of this. Although these revelations are the result of the parties quarreling with each other, no one knows how credible they are, let alone whether they are deliberately retaliating and spreading rumors and slandering. But children who grow up in such an environment have actually long been separated from the general public. What extramarital affairs, cold violence, fidelity, Russian roulette, these are not a problem in their eyes. Because that's what the elders do. In addition to providing the public with topics to talk about, making ordinary people extremely envious, and writing a page in the long river of time, there is no other impact at all. For this reason, whenever Roland talks nonsense in front of Kate, Kate just scolds him and never gets angry. Because she knows that liking beautiful women is a male instinct, and she herself also likes to look at handsome men. Not only that, when filming Spider-Man 2 and 3, Roland's close contact with the actress was normal for her. Although she asked Roland to pay attention to the scale every day, she didn't care about the affectionate hugs in front of the camera. If you look at it from the perspective of the general public, this kind of tolerance is simply incredible. But for her, it is just an ordinary behavior above the standard line. Close contact with partners is because of work needs. Commenting on the opposite sex behind the audition table is to bring greater profits to the company. She would not dwell on these norms in the circle, but would participate in them with her man, talking and laughing, and even cheer for her man to sign a long-term contract with Charlize Theron, and to customize the bundling of the Oscar-winning film. Because she knew in her heart that all of this was the exploitation of capital. When capital strips away the humanity that a beauty should have, and only uses it as a tool to make profits, the threat of this beauty will fall like a cliff, because capital will not get entangled with tools, unless it is absolutely necessary. Those who think it doesn't matter, and think they should use their power to make tools submit to themselves are not capital. They are just taking advantage of the power of capital to enjoy their own pleasure. After all, the only thing in the world that will not hurt is freeloading. Just like Zukainen, he doesn't care who Fuxiang sleeps with, but if the Little Mare is written by someone, then. However, although their acceptance ability is out of the average level of the public, it does not mean that they have no bottom line. Roland did tell Kate that he would invest in a Disney-oriented youth comedy. Kate also read the story of The Princess Diaries and understood that it was a movie about a child's princess dream, but she didn't know that the protagonist had already been decided. Even if the protagonist was decided, it didn't matter, because those who didn't support their own people were all stupid. She would applaud serious work, but the problem is that Roland's secret behavior of supporting people is now her forbidden zone. Who is Anne Hathaway? She is no one. She is not Jewish, not British, not Australian. In this way, she has no relationship with the Jewish gang, the British gang, and the Australian gang. More importantly, she has just entered the circle. The work she entered the circle was also cut by Fox. In this case, she can be regarded as a person with no power, no name, and no influence. As a person with no power, why was she chosen? Roland, why did you choose her? Exclamation mark. This is the instinctive thought that came to Kate's mind when she saw the files on the table after returning home. When Roland asked, she also gave a clear attitude. You fucking hurry up and explain it to me. When Roland saw the file casually placed on the table, he felt nervous, as if he was caught by his wife for going out to have fun under the pretext of working overtime. But when he looked up at Kate, the panic in his heart instantly dissipated. I'm a coward. I didn't do anything. I didn't even take off my pants. Not only that, after catching the seriousness in his wife's eyes, Roland also felt like teasing her. Who said before that they didn't care about me being a groom every night? Now it's exposed, right? Hehe. So, Roland's thoughts suddenly turned, and he thought of an excuse. I forgot to tell you about this. Seeing that Roland finally got to the point, Kate, who was tense, relaxed, leaned back, and said insincerely, didn't you just not tell me about the audition? It doesn't matter, I don't have a good candidate anyway. However, just when Kate thought that Roland would follow her words and explain how Anne Hathaway was selected, Roland shook his head and said seriously, no, it's not this. Kate was a little confused. Before she could continue, Roland threw out another shocking news. I forgot to tell you before, the project of Princess Diaries was prepared for Anne Hathaway. What? Kate frowned. She didn't know what Roland was up to, but Roland said to himself, you know, a disaster happened in San Francisco 10 years ago and took away my parents. Since then, the people who raised me have become David and Ganetti. The reason is very simple. David and my father are good friends, and Ganetti is my mother's best friend. I have talked about these things in interviews, but I have kept more private things from me. Before marrying David, Ganetti was an actor on Broadway, and so was my mother. They co-starred in The Phantom of the Opera. During the years they were on Broadway, they had their own circle of contacts, including Anne Hathaway's mother. If you have read this file, you will know that Anne Hathaway's mother is a musical, the heroine of Les Miserables, and at that time, the stage of Les Miserables and the stage of The Phantom of the Opera were on the same street. Because I have been reluctant to mention the painful past over the years, David and Ganetti have not said many things, but after I established a relationship with you, Ganetti quietly told me that I must carefully consider this relationship. Remember the difficulties Stephen encountered before the filming of Saving Private Ryan? In order to be able to film in the UK, you flew back home and asked for help. And it was during those days that Ganetti pulled me and told me something. When my mother left Broadway, she had an appointment with a good friend. At this point, Roland suddenly sighed and closed his mouth. A sense of helplessness came to him. Such a situation shocked Kate even more. Roland's mother was once a Broadway actor. Anne Hathaway's mother was also a Broadway actor. They have a good relationship and there is an appointment. Isn't this a baby marriage? Kate would think so, because baby marriage is quite common in Europe. King Umberto II of Italy and Princess Maria of Belgium got together because of a baby marriage. When Prince Philip, the husband of the current Queen of England, was a child, his mother wanted to help him, and the wife of the current old King of Spain arranged a baby marriage, but unfortunately it didn't work. Not only that, the blood relationship between the European royal families, who are relatives, also appeared because of the arranged marriage of the strong alliance. So, when Kate heard Roland say that his mother and his good friend had an agreement, the concept of baby marriage suddenly popped up in Kate's mind, and the next second, she listed Anne Hathaway as an enemy. Anne Hathaway was actually the baby marriage arranged for Roland by his mother when he was alive. In the past 10 years, they have had countless opportunities to show up, but they have to show up when Roland is preparing to get married. What does this mean? They are here to snatch people. Son of a bitch. Kate, who was leaning on the sofa, no longer had the previous indifference, her chest heaving, her breathing rapid. The hands on her abdomen have been quietly clenched, and the blue veins on the back of her hands interpret her anger. After being with Roland for so many years, how could Kate not know what kind of person Roland is? Roland is a guy who always wants to climb up. The most annoying thing to do is to confuse feelings with career. Kate knows that Roland, like countless men, likes beautiful girls. Similarly, Kate understands that, in order to make his career better, and not to leave a handle for potential enemies, Roland will only like those beautiful girls with his eyes, and will not put his love into action. In this case, any girl's behavior of climbing the bed will be actively rejected by him, unless he can't refuse. Although in most cases, Roland's rationality is greater than his sensibility. But in front of his own people, his sensibility is greater than his rationality. If the Olsons asked him for help, he would answer directly. If the Winslets wanted him to help, he would agree. In addition, he would help the old men who had helped him for many years when they were in trouble. So, what if the marriage his mother arranged for him appeared? What would he do? Thinking of this, Kate immediately focused her eyes on Roland. The burning eyes seemed to dig a big hole in Roland's body. She wanted to know what was going on. Although Roland didn't look Kate in the eye, the clear touch still made him choke. Fuck, you believe it so quickly? This is really too easy to fool, right? The strong sense of oppression made Roland a little complacent, and at the same time, he felt extremely satisfied. The more intense Kate's reaction, the more it means she cares. And who would refuse the care of their other half? So, he sighed again in a good mood, and said in a sad tone, if it wasn't for Ganetti telling me, I wouldn't know that my mother had arranged a marriage for me. After learning about this, I felt very uneasy, so I asked Kennedy to help me find out about the situation. You know, the establishment of R&K. At first I wanted to do it myself. During the days when she was preparing to go it alone, did Kennedy keep running to New York? At that time, she went to find acquaintances and inquire about the news. After she came back, she told me that she found the person who had arranged a marriage with my mother. Their family did have a girl of the same age as me. Not only that, the girl was also studying acting. When I heard the news, I was completely confused because I didn't know how to face this matter. I was afraid that she would come to my house. But when Kennedy told me that her family didn't seem to mention this matter to the girl, I breathed a sigh of relief again, praying that they just regarded the agreement as a joke. What about now? What's the situation now? Kate finally spoke. Not only that, her tone was a little anxious. Didn't R&K happen last year? They didn't contact you last year, so why are you supporting her now? Roland laughed secretly at the inquiring words, but he still pretended to be angry on his face and accused, isn't it because of Fox? Fox suddenly cut her project due to business problems. According to her mother's plan, acting in a TV series for 2 years can not only hone her acting skills, but also find opportunities. Because everyone can watch TV series, if you want to recommend your daughter to the producer, you just need to tell them the show. But now, all the plans are disrupted. Although her mother has a Broadway with such a deep relationship, even if the TV series was cancelled, her mother could still let her go on stage. But the problem is that with the gradual decline of drama, going on stage is a waste of time. So, they found Kennedy when they were desperate. Roland sighed and shook his head, seemingly helpless, but more irritable. You know, I'm a soft-hearted person. Before, I could only hand over Scarlett's matter after Sophia asked me to. Now, my mother's old friend has come to the door. How can I refuse you? So, that's it. Roland was very depressed, and Kate was even more depressed than her. After listening to the bloody story that Roland had made up in 3 minutes, she suddenly felt that her teeth were aching. What kind of shit is this? Why do you have such a secret? Oh, that's not right. How could your mother give you such a shitty thing? Kate became more and more angry. What era is it now? Your mother arranged a marriage for you? It's fine if it was arranged for you. That family actually gave birth to a girl who is about your age. It's fine if it was a girl. But when she just entered the entertainment industry, she suddenly encountered career problems? What kind of luck do you have? Did God have to force her to be your wife? That's great. Roland's eyes lit up. He complained quietly in his heart. Wouldn't I have 2 wives in this way? As a man who doesn't like to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, Anne Hathaway is beautiful. Unfortunately, this kind of thing can only be said in the heart. If he covets the momentary pleasure of talking, he will probably be beaten to death by the angry Kate. Just when Roland was thinking about when he should tell Kate that he just wanted to tease her and the above story was purely fictional, Kate, who was getting more and more uncomfortable, suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. What are you doing? Roland was a little puzzled. Kate walked to the entrance and took out her phone from her handbag. Call Kennedy. I want to find out the situation. Fuck. For a moment, Roland felt that his head was twice as big as his head. Hey, don't fight. Roland instinctively called for a stop. Why not? Kate, who was feeling uncomfortable, asked with her eyes wide open. Because. Roland hesitated, wanting to explain, but was afraid that after explaining, he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow morning, so he chose to extend his life. Because this is what Kennedy asked me not to tell you. She's afraid that you will feel bad if she tells it. I feel bad? However, Kate did not accept his explanation. Not only that, she raised her voice angrily. She's afraid that I will feel bad if she tells it? Does it mean that this matter does not exist? If you hide it from me, the more you hide it, the bigger things will become. If I see her file today and just pretend that nothing happened, what about next time? Will I see you interacting intimately with her again? Since you think it's hard for you to refuse, then I'll help you refuse. I'm telling you, you can only be my man. No matter who comes, you can only be my man. Roland's scalp numbed when he heard the high-pitched voice declaring sovereignty. Seeing that Kate did not give him a chance to explain and directly dialed the phone, he felt his butt itchy while sitting on the sofa. After taking a look at the gate where Kate was, he greased his feet and ran away wearing only a pair of shorts. I'm going out for dinner tonight. I'll go back and get dressed. See you later. Kate was a little confused by the inexplicable behavior. However, she just thought that Roland felt that he was caught in the middle and it was difficult for him to behave, so she tried to avoid suspicion. But when she called Ganetti and wanted to ask her about the current situation in a nice voice, the guy on the other end of the phone was stunned by Kate's rapid-fire questions. Does Roland have a child marriage? How come I don't know about this? What? The person who arranged the marriage with his mother is a Broadway actress named Kate Hathaway? Isn't that the heroine of Les Miserables? We know each other, but we are not close. Roland invested in a new play and asked her daughter to be the lead actress. Kate, you know, career matters are all communicated by David and Roland, and I never care about them. Yes, I suspect Roland is using the child marriage to deceive you. Roland never lies. Haha. Do you know how badly he treated James before? He instigated David to take away James' comic books and then paid for a tutor for him. I tell you, although Roland is easy to talk to, he actually likes to tease people unintentionally. James, God has eyes. Roland has finally been punished. After Ganetti swore and said that Roland really did not have a childhood marriage, Kate hung up the phone with a sneer on her face. Glancing at the living room, the lonely slipper perfectly showed the eagerness of its owner when he left. Grabbing the personal file on the coffee table, Kate walked upstairs slowly. When she found that the door of the bedroom where she usually slept was closed and even the key was missing, her tense body softened. She leaned against the door frame and showed her friendliness to the coward inside in a friendly tone. Roland opened the door quickly. We are going to attend the dinner outside the house. She had a pretty face and a bright smile. Inside the house, she was lying on the bed, shivering. Note, Marlon Brando's Dis was written in his autobiography, which was written after Vivian Leigh's death. Chapter 316 Fox, I know everything you did. Hi Roland, you are finally here. Hello Jerry. I didn't expect to see you here. Roland, you are wrong to say that. After Jerry retired, he didn't like to run around much. Steve, hello. He's not good. Because he's going out to work soon. Oh, Dick. I didn't expect you to be here too. People often say that Malibu Beach in California is a gathering place for Hollywood stars. This is certainly true, but many people see an empty blue sea and sky after going to Malibu Beach. This is also true. As a result, many people will become curious and think about why they can't meet stars by chance. After a lot of imagination, some excuses such as stars travel in secret, it's natural that we can't see them. Stars have high incomes and real estate all over the world. Stars are busy with work and are not in Los Angeles have become reasons to cover up the regrets in their hearts. Of course, these ideas are not really a big problem. After all, the probability of a star who has a single job is lower than that of a panda getting pregnant. But in addition to this is also related to the fact that popular stars rarely live in Malibu Beach. The people who rarely live here do not mean that they are busy with work, but that they have bought a house, but do not live in it. For example, Tom Cruise did buy a house, but he rents it out all year round. The short-term rent is $110,000 a month, and the long-term rent is $75,000 a month. If you want to rent it every day for a party, you have to pay more. In addition, Dwayne Johnson, who topped the list of the world's highest paid actors in 2020 with an annual income of $87.5 million, also has a house here, but he never shows up, except when he comes here for vacation with his family. Therefore, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to meet a star here. However, there are actually stars living here, but meeting each other, but not knowing each other is the best portrayal. Because the guys who live here all year round are either the retired male lead of To Kill a Mockingbird Gregory Peck, or Jack Lemmon who won the Oscar for Best Actor for The Tiger Who Knew Too Much, or Dick Martin, a famous Hollywood comedian in the 1960s, or Angie Dickinson, a pink lady who was spanked by John Wayne in Brat and the Dragon. The old people who supported the golden age of Hollywood are the real owners here, and the hot fried chickens buy houses here, more to integrate into this circle, and try to taste the power and resources in the hands of these old men as neighbors. Because of this, gatherings, which were commonly used to make friends in the extravagant era, have become the mainstream means of interaction between neighbors, and when Roland moved in, it became a matter of course to invite him to the party and enjoy life. After all, we are all family. Not only that, Roland, the new neighbor, is also the richest and most powerful one on this land. At first, when he received the invitation, Roland didn't want to come. He thought that the bragging party between old men and old ladies was so boring. But when Kate told him that he could not go, but he couldn't play games at home, Roland came reluctantly. After coming, he found that it was better to stay at home and hug his wife. Watching some boring soap operas with Kate was more interesting than chatting and talking with these people. Because these guys were either gamblers or drug addicts. They were either bragging or rushing on the road to bragging. Roland, when your Uncle David came to see the house, we made a bet on which house you would buy. Yes, yes, yes. At that time we all guessed that you would buy Sinatra's house. The 5,800 square foot Dream Beach house was designed by Edward Grunsbach. It was very beautiful, but your uncle didn't choose it. Yes. Why did you choose a small apartment by the sea? Isn't it comfortable to live in the mountains? Faced with such inquiries, I thought to myself, don't you have any sense? I don't want to live in a house where someone has died. Roland smiled and said, because that house is next to Steven's house. Doesn't Steven like children? If I have children in the future, I will just send them to Steven's house and save the money for the nanny. Haha, you are really a joke. Everyone didn't believe it, but they didn't get entangled and turned to talk about other things. Besides us, there are many people living here, such as PNC Financial Services Group CEO Portman and Oracle founder Larry, who have bought a lot of properties here and come here for vacation every year. They also like our parties. When they come next time and hold a party, we will introduce you to them. Ah, okay. Roland smiled and agreed, but he didn't take these things to heart. In addition to Hollywood celebrities, Malibu Beach also attracted a large number of wealthy people to buy properties here, but these guys are all elusive. They may attend the extravagant parties held by their neighbors, but their socializing with celebrities is basically limited. They can be friends with wine and meat, but they don't need to talk about it if they know each other well. In this case, the so-called introduction of big guys to Roland is just a lip service, and Roland now doesn't need them to introduce anyone he wants to meet. PNC Financial Services Group, the 6th largest bank in the United States. Can they provide attentive service like Wells Fargo? The founder of Oracle, our net worth is only a little bit different by 100 million. Crossed out. Maybe it's because these guys are used to it on weekdays, or it may be that they really treat Roland as a junior, so their tone of voice sounds friendly, but in fact there is a distance. Although it is human instinct to communicate with people with a mask, the vague gap makes Roland feel quite boring. A grass ball like him can go deep into the masses and get close to people with 100 million, so what's the point of these guys always hiding it? So, after a brief exchange and getting to know each other, Roland, who was unable to fit in, took the initiative to leave. Holding his wife's waist and walking on the straight road, Roland expressed his helplessness with emotion. It's impossible to live with these people as neighbors. We can only live here for fun. Humph, it seems that Sherman Oaks is more comfortable. Humph, but the house in Sherman Oaks is too small. We still have to move to a bigger place. Humph, what do you think about us buying the top piece of land in Beverly Hills that is as big as Disneyland and building a manor? Standing there, you can overlook the whole Los Angeles and even the scenery of Orange County, Catalina Island, and Santa Monica can be enjoyed. Humph, I heard from David that the land is in the hands of Marcus, the founder of Herbalife. He originally wanted to build a 45,000 square foot classical manor, but because of his health, he is afraid that he can no longer realize this wish. And if he is willing to sell it, how about we build a castle there? Build it according to the Windsor model, and you will be the queen in the future HMPH. Hearing this, Kate finally stopped repeating herself and said sarcastically, yes, then you are the king. And then a childhood sweetheart pops up today, an old classmate pops up tomorrow, and an ex-girlfriend pops up the day after tomorrow. You watch me fight with them every day. If I win, I will still be the mistress there. If I lose, will I be pushed into the deep well again? Such words made Roland smile awkwardly. There was no way, because he used some extreme methods to coax Kate before. After discovering that his teasing was exposed, and Kate was afraid of killing him with a knife, Roland hid in the room and locked the door. But this move could only be used temporarily. When Kate found the key to the room, the god of death came to collect her. Looking at the angry guy, Roland, who didn't want to die or get skinned, took the initiative to attack Kate and used a combination of stealing magic, giant tongue whipping, rapid gun drawing, wild growth, and deadly rhythm to successfully subdue Kate. And, on the pretext of being late for the banquet, she blocked her way out and dragged her out of the house. During this period, Kate did have the opportunity to refuse, but she had a balance in her heart, so she chose to half-heartedly cooperate with Roland. But being obedient was to give Roland face in front of outsiders. After finishing the external affairs, the family account still had to be settled. So, no matter how Roland pestered her, she was indifferent, and after hearing Roland's dreamlike words, she hit him hard without mercy. This look was like a hedgehog with its hair blown up, not edible, and would not eat anything. Unless Roland admitted his mistake, he would never give up. This attitude was simply too much for others, but for Roland, Kate who lost her temper was much more interesting than a woman who looked down on everything. As for how to coax her, as the saying goes, fight at the head of the bed, and make peace at the foot of the bed. After spending a whole night to serve Kate, Roland, who got up the next afternoon, unexpectedly tasted the loving breakfast Kate prepared for him. Although the guy only made salad, Roland still ate it happily. After breakfast, he returned to the study and called David directly, telling him that he wanted to buy the top of Beverly Hills, the highest land in Los Angeles, and build a castle that Kate liked according to the specifications of Windsor Castle. Roland's inexplicable idea really made David speechless. When he learned that Roland almost died yesterday, David, who had heard wonderful gossip from his wife before, understood it instantly. So you were really looking for death yesterday? David said with emotion. I really admire you. You dare to tell Kate that you have a childhood marriage. Nonsense. How can this be called looking for death? This is obviously interest. Interest between husband and wife. Roland was stubborn. Yeah. Interest. The kind of interest that would kill you if you broke your leg. David was too lazy to pay attention to him. Okay, I'll ask for the price for you. That 156 acres of land seems to be only about 20 or 30 million, right? Not expensive. After entrusting the purchase of the land to David, Roland continued with his idea from yesterday and called Steve Jobs. Jobs, who was leading the team, to think about the iPod, thought Roland was here to inquire about the progress of product development. So he opened his mouth and said, "It's almost done. We are already working on it." Such words made Roland frown. He took away his phone and took a look, and then he confirmed that he did not call Hideo Kojima. "I'm not here to ask about the development progress of the music player. What else do you want to ask me? I want to learn about Blue Sky Studios in the special effects circle, and Steven told me that he has an acquaintance in Pixar." "Oh, this matter? Then I'll let Pixar contact you." After a brief chat, Boss Joe went to help Roland call someone. About 5 minutes later, John Lasseter, the dream creator of Pixar and the contemporary Walt Disney, took the initiative to call and wanted to understand Roland's needs. When he learned that Roland intended to acquire Blue Sky Studios, the bald fat man immediately burst into infinite enthusiasm and said that he would immediately convey the news to his friend Chris Wedge and give a reply tonight at the latest. Please wait patiently. Such an answer made Roland very satisfied. What made him even more satisfied was that a person with his wealth would spend 30 minutes a day on work. This pragmatic spirit was enough to compete with the Qatari tycoon who consciously worked overtime. How can there be someone as hardworking as me in the world? Roland, who felt good about himself, went to the gym to exercise for an hour, then washed up and went to the nearby supermarket to buy some things. Perhaps because of the sensitivity of a time traveler, or because there were too many things hidden at home, Roland didn't like to ask servants to stay at home for a long time. In addition to having someone clean up regularly and asking the nettie to supervise, the most common people at home were bodyguards. In this way, if he wanted to fill his stomach, he had 3 choices: cook it himself, go out to eat, or have someone deliver it. When he was working before, Roland tended to go out to eat and have someone deliver it, but now, if he wanted to do it, he would do it himself. If he didn't want to do it, he would be afraid of starving to death. After spending 2 hours buying some things that seemed to be necessary, but actually didn't need them at all, Roland turned to Kate's yoga school. Although Kate also thought that the wives' circle was boring, she would not fall behind in exercise and maintenance. Growing up in a big divat, she naturally understood what her core competitiveness was, so she lost a lot of her charm when filming. Although Roland didn't care about these, who doesn't want his wife to be beautiful and stylish? Even if the lights are turned off, it's the same. But a beautiful woman will never make a man feel disgusted. After picking up his wife and wasting 3 hours in the kitchen, that would make ordinary people feel heartbroken. They were full and drank, then threw away the pots and pans, and went out for a walk along the backyard beach. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the two went home hand in hand. When Kate went to take a shower, Roland finally received a call from John Lasseter, who said that Chris Wedge showed a strong interest in Roland's acquisition idea, but Blue Sky Studios was his hard work, and he only accepted the acquisition method of partial equity plus issuance and transfer. In other words, Chris Wedge only accepts the acquisition of Warner by New Line. Roland thought for a while and said, or, based on the case of Warner's acquisition of New Line, add the monopoly distribution clause between Disney and Pixar. Warner's acquisition of New Line was a partial equity acquisition. Because of the shares, New Line is indeed a subsidiary of Warner from a legal perspective, but because of the company's voting rights, New Line is not subject to Warner's jurisdiction from a legal perspective. Warner has no control over what movies New Line makes, and similarly, Warner cannot ask who New Line finds to distribute. On this basis, if New Line makes money, it has to give Warner a commission, and if it loses money, Warner has to bear the loss. This is why Warner later forcibly took New Line back. Because this acquisition model gives New Line great initiative, which is precisely what capital cannot tolerate. As for Disney and Pixar, it is a question of copyright and distribution ownership. Disney provides Pixar with funds for animation production, allowing Pixar to make animations as it pleases. However, even if Disney cannot interfere with Pixar's creation, the copyright of all movies made by Pixar with the funds given by Disney belongs to Disney, and not only that, the distribution rights are also in Disney's hands. In this way, Pixar is an independent entity in terms of creation, while Disney controls the overall situation in terms of operation. The contract proposed by Blue Sky Studios now is a combination of these two transactions. Warcraft Films will acquire part of Blue Sky Studios' equity and make it its own subsidiary, but Chris Wedge's voting rights must be greater than Warcraft Films' voting rights so that they can remain independent. In addition, Warcraft Films needs to provide funds to Blue Sky Studios so that Blue Sky Studios can create as it pleases, but the copyright and distribution rights of the works belong to Warcraft Films. In other words, in addition to creative freedom, Blue Sky Studios has made concessions in other aspects. Yes, Chris thinks he can create a work comparable to Toy Story, so he hopes to get creative freedom. John Lasseter said, if you can accept it, they can sign an acquisition intention with you first, and formally reach an acquisition agreement with your company before June next year. Roland can certainly accept such terms, or in other words, even if he, a guy who can't be a plagiarist, acquires these companies, he must let the people who know how to do the right thing, so that he will not interfere in the creation at all. But what does it mean to reach an acquisition before June next year? I have money, I don't need to wait. Roland felt strange and asked, why does it take so long? Because Blue Sky Studios now has an exclusive clause. John Lasseter explained, Roland, you know, animation is the most easily copied thing in our circle. The plagiarism cases of Warner and MGM have influenced the Oscars, so now when we animation companies cooperate with the Big Six, we will sign exclusive clauses with the Big Six, that is, From the project initiation to the official release, we cannot be acquired by any company except the cooperating company. Now Blue Sky Studios is making Frozen Planet for Fox, so they also have an exclusive clause. Before Frozen Planet is released, if you want to sell, you can only sell the company to Fox. So, even if Chris is willing to sell the company to you, you have to wait. Roland understood after hearing this, but at the same time, his eyebrows raised unnaturally. So what you mean, is that what Chris and I talked about may be known by Fox? Such words attracted a burst of laughter. Roland, this is not a question of whether Fox will know, but a question of whether Fox will definitely know, because if Chris does not tell them about the matter, even if you reach an acquisition in the future, as long as someone reports it, when you go to court, the court will rule that the acquisition is invalid. Fuck. Roland cursed in his heart. Is it so pitiful? Isn't this equivalent to playing Warcraft 3 and the enemy opens eyes at dead people? He has always liked to do things in secret, so why did he bring the acquisition to the table this time? Fox knew that he wanted to acquire Blue Sky Studios? Then this acquisition would be difficult to do. Roland narrowed his eyes. After being happy for a few days, he felt that he seemed to be happy too early. Note, Frank Sinatra was once hailed as the greatest artist of the 20th century. He had Golden Globe, Oscar, and Grammy. He died in 1998, and then his house on Malibu Beach was put up for sale. The point is that it has not been sold until now. The land at the top of Beverly Hills was sold for $1 billion last year. This year, it was discounted due to the epidemic and the current price is $650 million. When the founder of Herbalife died in 2000, the transaction price was less than $25 million. The real estate in Europe and the United States is also seriously inflated. The exclusive agreement between animation companies was in 1947. In order to compete for the Oscar, MGM, which created Tom and Jerry, produced Cat Concerto, while Warner, which created Bugs Bunny, produced Rabbit Rhapsody. The two works have the same scenes and similar plots. The key point is that Tom Cat and Bugs Bunny both played Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2, so they were immediately identified as plagiarism. Later, when Warner and MGM quarreled, people found that Rabbit Rhapsody was recorded in February 1946 and Cat Concerto was recorded in April 1946. Among them, Technicolor, which was responsible for the recording, sent MGM's materials to Warner. But 2 months is not enough to support the production of an animation, so it was not determined to be plagiarism that year, but just an accident. However, the creators of Tom and Jerry are the founders of Warner Animation. They were transferred from Warner to MGM in 1933, so Warner has always believed that it was the two traitors who did it. Although the case ultimately became a mystery, exclusive clauses to protect capital interests also emerged. Chapter 317. Dihua News Corporation. Under normal circumstances, mutual acquisitions between companies are something that requires everyone to sit down and talk slowly, but this kind of equal and friendly negotiation will bring a lot of unknowns to the entire project. Unless the existence of the acquired party is dispensable to the acquirer, my acquisition of you may make me stronger, but if I don't acquire you, I won't be weakened. Only in this case will there be true equality. In addition, any acquisition with a purpose is extremely aggressive. Before the situation is clear, the acquirer will not play cards randomly. The situation of Roland and Blue Sky Studios belongs to the latter. As a future Hollywood top 5 animation production company, Blue Sky Studios is self-evident to Roland. In this way, he certainly does not want this acquisition to be unexpected, but now, the potential buyer of Blue Sky Studios knows his plan, because of the cooperation contract. Isn't this equivalent to playing landlord and clicking on an open card? As a guy who really doesn't know what it means to win 5.78 million with only 200,000, Roland not only dares not click on the super double, but also dares not click on the open card, because he is afraid that he will be killed by others with 17 cards. But now, he has accidentally embarked on the road of gambling monsters? Fuck. Am I getting carried away? Roland had a deep doubt on himself. Should I ask things clearly before I start? The furrows of the plow occupied his forehead. After a brief review of his memories, Roland found that, since he made the Oscar deal, he seemed to be standing on the clouds. The word retirement was deeply engraved on his forehead. Not only that, he was also afraid that others would not know that he had risen from the serfs and sang. He once mentioned his impatience with his current status in front of many people, and this impatience reached its peak when he invested in Google, and after sending Sony to a dead end, it climbed to the top. After completing the capital transformation, he felt that he could travel the world with money and fate, and compared the head of the Seagram family who also held the production tools to the second generation of ancestors. He regarded those guys who worked hard to climb up the road he came from as production tools. The Princess Diaries, a project that he had never been involved in, was done as soon as he said it. If you want to buy land as big as Disneyland, buy it. While enjoying the friendliness from the outside world, he also bluntly commented on their pretentiousness. Then, it crashed. Animation companies that cooperate with the Big Six will have exclusive clauses, and this kind of thing can be learned through communication. But when I learned from Steven that the founders of Blue Sky Studios and Pixar are good friends, I simply ignored the supplement of other information and went straight to the source, thinking that I could easily win this project. The success of Amazon, Apple, Gillette, and Google makes me feel that relationships are omnipotent. But I overlooked one thing. From Blizzard at the beginning, to Marvel later, from Yahoo at the beginning, to Google now, these companies are things that capital despises, so when I use the power of capital to drive people away, it will be a crushing defeat for everyone. But once I set my sights on something that other capitals also want, the previous crushing situation will no longer exist. Just like Microsoft wants Yahoo, although I have the idea of selling it, but isn't it that, if he wants it, I will sell it? Unless it is like dealing with Sony, directly pointing a gun to its head. Otherwise, it is basically a head-on confrontation. And this kind of head-on confrontation happens to be not what I'm good at, because those old guys have fought all the way up from opponents of the same level with real swords and guns. Only I have been holding the thighs and using dimensionality reduction attacks to crush the opponent all the way up. This kind of dimensionality reduction attack has advantages. It can allow me to accumulate wealth that ordinary people can't imagine in a short period of time, but it also has disadvantages. It makes me feel that except for the forces I borrowed, other opponents are useless. Fuck. I was careless. I was careless. After a simple review, Roland, who was sitting in the study, patted his forehead with emotion. The behavior of taking advantage of the situation to suppress others is like leading the charge and fighting bloody battles. After a sure hit, the opponent's pain can make you feel extremely comfortable, and you will also like this kind of pleasure of conquest. Even if you are evenly matched and tit for tat, you can use all kinds of tricks to twist your opponent, but the victory achieved by changing various postures after racking your brains is far less than the sense of accomplishment of a crushing victory. Therefore, it is actually a male instinct to like to take advantage of others and to be used to taking advantage of others. But this instinct will make people relax their vigilance. After all, Little White Rabbit and green tea are two different levels. However, despite his feelings, Roland did not think that the current situation was so bad, while recognizing his own problems. Because Blue Sky Studios is the spare tire that Fox wants to find. After preparing to lay off its own animation studio, the day when Blue Sky Studios completed the contract for the Frozen Planet project was the day Fox initiated the acquisition. For Fox, the acquisition of Blue Sky Studios is a bottom-line choice, which will not leave any opportunity for the outside world to spy on it. Therefore, if Roland wants to take Blue Sky Studios away before Fox, he cannot communicate after Blue Sky Studios completes the contract for the Frozen Planet project. Because at that time, Fox's backup option will become a must-have item. Their desire for Blue Sky Studios will reach its peak with the withdrawal of their own animation studio. In this case, if there is competition, they will definitely fight with it. After all, no one wants their underwear to be stripped off. So, even if I'm careless, this matter has not reached the worst step. Because even Fox itself doesn't know whether to acquire Blue Sky Studios immediately. But then again, it feels bad to have the initiative in the hands of others. How many years has it been? This seems to be the second time I have encountered such a thing after Home Alone. Hey. Roland smiled and shook his head self-deprecatingly. Why does Roland want to become capital? It's because he hates the feeling of being controlled by capital. Although Fox, who is also a capital, did not take the initiative to control him in the acquisition of Blue Sky Studios, the failure of I Want It, I Get It still makes Roland a little uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort is the discomfort of not becoming famous overnight, and it is also the discomfort of unequal information. Because of his carelessness, he only knew about Fox's situation, but not the status of their parent company. Such a mistake is unacceptable. Now, we can only hope that Fox will not tell News Corporation about it. Otherwise, hey, is this the trouble that poor people don't understand? This is really too difficult. Unfortunately, Roland misjudged his influence. Or, in other words, while capital brings him power, it also deprives him of the right to dream. When Fox's staff at Blue Sky Studios learned that the founder of the studio's friend at Disney actually came to inquire on behalf of Roland, the news had already spread to the headquarters. Peter Rice, president of Fox Film Entertainment, listened to the report of his subordinates as soon as possible. Barry Diller, the controller of Fox Group, asked his subordinates to fax the content submitted by Peter Rice to the parent company. The content president of News Corporation immediately reported, at 9 o'clock that night, in front of Keith Murdoch, who had not yet left work, there was a pile of information exuding the smell of ink. Staring at the pile of documents that was almost 5 centimeters high, his whole body was shrouded in confusion. His wrinkled face was full of wrinkles, but the pupils under the lenses flashed with a shrewdness that was the opposite. After his subordinates explained the whole thing clearly, he slowly raised his head with one hand on his chin and asked in a calm tone, "You mean Roland Allen made an acquisition offer to Blue Sky Studios through Pixar?" "Yes," the content president in a well-dressed suit answered decisively. Oh, the old man nodded and asked again, "Then what does this have to do with us?" Although he is the chairman of Fox Group, he doesn't care much about Fox's content production business. As a media tycoon, he has always regarded Ted Turner of Time Warner as a competitor because in his opinion, mastering the channel is more useful than mastering the content. Mastering the content means you are just an excellent creator, and mastering the channel means you can exploit those creators at will. Since he understands the relationship of the food chain, he naturally knows how to make choices with limited energy. Therefore, in his eyes, Roland Allen and him are not opponents in the same field. And he doesn't want to be an opponent of Roland Allen, because the forced sale of Black Hawk Down is so scary. In this case, are you guys rushing over here in a hurry to make a fuss? But even if he had something in mind, the old man did not express it immediately. After listening to his inquiry, the president in charge of the content production of the subsidiary did not immediately reveal the key, but asked back, "Boss, you should be very clear about the company, controlled by Roland Allen. Yes, his wealth has long been more than mine, but we have a good cooperative relationship, and it has not been exposed. You also heard about last year's Oscar deal, right?" "Yes, such a big deal, only the public doesn't know about it. Since you know about this deal, you should understand that, in order to buy awards, Roland Allen pulled Time Warner into Harry Potter, Universal into X-Men, and Disney into The Lord of the Rings, right? Are you talking about this? The first phase investment of the 3 projects exceeded $200 million. It's a big deal. A big deal." At this point, the old man couldn't help but sigh. The identity of a shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway is really useful. Wells Fargo had no communication with him, but once the identity of a major shareholder came out, his projects really could be approved with his eyes closed. The old man's sigh made the content president of News Corporation smile quickly. After his emotions gradually calmed down, the president, who had already laid the groundwork, hurriedly said, "Boss, you think those 3 projects are big deals. That's because you don't know the series of operations that Roland Allen will take next." After the filming of Spider-Man 3 was completed, the first thing Roland did was to take the initiative to advance the progress of the 3 projects so that they could quickly get on track. And the second thing he did was to go to Disney and discuss cooperation with them. According to our understanding, Roland Allen discussed 2 projects with Disney. The first is related to the Olson sisters. He helped the Olson sisters get another project from Disney. The second is related to Warcraft films. He hopes that Warcraft Films can reach a long-term cooperation agreement with Disney to jointly create a real-life movie suitable for teenagers. Disney agreed to the first project, but rejected the second one. So, 2 months ago, he asked Jon Landau to get the filming rights for a project called The Princess Diaries and look for the leading actor, wanting to shoot the movie himself. The whole process seemed to have no problems, but in the process of looking for the actress, he seemed to have only provided Jon Landau with her name, as if he had decided to let her play the role. The actress happened to have starred in our Fox TV series, and when he found the actress, he suddenly made an offer to Blue Sky Studios for acquisition. This coincidence made us very confused. So, we guessed that Roland Allen, acting with Disney, their initial target was Blue Sky Studios. And our speculation is also based on facts. Because of monopoly, Disney has monopolized the entire animation film market since the 1990s. Except for Warner's The Flintstones, film companies including ours have been unable to make a breakthrough. In this case, even if they rescreen their old works, they can still reap a lot of box office revenue. Because the audience has no choice at all, there are only those animated films on the market. So, after discovering that monopolistic behavior can make more profits without innovation, they hope to maintain this situation. In this way, striking our animation industry has become their goal. But under normal circumstances, they can't do this, because we won't let Disney monopolize the entire market. The problem is that the situation is different now. Because of the trade war, Sony was pressed down by Roland Allen. Let alone developing animated films, I don't think they dared to continue investing in this field before Black Hawk Down was released. And the financial situation of Universal's parent company Seagram has problems again, and it can't support their continued development of animated films at all. Paramount has not been in the top 5 at the box office for 4 consecutive years. Now they are betting their confidence on Tom Cruise, and Time Warner is now calling on a lot of funds to make Harry Potter with Steven Spielberg, and they don't have the energy to manage animation development. In this way, 4 of the 5 competitors have gone, and only we are left. And us. The whole world knows that we are going to lay off the animation department. In this case, if our alternative plan is taken away first, then we can't make animations, right? If it is true, why did Disney choose Roland Allen to cooperate? After listening to his subordinates' stories, although Old Coin still looked confused, his hunched body had straightened up, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. A kind of dead silence emanated from his whole body, because now, only Roland Allen can do this. Seeing that his boss was getting serious, the content president of News Corporation became even more excited, because Roland Allen is a major shareholder of Apple. He can directly contact Pixar. Although Disney and Pixar have also cooperated, the relationship between Disney and Pixar is not as close as that between Roland Allen and Steve Jobs. If Pixar came forward, Blue Sky Studios would definitely choose Roland Allen. But if Disney took action, Blue Sky Studios would definitely hesitate. Because back then, they came out of Disney. In addition, letting Roland Allen take action can also deter competitors. Because we all know that no one will tear their faces with him until the end, right? When the president of his own company turned from excitement to helplessness, the old coin sitting there suddenly laughed. Yes, you are right. Until the end, no one in the circle is willing to regard him as an enemy. Microsoft and Berkshire Hathaway are now enjoying the benefits he shared. Gillard is his link to Dodd, and Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn have made $3 billion from him, and there will be more in the future. No one wants to break up with such a person. No one wants to stand on the opposite side of him. So when he comes to us and asks for a business we don't want, what should we do? You can analyze that Disney and Roland Allen are acting, so you should be able to analyze a solution, right? We can't do anything except open our eyes and listen carefully, because we don't know how important this company is to him. That's right. Old Coin felt that the analysis of these subordinates was indeed reasonable, but what's the use of it? Knowing that Roland Allen was optimistic about Blue Sky Studios, they acquired the studio before him? What's the point? If Roland Allen was just a simple person, then of course they could do this. But the problem is that his group is a bit too big, so big that News Corporation doesn't know how to start. Admittedly, Microsoft in the technology field, Berkshire Hathaway in the investment field, and the military-industrial complex behind DoD have nothing to do with News Corporation, and they can't cross over to fight News Corporation because of the small conflict between Roland Allen and News Corporation's acquisition. But the problem is that News Corporation can't stand Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn alone. News Corporation can grow and develop thanks to the hostile takeovers of these two guys. They have made too many deals in private, and any one of them can be taken away. The life of News Corporation. In this case, if Blue Sky Studios is very important to Roland Allen, then Oldcoin believes that Roland Allen only needs to reveal a little dissatisfaction when selling Yahoo shares to them next time, and the two vampires will understand the intention very clearly, take the initiative to propose a deal, and express that they can directly blow up the share price of News Corporation. Of course, if Blue Sky Studios is a must-win project for Roland Allen, then Oldcoin believes that Roland Allen only needs to reveal his grievances to the chairman of Gillette, and the guy who received donations and support during the hurricane will dredge the Federal Communications Commission and let them review the legality of News Corporation. After all, News Corporation is still an Australian company. Their headquarters are still in Australia. As long as the Federal Communications Commission feels that their business practices in the United States are stealing the information of the American public, then this investigation can continue endlessly. Although these two possibilities are the worst plans, as capital, isn't the worst plan the priority? I know what your nuclear weapons are. Then I will formulate my response methods based on your nuclear weapons. When facing the cards that Roland Allen might play, Oldcoin knows that it is the best practice to give up the business that the group company wants to give up. Although it may be a bit embarrassing, it is better than being hated by the guy who can throw out nuclear weapons. As an Australian company that controls the media, the American authorities have countless ways to get it out, and what is missing is just an opportunity and a reason. Roland Allen revealed some information, and the happiest one is Time Warner. Oldcoin believes that, if the worst happens, Time Warner will be eager to jump out and prove to the world that he is Roland Allen's half-brother. If you, News Corporation, bully Roland Allen, you are bullying me. Because of this, when he finished talking about the situation with a smile, the content president of News Corporation did not speak. Looking at the subordinate with his eyes downcast, Oldcoin smiled and said, "Let's not worry about how to deal with this matter. Tell me first, if you were Roland Allen, why did you choose to cooperate with Disney?" I haven't had contact with Roland Allen, but I think he is a guy who doesn't want to be controlled by others. Remember what happened when Titanic started filming? Kate Winslet attended the Berlin Film Festival, and Roland Allen gave her clothes in front of the media. At that time, you wrote in the evaluation report you gave me that he was a person who knew how to use power to seek a better life for himself, and he was also a person who knew how to use power to instruct others. As if he was a person who knew how to control the means of production by nature. Since you think he is a natural capitalist, then in your previous analysis, he seems to be unprofitable. And this does not conform to the way capital works. Although the subordinates analyzed it well, Oldcoin still did not see what benefits Roland Allen could get from it. Even if he was willing to believe the reasoning of his subordinates, the problem was that the arguments supporting the reasoning were not enough. Disney and Roland Allen are acting. This is understandable. But if Disney can monopolize the animation film market in this way, then what can Roland Allen get? Nothing. Earn nothing. Does this conform to the style of capitalists? You know, capitalists would rather pour out milk than give it away for free. In this case, if Roland Allen can't get equal profits, then these arguments are wrong. But just when Oldcoin thought that his subordinates were a little too worried, the president of News Corporation, who was still looking down, suddenly said, "Boss, what if? What if Roland Allen wants our attitude?" What? Oldcoin didn't understand what his subordinates meant. Such a situation made the toolman president bury his head deeper. "Boss, do you remember that, after you learned that Time Warner was also going to enter the internet industry, were you also prepared to follow in? They are targeting America Online, and we are targeting 2 websites. And those 2 websites seem to be likely to conflict with Roland Allen's company?" Damn. The unclear words made the Oldcoin's face change instantly. If 10 seconds ago, he still thought that his subordinate's speculation was a little ridiculous, then now, he has become a solid supporter of the entire speculation. Roland Allen can't get any benefits from this incident. He doesn't need to get any benefits. Because hitting Fox is the biggest benefit he can get. Why? Because their news corporation has already started with Roland Allen's industry. You have already raised your hand to hit me. Can't I fight back? Note, the relationship between Murdoch, Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn is inappropriate. That is, the younger brother hugs the thigh. As mentioned before, the expansion of News Corporation and Fox relied on the hostile takeover by Carl Icahn and his gang. In fact, Ronald Perelman also gave Murdoch a blood transfusion. For example, 4-Star TV was sold to Murdoch by Baldwin, and part of the funds Murdoch needed to enter Europe were loaned to him by Baldwin's bank. The most interesting thing is that when these people took a group photo, Murdoch, the former media tycoon who had appeared as a saint, never stood in the center position. Not only that, he also took a group photo with Carl Icahn's friend, Comrade Django, who had not yet become the president, and he did not stand in the center position. News Corporation only moved to the United States in 2004, and in 1995, they were attacked by Time Warner because of the territorial issue. Time Warner accused non-national companies of controlling domestic media, just like Toshio today, and the investigation ended in vain because the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, gave the reason that Murdoch was an American at the time and the news corporation he controlled was in the public interest. As for who helped him to defeat Time Warner, I don't know. These companies have used too many dirty tricks to develop. As I said before, using legal means to rob is the only way for capital to develop. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Contradictory Talk. Ever since Yahoo started the internet wave and redefined operating income is the only criterion for measuring the quality of a company, telling the world that whoever has users will win the world, no one has not wanted to do the internet. At that time, every corner of the streets and alleys was filled with a series of new terms such as website, user, and visit volume. Countless entrepreneurs were able to obtain tens of millions of startup funds from investors with just their clever mouths and countless big cakes, and what they needed to do was to burn the money in the shortest time. If you gain considerable traffic in the process, then rounds A, B, C, and even listing are no longer a dream. People at that time didn't care whether the company was profitable or not, because their old model Yahoo only accepted advertisements after it became big. The wild growth environment gave birth to countless internet companies and created countless millionaires, tens of millions, and even billionaires. These lucky people in the eyes of ordinary people are nothing more than grown-up wild leaks for capital. Compared with capital, guys who start from scratch are simply synonymous with being nameless and powerless. Are you doing well? Then I will acquire you. Isn't that enough? In this way, Disney took the lead and set an example by acquiring Soho and Oi. Instead of being the world's #1 search engine, they copied portals mechanically. As a result, the company was ruined in 2 years. This situation reminded those who came later. Time Warner, who thought that copying was stupid, directly acquired the internet service provider America Online. Vivendi, which owned Universal, swallowed up the North American internet satellite operator. Viacom, which owned Paramount, even swallowed up the communication optical cable supplier used to transmit signals. The internet is a channel, but isn't signal transmission and provision also a channel? Disney proved that we don't understand the internet, so let's strangle the entire industry from the source. Unfortunately, these 3 acquisitions were also failures. America Online was sucked dry by Time Warner, and the second year after Vivendi swallowed the satellite operator, the company suffered huge losses, and Viacom was indigestion because of different industries. As a result, 4 of the 6 Hollywood companies that wanted to enter the internet failed. Sony, which is left, cannot make waves because of its corporate identity, and News Corporation, which owns Fox, Keith Murdoch, the old coin, was laughing at the four idiots from beginning to end. Because from the beginning, he did not think about being a portal like Disney, nor did he think about strangling the source like Time Warner, Vivendi, and Viacom. Instead, he focused on the internet community that was almost ignored by all capital, but could gain the most users and the largest traffic in the shortest time, and was the easiest to succeed. Sign and Rotten Tomatoes. If these two websites develop, they will be an effective tool to check and balance Roland Allen. The old man leaned back, the calmness on his face had disappeared, and instead, he was serious about the development of the company. Yes, it was only after we looked through the investment department's directory report that we discovered the reason why Roland Allen and Disney joined forces. Seeing that the boss had accepted their analysis, the content president of News Corporation continued in an affirmative tone. Although Rotten Tomatoes was only established in August last year, in just 1 year, they have left behind countless competitors and become the world's most popular fan communication center after IMDb. Although Rotten Tomatoes will never be able to shake IMDb's position in people's hearts, because as an internet movie database, the data included in IMDb is something Rotten Tomatoes will never catch up with. Those old materials were recorded by Cole Needham with a VCR, and many backups were even lost in Hollywood. However, as a platform for fan communication, Rotten Tomatoes is less serious and more entertaining than IMDb, and this is why we are optimistic about them. According to the analysis of our investment department, in 2 years at most, Rotten Tomatoes will be able to replace the fan exchange sections of Yahoo, MSN, and IMDb and become the world's largest fan exchange center. This development momentum will encroach on the market share of each company. Although Roland Allen is frantically reducing his holdings in Yahoo and IMDb has been sold to Amazon, he is still the second largest shareholder of Amazon. Amazon's current video discs all rely on IMDb links to drive sales. Not only that, although Roland Allen's Warcraft film and television has been turned into a copyright company by him, he has not shut it down, but has also increased the output of the project. In this case, our proactive contact with Rotten Tomatoes and investment in helping them develop is actually a declaration of war on Roland Allen. Not to mention, we also contacted IN at the same time. Although IN is also a new website, this year, PC Fantasy 3 has a strong momentum in the development of Rotten Tomatoes, and it is also a strong momentum in the development of Rotten Tomatoes. It is also, Magazine has listed it as one of the top 100 websites. After more than 3 years of development, their influence on gamers is unparalleled. Isn't Blizzard Entertainment the biggest source of cash for Roland Allen? Warcraft, Starcraft, Diablo, GTA. Each series can bring hundreds of millions of revenue to the company. The good reputation even makes gamers believe that Blizzard Entertainment will definitely surpass EA and become the largest game company in America. In this case, IN is associated with us. If I were Roland Allen, I couldn't stand it either. The well-reasoned analysis made old coin nod silently. As a guy who inherited the family business and entered the media industry at the age of 21, he certainly understood what IN and Rotten Tomatoes meant. Is it an internet community? Or a microcosm of the information age? Or is it what people often call a user gathering place? These are the characteristics of the website, but they are not the root of the website. For guys in the media, IN and Rotten Tomatoes are tools to fool the public in the internet age. In the early stages of development, people can naturally speak freely on it, but after eliminating all competitors, capital manipulation began to emerge. Just like Captain Marvel, because there were too many negative reviews, Disney asked Rotten Tomatoes to change the rating rules. Just like The Last of Us 2, because there were too many negative reviews, Sony asked IN to modify the number of valid ratings in the same time period. This kind of internet community is a tool for capital to sell goods, but now this tool can have a huge impact on Roland Allen's industry, because the right to dominate good and bad reviews is not in Roland Allen's hands, but in the arms of News Corporation. If News Corporation wants to deal with Roland Allen, just catch him and discredit him. Use the power of public opinion to destroy the cash flow of the two companies. So, Roland Allen feels threatened. Old Coin nodded his head lightly and said, over the years, Roland Allen has demonstrated his control over internet opinion time and again, whether it's the promotion of Spider-Man, the hype of Titanic, or the control of discussions after the Oscars. Wherever he can reach, there are overwhelming praises, making those opponents wonder whether they are wrong or the whole world. However, while focusing on the film and television community, he did not have time to develop the game community. Or, he may have wanted to use Yahoo support for him to support a game community, but Microsoft's intervention made him terminate this plan. However, no matter what the reason, it is an indisputable fact that we invested in first. So, this time Roland Allen is ostensibly helping Disney cut off our animation film business, but secretly, he wanted to spy on our attitude towards him. If we showed that we didn't care about Blue Sky Studios, he might think that we were afraid of him, and then try to use gentle means to attack in and Rotten Tomatoes. But if we forcefully acquired Blue Sky Studios before the contract of Frozen Planet was completed, he might think that we were targeting him, and then formulate a series of countermeasures, whether it was to rebuild a game community with Microsoft to fight against it, or to separate the discussion area and database with the number of users that IMDb already has, and to benchmark Rotten Tomatoes. This is all possible. Yes, boss, this is the result of our evaluation. After hearing the boss's summary speech, the content president of News Corporation bowed his head again. Although all the analysis was done by them, the wise man's summary can only be done by the boss. Such a situation also made the old coin staring at him chuckle. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The acquisition of Blue Sky Studios is a trap set by Disney and Roland Allen. They just want to see how we jump into it. So, do you have a solution? Hearing this, the content president with his eyes drooped shook his head with regret. Sorry, boss, we can't think of any solution. Roland Allen has too many allies, and it's too difficult to deal with. Such words made Old Coin laugh. He pursed his lips, took out a cigar from the drawer, cut it skillfully, and then lit it with a match. He kept rotating the cigar to ensure that every part would be licked by the flame, and staring at the jumping flame, he said, "You can guess Roland's thoughts so accurately. How could you not think of a solution? It's just that you thought of it, but you dare not say it. If you want to resolve this matter, the easiest way is to not respond to his acquisition of Blue Sky Studios, and keep dragging things out, because his transaction with Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn will end before Blue Sky Studios terminates the contract with us, and by that time, Roland Allen will naturally lose two solid allies. Bill Gates is a businessman. When Roland Allen sells all his Yahoo shares, their relationship will not be as close as it is now, and Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn are even more of a they are greedy for money. They want to promote Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo, so they will get along with Roland Allen on good terms. But after the transaction is completed, unless a new transaction is started, they can only be regarded as relatively good friends. At the same time, Jilla doesn't have to worry. At that time next year, the governor of Texas will run for election. They will not interfere in any business activities during the election, to avoid giving competitors a handle. In this case, Roland's staunch ally is actually only Berkshire Hathaway, which is originally a shareholder of Disney. Delaying time is very beneficial to us, and if we delay it, we may not have to respond in this regard. What do you think? When Old Coin was holding a cigar and looking at his subordinates with a smile, he praised them in an instant. Chairman, this method is really great. Why didn't we think that? If we just dragged on, Roland Allen's allies would decrease by themselves. Without Bill Gates and his people, Roland Allen's threat will be greatly reduced. At that time, we don't have to prove anything to him, because with his light asset strength, he is not worthy. The flattering evaluation made the Old Coin smile even more. After his subordinates finished speaking excitedly with their right hands waving, he slowly said, but the problem is, if the delay continues, the governor of Texas will ascend to the position of the commander-in-chief. No matter what Roland's reason for filming Black Hawk Down, it will be a disaster for us. So this method is still flawed. What do you think? The smile of the president of News Corporation's content froze instantly, and he struggled to put down his right hand, and the whole person was embarrassed. On the surface, he looked like a useless person, but in fact, while he was at a loss, his eyes were full of helplessness because they had thought about this method of delaying time a long time ago, but it didn't work. From the moment Fox found out that Roland Allen was going to acquire Blue Sky Studios, everyone from top to bottom analyzed his motives and thought about how to deal with it. But after thinking about it, they all felt that they could only compromise. Because News Corporation, like Sony, is not the right kind of enterprise and is a foreign-funded enterprise. And the best way to deal with foreign-funded enterprises is to use the long-arm jurisdiction and put a dent in their heads. However, in most cases, they are not afraid of such things. Because not everyone can play with the long-arm jurisdiction. Time Warner wanted to cheat them back then, but it didn't work. But Roland Allen is different. You never know what this guy's thinking. Since he dared to force Black Hawk Down to Sony today, he might force a more tricky project to Fox tomorrow. By that time, News Corporation and Sony will be like the fruit on the confused tree, and you and me under the confused tree. Sony, what did we do? News Corporation, I don't know. Sony, what's the situation now? News Corporation, the weak don't deserve to survive. So, delaying time may indeed solve the problem, but it may also make the problem bigger. The question is, if you don't delay time, just give in? This is even more impossible. You must never give up in a business struggle. Absolutely not. We can't give up in Rotten Tomatoes. After thinking it over again and again, Old Coin finally made up his mind after smoking a cigar. As for Blue Sky Studios, reevaluate the impact of animated films on Fox. If animated films are not important to Fox, we can give up Blue Sky Studios. But we can't give up directly, but continue to drag it out and let them acquire Blue Sky after Frozen Planet. We need to send him an unexpected signal and tell him that we just want to develop in the internet field. As for in Rotten Tomatoes, that was an accident. And after receiving the message, as long as he uses gentle means to compete with us, we have already won. Because the longer the time is delayed, the better it is for us. I need time to convince the board of directors to move the company from Australia. When News Corporation becomes an American company, we don't have to worry about these guys trying to rob our company. The firm words made the content president feel relieved. Boss rationally doesn't fight with his opponent to the death, which means that the company has a chance to survive. As for Blue Sky Studios, they have evaluated this company many times and have not found much potential. In this case, if it is lost, it is lost. If Roland Allen knew about News Corporation's speculation and plan, he would definitely be confused and say, I'm really not on the 5th floor. I'm just a stinky little brother who is doing things on the 1st floor. What in Rotten Tomatoes? Roland was so proud after winning the Oscar. Now his mind is full of Apple on the left, Google on the right, Amazon in front, and Gillette in the back. If he asks God for another 10 years, he can beat whoever he wants. Why would he care about these websites? News Corporation is just scaring itself. However, while Keith Murdoch was wondering, Roland Allen actually collected their information. For example, it became the largest newspaper group in the UK in 1981, immigrated to America in 1985, and reached out to the television industry. Because of his own mistakes, he read all the familiar information this time. After he finished reading the information of News Corporation, his restless heart calmed down. Is it because there is something wrong with News Corporation? Yes and no. Since News Corporation entered America, they have completed nearly 100 acquisitions in total. In the mid-1980s, they acquired 6 TV stations and 20th Century Fox, laying the foundation for the TV group. In 1994, they purchased the exclusive broadcasting rights of Nell Games and officially entered the TV field and established the Entertainment TV network. In 1996, they launched the Fox News channel to challenge CNN. In the same year, they launched the Sports TV network to challenge Disney's ESPN. In 1997, they spent $4.7 billion to acquire New World Radio and Family Channel. In 1998, they swallowed up HarperCollins Publishing Company, and they have radio stations in 22 major cities across the United States. In addition, in 1993, they also bought Asia Star TV, allowing Star TV to further cover Asia. In 1998, They established the British digital TV platform and launched more than 200 satellite channels. In 1999, they launched Interactive Sports. At the end of this year, Sky Broadcasting will also enter Germany. This series of acquisitions has made News Corporation expand rapidly and also caused Keith Murdoch's shares to plummet. Because many acquisitions are stock swaps. Of course, the funds to complete the above acquisitions were the focus of Roland's discovery, because when they acquired Sky TV in the UK, they owed nearly $5 billion in financial debt. Roland looked at Kate in disbelief, but Kate rolled her eyes in response. The information is absolutely accurate. This is illogical. Even if Sky TV was acquired with all cash, it would not cost $5 billion. Roland was puzzled. Such a situation made Kate sigh and said helplessly, "My information cannot be wrong." Moreover, the golden decade of News Corporation's development in the UK relied on Mrs. Thatcher. And after Mrs. Thatcher stepped down, she was succeeded by John Major, also a conservative. So even if the acquisition is strange, you don't need to be surprised. Because rules are made to be broken. Before Kate finished, Roland took over. Kate nodded, indicating her approval. If you want to collect all the intelligence about News Corporation, then using the state machinery is naturally the best way. Roland has difficulty finding a way in America, but he can find out about News Corporation's second mine in the UK. Please ask Kate to call her family. Those guys who are mixed in the British aristocratic circle can find out everything in a minute. Although these intelligence are not confidential, and the investigation methods are not concealed, it is easy for News Corporation to know. But for Roland, this is the best result. Because his ultimate goal is to acquire Blue Sky Studios. As long as News Corporation is willing to sit down and talk, he can even accept the bidding method of a bear hug. Checking their background is just to hope that they can sit down and talk. The message Roland wants to convey is, we all know that you don't follow the rules in the UK. As a non-American company, these actions are suspected of endangering public information security. As a company settled in US dollars, you know the consequences of doing so. No one should think of using the big move. However, Roland just wanted News Corporation to calm down and not rush to acquire Blue Sky Studios. But in the eyes of News Corporation, this was already a warning. While making an offer to Blue Sky Studios, they also checked News Corporation's past in the UK. If this is not dissatisfaction with their cultivation and suppression methods, then what else could it be? If before, Keith Murdoch only believed in his subordinates' analysis 80%, then now, he has confirmed that Roland's offer to Blue Sky Studios is for ulterior motives. In this case, is Fox's animation business still so important? Anyway, they are going to lay it off. So don't do it. So, the matter of re-evaluating the importance of the animation business to Fox was directly thrown aside by them. Use the word delay and pretend not to know about this matter. There is no way. This is the pain of foreign companies. American local companies want to hit you and hit you without any reason. Although America does not want a monopoly to appear, it just does not want a monopoly company to appear in its own country. For them, if their own company can monopolize the global market, it would be the best thing. After all, it is the most correct way to develop by taking advantage of the opponent. It not only suppresses the enemy, but also strengthens oneself. As for the gangsters, when capital comes to the world, from head to toe, every pore is dripping with blood and dirty things. Note, and Rotten Tomatoes were the targets of News Corporation from the beginning. Although these two companies were not acquired by News Corporation until 2004, before that, the angel round investment in Rotten Tomatoes was invested by News Corporation. In addition, News Corporation's internet information was still developed together with Nokia, which was Nokia in the 2G and 3G era. It is no secret that News Corporation's development in the UK relied on the power of Mrs. Thatcher. In 2004, when The Sun celebrated its 40th anniversary, the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, published a record post dissing Murdoch's development process, and in it, it openly wrote about News Corporation's return to Mrs. Thatcher and Mrs. Thatcher's return to News Corporation. The issue of September 14, 2004 can still be found on the BBC official website. The close connection with the British Conservative Party is also the reason why Time Warner attacked them. Chapter 319 Busy October. Although News Corporation and Roland Allen both misunderstood each other's intentions and were fighting wits and courage with the air, it didn't matter because the choices of both parties were the same. That is, to drag it out. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, forget it. Let's play wooden man together. In the following month, Fox did not make any statement on Roland Allen's invitation to acquire, and Roland Allen did not continue to investigate the development history of News Corporation in the UK. As a result, both parties tacitly believed that the other party understood their intentions and gave a way that was in line with their own interests. Hey, this is great. Roland Allen was relieved by the understanding of the accident, because if there was a bid, he still had a hope of winning Blue Sky Studios. At the same time, News Corporation also felt that Roland Allen was still inclined to cooperate. After all, the market was so big that no one could take it all by himself. The reason why he was depressed might be because Rotten Tomatoes was something he had long been eyeing. When News Corporation discovered that Roland Allen was copying their second mine, they re-evaluated the whole thing and then found that Rotten Tomatoes might have been targeted by Roland Allen. Because Rotten Tomatoes was originally a forum for Jackie Chan's fans. As the number of Kung Fu fans gathered here continued to increase, the content of everyone's chat became more and more diverse, so the fan exchange community came into being. As a guy who poached Jackie Chan from Hong Kong through Ang Lee in 1995 to draw action scenes, Roland Allen might have used this website a long time ago, and even thought about acquiring it. Otherwise, why would he sell him? But for some reason, this website was taken by their News Corporation first. So, the anger of the robbery made Roland Allen cooperate with Disney? Although this judgment is a bit far-fetched, News Corporation still included it in the data archive. There is no way who made Roland Allen never play by the rules in these years. Apart from Yahoo, no one could understand Roland's other investment behaviors. From gaming entertainment to film and television entertainment to the internet. From technology companies to personal brands to biomedicine, these unrelated cross-border investments made them confused, but it was precisely this kind of blind investment that made him earn a lot of money. The point is that the blind investment in the eyes of the people at the beginning all produced qualitative changes other than money in the end. It is the most unbelievable thing to form gangs and factions through investment. Therefore, News Corporation would rather analyze his practices than take it lightly, because no one knows whether Roland's current actions will become a knife in the future. Of course, the earth will still rotate without anyone. While the two sides stared at each other in the air, everything in the outside world continued in an orderly manner. In early October, a religious ceremony was held in Matamata, North Island, New Zealand. The elders from the Maori tribe prayed for the crew and wished that the filming work could be completed smoothly. This behavior is actually the same as praying to God at the start of filming, hoping that God will bless the filming work to go smoothly. For theists, such a link is indispensable, but for atheists, it is really embarrassing to do so. But even if they feel embarrassed at this time, they have to endure it like the milk tea wheel who did not pray to God at the start of filming. After all, mutual respect is the basis of cooperation. After the opening ceremony, everyone followed Peter Jackson to the real Shire. The green grasslands make people feel proud, and the pocket houses under the hills add a lot of popularity to the broad and beautiful scenery. Green waters and green mountains, small bridges and people, medieval stone bricks and tile houses rolled up a sense of nostalgia for the yellowed years, and when the actors in exquisite costumes gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and distributed around, the illusion of experiencing history in person made people trance. If you remove the staff on the set and those inappropriate modern props, it really makes people rise up a kind of pursuit of walking in Middle-earth. History becomes legend, legend becomes myth. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Fatty Peter, who had been preparing for this for 10 years, almost cried. Thinking that his childhood fantasy would be created by himself, he grabbed the board in the hands of the stagehand and stood in front of the camera. October 11th, 1999. The first scene, the first shot, action. If the start of The Lord of the Rings gave Peter Jackson an impulse to turn his dream into reality, then the start ceremony of X-Men in the Universal Studios on October 15th was much calmer. As a traditional commercial film, apart from the press conference, there were no blessings, wishes, or prayers, and the topics discussed at the press conference were actually very simple. Ask director Bryan Singer about the creative intention. Ask the leading actor Hugh Jackman about his opinion on the role of Wolverine. Understand how Charlize Theron was selected. Let producer Kevin Feige explain the difficulties of building the team. All the questions were very compliant, and all the answers were within the safety red line. Bryan Singer said, "X-Men is a great comic. I read the filming content again before filming, hoping to grasp the essence and satisfy everyone." Hugh Jackman showed his joy. "I have been reading Marvel comics since I was a child, and my favorite is Wolverine." Charlize Theron was even more excited. "The crew actually didn't choose me at the beginning. On the day of the audition, I just acted according to the director's requirements. Unfortunately, I didn't get any feedback on the scene. I thought that this role would leave me, but after I went home, I received a call from my agent. The other party told me that the crew thought I acted well, but my image was slightly inconsistent with Phoenix Girl. If I can meet their requirements within 3 months, then I can try again." When I heard the news, I was so excited that I couldn't help myself. "I think this is the will of the goddess of luck. Thank the crew for giving me this opportunity." Kevin Feige was even more explicit. "When I submitted the creative ideas I wrote, the boss agreed to my plan. His trust in me was the driving force that pushed me forward. I never felt that producing and building a team was hard, because no matter how busy I was, the pressure would not be as great as that of a boss who trusted me unconditionally. Although I paid time and experience, the boss helped me to block doubts and suspicions. I only had to manage the entire team, but he had to bear the unknown after I didn't manage it well. So, thank you for the boss's trust, because his trust has given Hollywood an extra producer in his 20s. Such an answer made the reporters smile knowingly. Although Kevin Feige did not reveal the name of his boss and took the initiative to complain about his age, the reporters did not intend to dig deeper. How did the young Kevin Feige become a film producer? Why were there only people from Universal and Marvel at the scene? Why did no one come to the Warcraft film and television that existed in the promotional materials? They didn't want to know these things at all, and even if they knew, no one would be willing to report these things. If some bosses don't want to show up, the media will respect their ideas and make them invisible. As a result, in the subsequent reports, it would be, X-Men starts filming. Handsome men and beautiful women set the audience on fire. Wolverine Hugh Jackman. Opera singer debuts on the screen. The most beautiful Phoenix Girl in history. The American dream of South African diamonds. Kevin Feige talks about trust. Let's see how a 20-year-old boy becomes a producer. Publicity is actually telling stories. It's just different from movies. The story told at this time is a story of each producer, actors, directors, producers. How did these guys come about? As long as the story looks touching, the truth is not important. When people learn that Charlize Theron spent 3 months losing weight to fight for the role of Phoenix Girl, hey, isn't the dedicated personality coming out? And when people learned that Kevin Feige has liked Marvel comics since he was a child, as a fanatic fan, he collected all Marvel comics and a large number of figures. After entering the circle, he boldly submitted his movie concept to the boss of Marvel, and then got the other party's approval, and gave him investment to let him shoot. Hey, at this time, fans will be even more excited, right? The producer is a comic book fan. The actor can turn down other film contracts in order to shape the role. The director is not as arrogant as the guy who didn't read the original book in the past. When everyone conveys the image that we will make movies seriously, the attention of the film will naturally rise, and the expectations of fans will naturally continue to increase. As for whether this behavior is cheating, oh, don't mention it. In Roland's previous life, there was often such a saying on the internet: some actors can't do anything, but they are very good at hyping up their personalities. Some directors fall into the money and sign gambling contracts. Look at Hollywood blah blah. Isn't this a stupid behavior? Anyone who is in the entertainment industry has a personality. No matter if they are actors or stars, they all hype up their personalities. Do you think Charlize Theron's weight loss publicity is similar to the press release of The Heavenly Banquet? Why didn't anyone say that even Tom Hanks hyped up the weight loss news? In January this year, the filming of Castaway started. Halfway through the filming, the crew stopped working because they wanted to give Tom Hanks time to lose weight. In this case, the press releases all over the world said that Tom Hanks lost weight for filming, which was extremely dedicated. If Tom Hanks's behavior is called dedicated, it is because he acted well. At the same time, because of the gambling contract, Robert Zemeckis, the director of Castaway, turned to filming the movie The Dangerous, while Tom Hanks was losing weight. Can this behavior be considered as money-minded? Well, if this behavior is not considered, because Robert Zemeckis is the director of Forrest Gump after all, he has the confidence to open 2 movies at the same time, then the bad movie The Dangerous that was put together temporarily can't even make back the money. Not only that, in order to rush the work, Harrison Ford, who was called in, didn't even read the script. Is this behavior considered as making money? Hey, can't answer it? Movies are the art of deception, and publicity and promotion only magnify this deception. In this case, deceiving fans, moviegoers, and the world is the most normal behavior, and those who don't are stupid. In this way, as long as the publicity and promotion of X-Men makes people feel that these newcomers are good and are really working hard to make movies, then the announcement fees spent are worth it. At the same time as X-Men started filming, DreamWorks was also deceiving. At the end of October, Steven Spielberg finally got out of the state of milk baby, and the first thing he did after getting out was to lead the merger of DreamWorks Animation and Pacific Digital Imaging. Pacific Digital Imaging is a 3D animation production company similar to Pixar. It was bought by the old man a few years ago. Through this merger, DreamWorks Animation and DreamWorks have no relationship at all. When DreamWorks was established, Paul Allen and Princess Trista paid money to invest in it, but now with such a split and merger, the shares of these 2 companies have all been squeezed out by the old man. In the newly formed DreamWorks Animation, the old man and Jeffrey Katzenberg hold a total of 76% of the shares. Since the shares of both parties are equal in DreamWorks Animation, and Pacific Digital Imaging is the old man's personal company, so, on the surface, DreamWorks Animation is still managed by Jeffrey Katzenberg, but the boss behind the scenes is just the old man. This approach made Roland Allen, who learned the news, crazy about sex. This operation is too awesome. Paul Allen and the Trista princess paid money, invested in shares, helped DreamWorks develop, and watched DreamWorks grow up. Then one day, the DreamWorks studio split internally, and most of their shares were cut to DreamWorks Movies and DreamWorks Music, and another small part was cut to DreamWorks Animation. From shareholders with the right to speak, they directly became passers-by who invested in shares and waited for dividends. If it were just these, it would be fine. After the merger, Jeffrey Katzenberg, the actual controller of DreamWorks Animation, was also kicked off the throne by the old man. Although the old man agreed that he would not care about the company's affairs, most of the money earned was taken away by the old man. This kind of capital operation is simply a model of robbery. Although Roland didn't know how the old man persuaded the bald man, and even less how he settled Paul Allen and the 3-star princess, this result was already worth his crazy support. However, appreciation is appreciation, and there is no chance for an interview. Because when the busy October quietly passed, and the Christmas season quietly approached, the massive promotion of Spider-Man 2 has arrived. Along with it, there is also the long-awaited R&K Jewelry series for fans. Note, Rotten Tomatoes appeared because of Jackie Chan. The founder is a Jackie Chan fan. Before the release of Rush Hour, he set up a website to collect information about Jackie Chan. After the release of Rush Hour, more and more people flocked in, and Rotten Tomatoes became a fan exchange platform, and then it expanded wildly. In terms of hyping up characters and making money, no one can compare with Hollywood. There were continuous news about Tom Hanks losing weight like crazy in the middle of filming. At the same time, Robert Zemeckis and Harrison Ford's The Dangerous also made money by taking advantage of every opportunity. In order to rush the time, they also closed the bridge on Chamberlain Lake when filming The Dangerous, which seriously affected the local people's livelihood, and then they were sued. DreamWorks Animation was not dismantled in 2004 as written in Baidu Encyclopedia. They had already been divided in the early 2000s. Paul Allen and Princess Trista's shares were resolved with the DreamWorks brand. In other words, when DreamWorks Animation was dismantled, they only enjoyed a small part of the intellectual property rights of the DreamWorks brand logo. It was no longer DreamWorks. If they wanted to continue to use this brand, they had to pay DreamWorks a licensing fee. Because they had never done computer 3D before, the two investors agreed. The high licensing fee could make them recover their losses, but unfortunately, the copyrights of Shrek the Monsters were all in the hands of the old man and his personal hands. The two of them made a lonely profit. This is really a classic capital operation. If you are not one of them, you will be played to death by them. P.S. No update tomorrow. My high school classmate is getting married, and I will go to his house tonight. Chapter 320. I made a lot of money. I lost so much that I wanted to cry. I believe that for many people, the entertainment industry in 1999 was monotonous. Unlike last year's history full of surprises, this year we have gained more disappointment. Last spring, we thought that the first box office in film history would be the Final Destination of Titanic, but no one expected that it would shatter everything. And this year, when we walked into the theater with great expectations, hoping that Star Wars, which brought good memories to a generation, could break through Roland Allen's box office myth, the straightforward content was like a wake-up call, shattering our fantasy. Although it dominated the entire summer box office market, for more people, The Sixth Sense is the best movie this summer. In the ABC Live broadcast room, the fat female host was talking there, and when she finished speaking, the male host wearing transparent glasses beside her immediately took over the conversation, and laughed and teased. That's why many people are looking forward to Christmas more. The humorous words drew a knowing laugh from the audience. As the audience, performers, expressed their agreement, the male guest continued. However, compared with the lineup of the summer season, this year's Christmas season is indeed richer in content. MGM's classic series 007 is on stage again. This time, James Bond is trying to eliminate the dangers brought about by the struggle between international forces caused by the imbalance in the world's oil supply. Buzz Lightyear and Cowboy Woody, who were widely popular with children, as soon as they were released, will also start new adventures. Toy Story 2 will soon be released. In addition, starring Tom Hanks, the consecutive Best Actor, the film The Green Mile directed by Frank Darabont, the director of The Shawshank Redemption, adapted from Stephen King's novel of the same name, will also be released on Christmas. And Stuart Little, another masterpiece of Rob Minkoff, the director of The Lion King after leaving Disney, will also be released at the same time. Wow. The female host exclaimed. It seems that the competition in this year's Christmas season will be more intense than that in the summer season. After all, even a movie like The Blair Witch Project can earn $100 million at the box office in the summer season. Of course. The male host nodded. Compared with the relaxed environment enjoyed by Austin Powers 2, Tarzan and the Bad Kids, the competition in the Christmas season will be even more cruel. But in addition to these movies that seem to have extremely high box office appeal, we also have to consider the finale of this year's Christmas season, which will make the scene even more chaotic. Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Roland Allen. When the male host wanted to keep the suspense and give the audience some time to think and create some show effects, thunderous cheers came from below. In this situation, the male host demonstrated his good professionalism and said loudly in surprise, "Oh. So you all knew it? It seems that I'm not the only one looking forward to this movie. I also wrote in the script that this paragraph will definitely give you a surprise, but you gave me a surprise? It's over. There's no show effect today. It looks like I'm going to be deducted money." Haha. The affected look aroused a burst of laughter at the scene and also gave the female host an opportunity to take over the conversation. Since there is no show effect, let's just talk about this movie. As we all know, Star Wars prequel, The Phantom Menace and Spider-Man 2 are the two most anticipated movies this year, but with the poor reputation of The Phantom Menace, people have some concerns about the quality of Spider-Man 2. It's not really a concern. The male host retorted. Compared with the unfamiliarity of George Lucas taking the helm again after many years, the creative team of Spider-Man 2 is more stable. They have cooperated with each other since Terminator, and the subsequent Terminator 2, True Lies and Titanic have allowed them to establish an extraordinary tacit understanding, not to mention that this is the first time Arnold Schwarzenegger has cooperated with Roland Allen again after 9 years. The T-800 back then became Dr. Octopus. This alone is enough to make me rush into the theater. But doesn't this make people feel out of place? The female host said. The T-800 back then was like John Connor's father, and now Dr. Octopus and Peter Parker are rivals. With the preconceived notion of the deep father-son love, it's hard for me to imagine them facing off in the same frame. I simply can't accept this fact. Difficult to accept, the male host showed surprise. 10-year-old Roland Allen and 19-year-old Roland Allen actually made you feel out of place. Are you praising Roland Allen for taking so good care of himself? Looking towards the scene, the male host said loudly, it turns out that she is also a diehard fan of Roland Allen. While knowing applause also rang out. Such a situation made the female host show an awkward but polite smile, and she directly revealed the matter and said, in addition, according to the news released by Sony Columbia, Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane will appear in this movie at the same time. This double heroine shooting mode also makes me worried, because the aftermath of Titanic has just passed, and Jack Dawson and Ruth DeWitt Burkett are still in love. I can't imagine that Roland Allen is in love with other women on the screen. I can't even imagine that this time it might be a love triangle. I think this is also a scene that many moviegoers and fans don't want to see. You are right about this, but I'm not worried. The male host chuckled. I also can't accept that Jack fell in love with someone else, but James Cameron gave me great confidence, because as long as he is there, this will definitely not be a sweet love story. After seeing the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Gwen and Mary, I have prepared for Gwen to die in this movie. Believe me, friends who go to the movies must bring more tissues. Spider-Man 2 will definitely be an emotional tragedy like Titanic. Because in James Cameron's movies, it is impossible for the protagonist to not die. Don't you think so? The male host winked at the audience. Hahaha, the audience, performers, laughed. The response of yeah, made the audience in front of the TV laugh. Just when they felt very comfortable with the current communication mode, the female host beside also made a gesture of defeat, allowing the victorious male host to project the ultimate trailer of Spider-Man 2 on the projection screen in the studio. How to promote a movie? Of course, it is to highlight the advantages and hide the disadvantages. But these things are not applicable to Spider-Man 2 at all. According to conventional practice, the villain of a movie is generally not announced directly before the release. For example, in the Fast and Furious series, except for that shitty spin-off, no generation will focus on the villain in the promotion. But Spider-Man 2 did just that. Not only did it expose the Green Goblin who was born at the end of the first film, but it also threw out the information that Arnold Schwarzenegger played Dr. Octopus, leaving no suspense for the audience at all. In addition, during the promotion, the relationship between the male and female protagonists in the movie is also the most troublesome point for the distributor. Love movies are okay, because the selling point is the sweet love between the male and female protagonists, so the distributor is not afraid of exposure, but other non-love commercial movies are most taboo about the appearance of two female protagonists. Like My Best Friend's Wedding, it was promoted as a true love movie at the beginning. It was not until people went to the theater to watch it that they found that the female protagonist played by Julia Roberts was too green tea and the male protagonist was a scumbag. If it weren't for deception, the whole movie would not have received such a high box office. But when it came to Spider-Man 2, the distributor had no such taboo at all and told the world openly that our movie has two female protagonists. Not only that, they are also the girlfriends of Spider-Man in the comics. Hey, shoot a love triangle openly for you to see. Not afraid of disgusting people at all. Not only that, other movies don't dare to spoil the plot, but in Spider-Man 2, it's not a big deal. What's even more amazing is that all the press releases tell the audience that Gwen Stacy might die, giving people a shot in advance. Who would dare to do this in other projects during the promotion? When you watch a movie, isn't it the story that the director has drawn with film? Now, the sixth element of time, place, characters, cause, process, and result are all explained. So can't we just use our imagination to fill in the rest? The film company still makes a lot of money. But the problem is that the general criteria have always been used to measure ordinary people. For Super A, all common sense is bullshit. I can sell tickets by just sticking my head there. Because countless audiences are not watching Peter Parker at all, but the Spider-Man I play. In this way, when the overwhelming advertisements invade radio stations, subways, buses, shopping malls, wherever you go, you can see the iconic logo of Spider-Man, and the submerged immersive publicity has caused a sudden surge in the discussion of the entire movie. At the same time, the sincerity shown by the distributor also made the audience feel satisfied. Sony has invested a lot of money this time. They told us directly that Gwen Stacy will die in this movie. The plot of the Green Goblin killing people and ending the Silver Age of comics has been put on the screen. James Cameron is really brave. With Roland Allen here, what are they afraid of? 9 championships in 10 years. Who can compare with this kind of box office appeal? That being said, the production team still took a big risk, because not everyone will like this kind of plot. Yes, I think so too. Compared with The Phantom Menace, Spider-Man 2 is more sincere. The crew knows that more people are going for Peter Parker, so they didn't do anything disgusting like the young Skywalker. Everything is afraid of comparison. Success, more often than not, depends on the comparison with peers. In any industry, many successful people are not because of how good their products are, but because other people's products are worse, and then, they survived to the end inexplicably. When a movie is promoting, it is incredible to expose the death of the heroine, but what can we do with the more disappointing movie The Phantom Menace? In this case, no matter how tragic the ending of Spider-Man 2 is, as long as the plot is more compact than The Phantom Menace, the fighting is more exciting than The Phantom Menace, and the plot is not as stupid as The Phantom Menace, the audience will be very satisfied. And before the release of the film, the audience will be debunked in advance, which is even more angelic. Of course, some people like it, and some people hate it. Some people think that the publicity of Spider-Man 2 is more sincere than that of The Phantom Menace, and there will also be people who think that Spider-Man 2 is relying on its advantage to deliberately discredit The Phantom Menace. This kind of porcelain promotion is too disgusting. In the past, for such a response, the audience who stood on the side of Spider-Man 2 might have directly cursed at the sarcastic trolls, but now, they can be choked to death with just 3 sentences. If you have the nerve to dislike the disgusting publicity of Spider-Man 2, then you have the nerve to not go to see it. If you really can be stubborn and not go to see it, then we will definitely celebrate your singleness. You don't know, having a girlfriend is so troublesome. It's okay to watch a midnight movie, but she doesn't want to buy a ticket. It's okay not to buy a ticket, but she doesn't allow me to buy a ticket. She also said that, if you buy a certain brand of rings, necklaces, and earrings, you can get a ticket for free. And since it's newly opened, all customers enjoy a 20% discount, which is cheaper than other brands. The point is, in addition to the ticket, you can also get a Spider-Man action figure. That's a special collaboration model. This is only once. Show off. Naked show off. Whenever someone says that the promotion of Spider-Man 2 is a bit excessive, Roland Allen's fans will post similar words, and then after a while, either the post disappears, or the poster disappears. There is no way he has to disappear. Who made Roland Allen's female fans so powerful? Although Sony has repeatedly stated that it can implant the RNK brand in Spider-Man 2, for Roland Allen, the implant of Peter Parker taking the engagement ring out of his arms after Gwen Stacy's death is too bloody. Holding his own product with regret and annoyance? With this, is there anyone willing to buy his products? Implying that the lovers who buy the products are separated by life and death. This kind of understanding of getting up at night will make his products a joke. So Roland refused. But refusing implantation does not mean not taking advantage of the popularity. While promoting Spider-Man 2, RNK's new product display also appeared on the giant screens of major shopping malls in America. Although the set of rings, necklaces, earrings, and couple rings symbolizing love are all popular designs, there is no big highlight compared to other brands. But in the jewelry industry, ordinary is synonymous with thunder avoidance. Jewelry is not clothing, and there is a threshold in terms of price. In this case, if you try to make some designs that challenge the public aesthetics like trendy brands, isn't it equivalent to gambling with your life? Success, it will be popular, and failure, black people will carry coffins. Only some new stores with no background may try these things, but for R&K, which sells goods with its name, sporadic innovation based on conservative design is the way to sell goods. When those mom fans who can watch Titanic more than a dozen times learned that they can take home the R&K rose couple rings for only 399 yuan, the word buy made their eyes light up. The ticket price of watching Titanic more than a dozen times is enough to buy a pair of rings. This price is too affordable. And in the second week of the new product display, R&K teamed up with Marvel to launch an event where customers could get a Spider-Man action figure for free if they bought a pair of rings. The male mother who thought his girlfriend's behavior of buying a pair of rings was a bit stupid also joined in. Mom Obeo loves you. In the third week of the new product display, R&K announced the time for the accessories to be put on the shelves. It also stated that, in order to thank everyone for their consistent support over the past decade, the boss Roland Allen was willing to pay out of his own pocket to allow the brand to work with the North American Theater Alliance to launch an event called I'll Treat Fans to a Movie, where buying accessories would give away movie tickets. The group of people who were dissing Spider-Man 2 for copying the Phantom Menace are also jealous. As fans of Star Wars, they spent so much money on Star Wars, but what was the result? George Lucas didn't say anything, and he criticized all the fans without restraint. In this case, Roland Allen, who was able to work with the North American Theater Alliance to give away tickets, is simply an angel. The lightsaber in his hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. What the hell is a Gina Skywalker? I'm Peter Parker. Okay. This free offensive made the audience dizzy. In the past, when paying money could only enjoy one service, Roland's bundled sales not only won over fans, but also made countless neutral parties turn against their side at the last minute. A serious movie promotion? Talking about content, shooting, and production? How can this kind of promotion be more exciting than giving away for free? Free tickets, free figurines, free peripherals. Yes, you made money. A lot of money. I lost so much that I wanted to cry. With the US dollar leading the way, the promotion momentum of 007, Toy Story 2, The Green Mile, and Stuart Little was all forcibly suppressed. Even though they were released first and had high box office, more people still focused on Spider-Man 2, and when December 17th, the day of the premiere of Spider-Man 2, the entrances of theaters in various cities in America were even more blasted with gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags waving, and huge crowds of people. The smooth movements of cutting tickets and entering the theaters filled the theaters with fans. After they sat down, the lights gradually dimmed, and a comic book-like title appeared. Countless classic Marvel characters appeared one after another, and when the entire page turned into a logo, Spider-Man's Q version head fell from the sky, like a sticker, sticking to the upper left corner of the logo. Chapter 321 Spider-Man 2. As an effective promotion of the brand, the opening titles of Hollywood movies actually have strict production standards. The distributor ranks first, and the producer ranks second. Among them, the global distributor is larger than the regional distributor. The producers will also be divided into different levels according to the investment share. In this way, as long as there are enough companies involved, a 3-minute opening title will no longer be a dream. The most typical one is Warner. As a title fanatic, they can even tailor a logo animation for a movie, and they want to let the whole world know that this is our movie. Sony also uses the same method to add a 3-cent transition special effect in front of the Torch Goddess to promote their brand to the world. Of course, this promotion method can be used before and in the future, but it can't be used now. It can be used for Summit and Lionsgate, but it can't be used for Marvel. In the 1996 Spider-Man, the status of the Torch Goddess is irreplaceable, but 3 years later, when the Marvel logo disappeared at the opening, the narration voice of Roland Allen also appeared one after another. I'm Peter Parker. 4 years ago, I was an ordinary high school student living in New York. One time, when I visited my brother's Osborne group, I got superpowers similar to those of a spider because of an accident. At first, I didn't know how to use it, but when my uncle died, because of my indulgence, I vowed to use this power to fight evil in the future and prevent the tragedy of my uncle from happening again. So, I became a New York vigilante. Oh, this is the name everyone calls me, but I'd prefer the name they call me, Spider-Man. The self-deprecating but arrogant words made the pictures on the screen flip constantly. The recollection explanation similar to the comic storyboard briefly introduces the content of the first part. From gaining power to defeating Dr. Lizard, from the death of his uncle to the death of his father-in-law, the 90-minute content is included in the 45-second illustration, and the narration outside the screen also changes from restrained to open, from honest to funny as the things develop. Although Gwen's father George told me to stay away from his daughter before he died, but I really can't do this. A handsome man like me is the brightest star wherever I go. Countless girls want to chase me, and Gwen is no exception. His confident tone made people believe it, but as he was talking, the flipping photos on the screen slapped him in the face. The Peter Parker inside was not as cool as he said, but was spying on Gwen in various places. At night, when Gwen was resting at home, he lay on the edge of the rooftop and stared at the closed window. When the school organized an outing, he hid aside and looked at the girl in the distance with a smile. When he worked part-time in the summer, he wore a thick doll costume and acted crazy next to the girl. When he was in class at school, he would look at the pretty back with the corner of his eye while listening to the class. The dog-licking behavior gave the voice of the narrator a narcissistic label. This situation seemed to annoy the guy who was telling the story. With a snap, a white spider web suddenly fell, and the next second, with a whoosh sound, all the evidence was cleared away. Not only that, he continued seriously, no matter how the process is, Gwen is my girlfriend now. Ha ha ha, wow, geese. The pretentious words made the audience laugh, and the act of clearing the evidence gave people a sense of meanness. Although the joke that the protagonist of the movie was caught lying and fell into social death has long been used by Hollywood, it is precisely because of its use that it can prove its excellence. At the same time, this method can also root the concept of popcorn in the hearts of the audience. Is James Cameron finally not going with his hardcore opening for science fiction films? My youth is over. This kind of comedy opening reminds me of Home Alone. Kevin was also very angry and frustrated at the time. After 10 years, Roland Allen has shown his comedy skills again. My youth is back. In the past 4 years, has Peter Parker come out of his introversion? Does his confidence come from his own strength or love? Who cares what it comes from? Anyway, I think this cheerful personality is more in line with comics. I like it. Wow. Aren't you too early to comment? The heroine is going to die in this one. So what if the heroine dies? Since we already know the result, we won't be so sad then. The cheerful discussion made the atmosphere on the scene more relaxed. When everyone felt that they had been baptized by spoilers first and then came to watch the movie, their ability to accept the content would be greatly improved. Next, similar reversals were used repeatedly. In the last second, Peter Parker, who acted as a narrator, said that he was the protector of New York. In the next second, a photo of him destroying public facilities while fighting crime was instantly dropped. In the previous sentence, Peter Parker said that he was invincible. In the next moment, he fought wits and courage with criminals and finally won a thrilling victory, which made him angry. After being slapped in the face by photos again and again, Peter Parker, who had already finished telling the story of the past 4 years, forcibly overturned the table. When the red fist came towards him and got bigger and bigger, the crispness of the broken glass brought out countless cracks and also took away the previous situation. When the camera jumped to Empire State University, the plot of the second part officially began. James Cameron's movie style is fast, accurate, and ruthless. The rhythm is fast, the narrative is accurate, and the editing is sharp. For example, his famous work Terminator took a minute to explain Los Angeles in 2029 at the beginning, and then the scene jumped directly to 1984, and then the T-800 began to madly roar. The sequel Terminator 2 also took a minute to explain Los Angeles in 2029. and then jumped directly to 1991, and then repeated the same routine, roaring madly on the way to find someone. This style is the favorite of Capital, because commercial films do not require you to tell stories in a procrastinating manner, and Spider-Man 2 is the same. Perhaps it is because the tragic tone has been determined, or the relationship between the characters has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so the sunshine symbolizing youth has bloomed wildly from the beginning. Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy and Harry Osborn successively enrolled in school. During the registration process, they met Mary Watson with red hair. Because Mary Watson grew up in a single-parent family, she lived with her mother in a relative's house since she was a child. She was fed up with the diss and ridicule of her blood relatives, so she was very strong in her heart. When Gwen Stacy encountered some minor difficulties in the registration process, the enthusiastic and bold Mary Watson took the initiative to help. During the conversation, the two sides got to know each other and soon became friends. When Gwen Stacy introduced her new partner to Peter Parker and Harry Osborn, who was a nobleman, immediately recognized this strong wildflower. Hey, hey, hey. On campus, Peter Parker, with a book under his armpit, waved his left hand in front of Harry Osborn, trying to attract his attention. Hey boy, what are you doing now? Don't block my sight. Harry Osborn slapped his wiper-like arm away, raised his eyebrows, shook his head slightly, and said with emotion, "What a beautiful girl. What the fuck? You are not interested in her, are you?" The pig-like expression made Peter Parker frown. Turning his head to look into the distance, looking at the figure gradually approaching with his girlfriend, Spider-Man agreed with his friend's point of view, but did not want the other party to pursue her. Gwen said she is a good girl, you. Before he could finish his words, Harry Osborn interrupted, "Am I not a good boy?" While speaking, he turned his head and winked at his friend. "Don't worry, I will only communicate with her in conventional ways. If she is willing to date me, that would be the best, but if she doesn't want to, I won't force it." He raised his hand and patted his brother's chest twice, then straightened his clothes and strode towards the two approaching girls. When Harry Osborn, with a bright smile that was not Nike logo-ed, was greeting the two girls in a friendly manner, Peter Parker, who was walking behind him, shook his head silently. Harry Osborn raised his right hand, as if familiar with the move, wanting to shake hands with Mary Watson, but halfway through the move, he suddenly realized that his behavior was too rude and quickly withdrew his hand. The embarrassment was noticed by the considerate Mary Watson, and thus, the young lady's hand was easily controlled by the second rich boy. Such a situation made Peter Parker, who caught up with him, roll his eyes. Although he naturally put his arm around his girlfriend's waist, the depression engraved on his face could not be shaken off in a few seconds, especially the little grievance that flashed in his eyes, which made the ladies in the theater add endpoints to the global warming. Wow. Roland's emotions are so rich. Compared with the first film, he is simply two different people. Yes, Peter Parker in the first film was too withdrawn. Although there was an element of revenge, the dullness still made me feel that the movie was quite boring. If there were no special effects, I think I would not be able to watch it at all. And now he is more like a person. The depression and helplessness on his face are expressions that only appear when you are in love. It is a symbol of compromise. This change makes him even more adorable. And Leonardo, the way he took the initiative to reach out his hand is so handsome. Mary Watson is cute too. She didn't embarrass Leo. Although some words may be punched if spoken, they must be said at this time. The force that drives most women to the cinema is not the plot, not the picture, but the emotion. For this reason, the movie chick flick specifically targeting female audiences came into being. From Morocco in 1930 to Pretty Woman in 1990, from Breakfast at Tiffany's in 1961 to The English Patient in 1996, these romantic dramas have attracted women. Rich emotions are the only way to attract women, and in this case, if an actor is liked by them, then the director who uses them next knows how to shoot. Acting cool and handsome? This is only the first level. And letting the actor bring a specific emotion into a certain plot, this approach can win over the audience even more. Just like now, The plot of Harry Osborn falling in love with Mary Watson can obviously be filmed as a two-person play between the two of them, but the truck driver did not do that, but added Peter Parker into it, so that the contrast appeared. Harry Osborn likes Mary Watson, which is the first level of emotional output. Peter Parker does not want the rich second-generation Harry Osborn to play with Mary Watson's feelings, which is the second level of emotional output, but Harry Osborn ignored Peter Parker's instructions and followed his original intention to communicate with Mary Watson. The communication between the two of them is the third level of emotional output, and Peter Parker, who saved face for his brother, is the fourth level of emotional output. Under the interweaving of the four levels of emotions, Peter Parker's kindness, Harry Osborn's self, and Mary Watson's understanding will be very three-dimensional in front of the audience. Although these emotional entanglements cannot be divided one by the public, the audience's intuitive feelings can already allow them to continue watching the movie well. After briefly explaining the process of the four people becoming friends, the subsequent accidents also allowed Peter Parker to get out of the hotbed. When the siren sounded, he did not hesitate to communicate with the three people. He found an excuse to leave the school. While tearing off his coat, people's good neighbor Spider-Man also came online. Although he has a girlfriend, he is still the superhero who obeys his uncle's teachings and accepts the instructions of Gwen's father. The action scenes of fighting criminals are not really that bright, because the tricks have been exhausted. If Spider-Man 3 years ago made the audience's eyes light up, and the hardcore action scenes made these old hats enjoy it, but after being baptized by Face/Off, Rush Hour and The Matrix, the audience will no longer cheer for some popular fighting scenes. Although Peter Parker's action scenes of fighting criminals also make them extremely excited, it is impossible to make them scream like 3 years ago. Of course, for other superhero movies, even if the main creative team knows it well, they will work harder on fighting against marginal effects, because this is their core means of selling movies. But for truck drivers, doing so is redundant, because the real selling point of commercial film sequels is not a single type of classification, but the whole story. As long as the fighting scenes are at the average level of the market, that's enough. What really needs to be worked on is the entire movie world. Because of this, while Peter Parker is fighting crime, the corners of the entire movie universe are also beginning to become three-dimensional. The Daily Bugle, which frequently appears in comics, was born with the appearance of Spider-Man. As Spider-Man's #1 anti-fan, they report on Spider-Man's black material every day, devaluing his vigilante behavior as the root of undermining the city's security, and his existence as the root of attracting more criminals to New York to commit crimes. Such reports make Peter Parker, who has worked hard, dissatisfied. But for Gwen Stacy, this is the Gospel of Matthew. Jonah Jameson wrote it so well. Gwen Stacy read it while walking on the way home. Such words made Peter Parker, who was sending her home, frown instinctively. He turned his head and glanced. The disgusting title made him look uncomfortable. Why do you always read this kind of meaningless newspaper? Because it's right. Gwen Stacy said, while reading without turning her head. The Daily Bugle is the most pertinent media in New York, because Spider-Man is a criminal. The affirmative tone coupled with derogatory words made Peter Parker even more uncomfortable. Spider-Man is obviously fighting crime, but because of his existence, the crime rate in New York has skyrocketed. Gwen Stacy raised her head, looked at her boyfriend seriously, and said, before he appeared, New York had at most some ordinary criminals, but with his frequent appearances, those superpowered people have continued to gather in New York. They want to prove their strength by defeating Spider-Man. And it is because of this mentality that countless ordinary people in New York have been involved. But this can't be blamed on Spider-Man, right? He can't decide whether superpowered people come to New York. Peter Parker raised his voice. But he can decide whether to be in New York or not. Gwen Stacy thought her boyfriend was weird. Peter, my dad died in the line of duty because of Spider-Man. Well, Peter Parker shut up. He didn't want to defend himself anymore, because what Gwen Stacy said was a fact. With his silence, the brief dispute also disappeared, but their quarrel conveyed a message to the audience. Gwen didn't know that Peter was Spider-Man. Peter felt deeply guilty about the death of Gwen's father. Wow, this plot is interesting. If Gwen didn't know the truth from beginning to end, and Peter expressed guilt for the death of Gwen's father from beginning to end, what would Gwen think when she knew Peter's identity? And if Peter saw Gwen die in front of him, what kind of blow would he suffer? Oh. Fuck. Shut up. I already have a picture in front of my eyes. Damn. Isn't this a movie about the death of the heroine? But a movie about the abuse of the male protagonist? Although the two villains, the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, have not appeared so far, the audience watching the midnight show can no longer sit still. They feel that they have been deeply deceived. Since the project was launched, there have been rumors that Spider-Man 2 is a tragedy. Regardless of whether they are fans or passers-by, they didn't take it seriously, because they have experienced the most tragic Titanic. They can all accept that Jack Dawson, the male protagonist, was killed by James Cameron. After that, they simply couldn't believe that there was any plot that could be more tragic than this ending. This is what most people thought before. The idea before watching Spider-Man 2. But now, they think they are too naive. Why? Because what is more painful than death? It is living like a walking dead. If Gwen Stacy knew Peter Parker's identity and chose to be with him, then even if she died, Peter Parker would get the flame of revenge. But the problem is, if Gwen Stacy didn't know Peter Parker's identity and was with him, then after her death, Peter Parker would get endless self-blame and guilt. The former can make Peter Parker walk in the dark, and the latter makes Peter Parker numb. Although neither of them is a good ending, compared with revenge, self-blame and guilt are more terrible, because it destroys a person psychologically. When Peter Parker felt that the power he possessed was the crime that Gwen Stacy mentioned, then the audience regretted it. In the midnight theaters across America, there were screams of regret. I thought this was a popcorn movie. I also thought this was a traditional commercial film. Before I came here, I was looking forward to the fact that if Gwen Stacy died, would Peter Parker in Spider-Man 3 be controlled by Venom and become the Spider-Man walking in darkness? Yeah. I was still thinking, if Spider-Man and Venom coexist, would that lead to Mr. Fantastic coming out? The next step is to join forces with the Fantastic Four to fight the Evil Six. But now, James Cameron is really not a good person. When I watched Spider-Man 2, I cried because of the relationship between John Connor and T-800. When I watched Titanic, I cried because of the relationship between Jack and Rose. Now when I watch Spider-Man 2, do I have to cry again because of Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy? Oh my god. Why does Roland Allen only take on these crappy movies? I want a refund. A refund. Chapter 322 Spider-Man 2. In terms of creation, the adaptation projects of superheroes actually have great limitations, because the development of the story basically cannot jump out of the frame of the original work. Just like when people mention Batman, the first thing that comes to mind is his nemesis Joker. When they mention Superman, the first thing that pops up is his number one enemy Luthor. And when they mention Wonder Woman, it is impossible to ignore her brother as the God of War. No matter how the movie is made, no matter how the game is made, these ultimate green leaves entangled with the red flower will never disappear. The process of their birth can be changed, and the events they experience can be changed, but the final result is eternal, because the fans who go to the theater for the comics will never be able to accept that the Joker twisted off Batman's head, Luthor tore Superman into 5 pieces, and as the God of War tore off Wonder Woman's star panties. Bah. Some old gentleman may really accept this restrictive plot in ancient Greek mythology. After all, if the adaptation of Loki becoming Kratos' son can be accepted by people, it is also feasible to break through in other aspects. As for being attacked and accused, and sent to jail, it doesn't matter. No one who knows pardon better than me, Comrade Django, can get you out. In this way, when certain specific characters appear in the list of works, their endings have actually been predetermined. The meaning of Benjamin Parker's existence is to stimulate Spider-Man's growth with his own death. The meaning of Gwen Stacy's existence is to stimulate Spider-Man's growth with her own death. The meaning of Norman Osborn's existence is to stimulate Spider-Man's growth with his own death. Well, Spider-Man is worthy of being the most miserable hero in American comics. Others upgrade by beating monsters, but he upgrades by being beaten. Because of this, when these specific characters appear, fans and audiences are actually prepared to welcome the death of the main characters, so it is not a spoiler to disclose their final endings during the promotion. Of course, even if this behavior is not considered a spoiler, in fact, few film companies will really do this, because no matter how fans and audiences guess, there is a great deal of uncertainty in it. When watching a movie, they will seriously understand the content and constantly verify their previous conclusions. This process can give fans and audiences great satisfaction. See, I guessed all the tricks of the producers. I'm so awesome. Once the producers take the lead in confirming the facts, this process will be gone. The sense of substitution when watching a movie will decrease exponentially. This is also the reason why everyone was very relaxed when Spider-Man 2 was first released. This is not a math problem. When watching the process with the result known, everyone has a God's perspective. But the problem is that when people finish watching for nearly 30 minutes easily and find that the ending of the matter remains unchanged and the progress is in line with expectations, but because of certain specific reasons, the final direction of the result has changed greatly, that kind of surprise is like winning a lottery on a broken website, but not redeeming it and only refunding the winning amount. Which makes people stunned. Wasn't Gwen Stacy's death simply to stimulate Spider-Man's growth? Wasn't this blow meant for Venom to take advantage of the situation in the third film? Would Spider-Man bear a huge psychological burden because of his own concealment? Oh my god. This trend is even more cruel than Titanic. In Titanic, although Jack died, people were sad, but not difficult to accept. Because through the opening and ending of the film, people can still know that Jack's death was not in vain, and his beloved woman fulfilled his dying wish and lived well for him. But now, Gwen Stacy didn't fall in love with Spider-Man, but Peter Parker. This alone is enough to prove that Peter Parker is suspected of cheating Gwen Stacy's feelings. In the case that Peter Parker is the party at fault, any accident that occurs must be fully responsible by him. If Peter Parker is a poor, then he naturally won't have any psychological burden for this responsibility. But the problem is that he is just an honest man. An honest man who never shirks responsibility. This situation is so shocking. This situation is so confusing. This development is so overwhelming. But even if the audience at the scene found out that they were deceived by James Cameron again, they actually lost the chance to regret it, because after Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy had a dispute, Osborn Technology finally went online. In the first film, Osborn Technology was a neutral scientific research company that took on R&D orders from various departments and provided them with corresponding technical support in arms. However, due to the accident of Dr. Lizard, the research samples were defined as extremely dangerous by the relevant departments and needed to be forcibly closed. At the end of the film, when the company was about to be closed, in order to prove the effectiveness of the research, Norman Osborn took the initiative to inject serum and turned himself into the Green Goblin. In the 4 years between the first and second films, Norman Osborn had handled the crisis perfectly, but the survival of the company did not mean that he had given up hatred. When the constantly flashing pictures on the screen showed his personal experience of groveling and seeking a chance to survive in the past 4 years, the flame of revenge had already burned. Especially when Anthony Hopkins, who plays Norman Osborn, is full of smiles and invites Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius to help him build a flying machine to solve the problem of insufficient energy in the previous fight with Dr. Lizard. The creepy words make people's hands and feet cold and their scalps numb. Drive Octavius, can you help me solve this problem? In the laboratory, the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus stand side by side, and in front of them, there is a huge flying machine. Because of the overhead lighting, the whole flying machine is illuminated by strong light and is very clear, but because the flying machine is flat and has a large area, the two people standing upright there are completely standing on the edge of light and shadow. Dr. Octopus is fine, wearing a white coat and bathing in the light. The Green Goblin, who is not ashamed to ask for help, has an attitude of asking for help and is slightly behind Dr. Octopus half a step. And it is precisely because of this half step that his body is perfectly cut by the hanging light. With Shineling as the center, the front half of the body is under the light and the back spine is hidden in the darkness. In addition, the facial features are three-dimensional, so when you look directly at him, you can even see the shadow of the nose reflected in the middle of his face. Of course I can solve the energy problem faced by the aircraft, but I need to get the mechanical arm to assist me. Dr. Octopus, who was carefully observing the hanging data, did not notice the weird behavior of the Green Goblin beside him, but honestly asked his doubts. If I'm not mistaken, this aircraft should have appeared 4 years ago. A lizard man and Spider-Man appeared with it? The half-questioned and half-answered words made the Green Goblin nod and smile. He took a step forward and pressed the button on the instrument. A blue void projection screen suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at the photocopied document with the official seal, he said easily, "Drive Octavius, you don't need to be so nervous. This is a government project. Everything has been reported. The lizard man 4 years ago was an accident. Now the problem has been solved. Because that research was too harmful to the human body, we closed that project. But these machines that can be controlled by humans have received orders to be vigorously developed. There is no way. Who said that this kind of external object that ordinary people can use still has great strategic value? Moreover, if this equipment is successfully developed and put into use in New York, it can effectively curb the rising crime rate." The disclosure of confidential documents made Dr. Octopus feel sincere. He glanced at it and showed recognition on his face. Yes, experiments that directly act on the human body are too dangerous and very inhumane. That's right, that's right. The Green Goblin smiled and nodded repeatedly. That means that the Green Display and Spider-Man are your people. Yes, yes, although the successful precedent cannot be copied. Fighting crime is our responsibility and the meaning of our existence. The smile on the Green Goblin's face became even stronger, and his righteous tone gave people an inexplicable goodwill. Then can I meet them? After reading the document, Dr. Octopus nodded with satisfaction, turned around, looked at the Green Goblin with curiosity, and said, "If it's convenient, I want to meet the heroes who defend New York." Such words made the Green Goblin stunned on the spot, but in less than a second, he reacted and smiled like a daisy, shook his head and said, "Doctor, I'm really sorry, because fighting crime is extremely dangerous. I can't introduce you to them for the time being. However, after the aircraft is successfully developed and can be put into use, I think they will be very willing to communicate more with scientists who support the cause of justice after they get a vacation, and at that time, you will naturally be able to meet them." Oh, Dr. Octopus understood. You mean, the fundamental purpose of developing aircraft is to help them relieve stress? Of course. The Green Goblin nodded affirmatively. Well, I will try to get the mechanical arm within half a month. Dr. Octopus gave a deadline. However, the Green Goblin was a little surprised. Doctor, why does it take so long? Because I need to upgrade my arm. Its accuracy may be enough for other tasks, but if I want to assist in the research and development of energy equipment, its accuracy must be improved. Is that so? Then would it be better to make a new one? It doesn't matter, we can provide any material you want. No, 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 this has nothing to do with materials, it just requires me to keep debugging. Since the Green Goblin is devoting himself to a just cause, Dr. Octopus has nothing to hide. He turns around and takes the arm that is attached to his neck. The chip was revealed. My mechanical arm is directly connected to the nerves and controlled by the brain. If you want to improve the accuracy, you have to upgrade it in this aspect. Before, in order to protect safety and not rely on it a lot, I adjusted my sensitivity to the mechanical arm to a very low level. Now I want to adjust it higher for more accurate use, so I have to find a balance again, so it takes time. This explanation made the Green Goblin understand. If that's the case, then I won't rush you. I'll wait for your good news. There will definitely be good news. I also want to contribute to fighting crime. Dr. Octopus took the initiative to extend his right hand. Haha, that's even better. The Green Goblin was not hypocritical and shook hands with him. Just as the communication was over, and he watched the other party leave, the Green Goblin, who was facing away from the aircraft, left the light with his front half of his body. The shadowed face showed a smile, and the muttering voice was full of sarcasm. Justice? He turned slightly and stared at the weapon. The yin-yang face displayed under the vertical light was even crazier. Spider-Man? My good friend? Hehe. Anthony Hopkins, who plays the Green Goblin, faced the camera and once again displayed his special skills. But this time, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted up with laughter. When those blue eyes stared straight ahead, the audience was as creepy as if they were confirmed by a beast, which made them shudder. But the next second, that cruelty was fleeting, and the satisfaction that followed made people have goosebumps all over their bodies. In an instant, the smell of death enveloped the whole audience. Hannibal. Shit. Why am I watching this kind of thing in the cinema again? Anthony Hopkins' eyes are too creepy. Damn. This is the feeling of the Green Goblin. If Peter Parker's opening was cheerful, then Norman Osborn's appearance was gloomy. Although Peter Parker's world fell into darkness after the death of his uncle and the martyrdom of his father-in-law, Gwen Stacy's recognition made him see the light again. However, Norman Osborn was not so lucky. Even though Osborn technology broke through the siege under his leadership and survived, the light of rebirth still could not dispel the haze in his heart. Because of the drugs, his negative emotions were infinitely magnified, and the idea of revenge swallowed everything. When seeing this, the audience actually figured out what the whole movie was about. Peter Parker defeated the supercriminal and saved the world again. Bullshit. That's just the most superficial aspect of the whole movie. What James Cameron wants to interpret is not a superhero, but the little spider that people like. After the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus came online one after another, the whole movie was completely on the right track. Peter Parker, while getting along well with his 3 friends, also worked as a vigilante. Because he wanted to save the world, he was often late. Late for school, late for travel, late for dates. Perhaps because of different ideas, he had disputes with Gwen Stacy, so when Peter Parker was late more and more times, the conflict between the two gradually escalated. Gwen Stacy hoped that Peter Parker could have a sense of time, but Peter Parker had no choice but to accept it. This situation was seen by Harry Osborn and Mary Watson, who also wanted to help explain, but love is always a matter for the couple, and the help of others will only make things more and more chaotic. While Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy were having a rift, Dr. Octopus also helped the Green Goblin solve the energy problem of the aircraft. After the test flight was successful, the Green Goblin also unceremoniously broke through the chip used to suppress the mechanical arm, based on the flaws revealed by Dr. Octopus himself, and brainwashed him to make him his subordinate, thereby retaliating against Spider-Man. Peter Parker, who was in a bad relationship, was confused when he reappeared after 4 years. Peter Parker, who knew the identity of the Green Goblin, didn't know what happened to Norman Osborn, and he didn't know where the Dr. Octopus who followed him to do evil came from. He wanted to find an opportunity to go to Osborn Technology to talk to Uncle Osborn, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give him a chance to speak at all, but kept creating chaos and publicly calling for him to show up. Such a situation made Peter Parker extremely confused and made him dare not act rashly, but he had to keep doing the work of protecting the people, and when facing 2 powerful enemies at the same time, the identity of the latecomer, then he could never wash it off. Spider-Man couldn't face 2 strong opponents at the same time. All the rescues turned into one-sided beatings in the end. Even if Spider-Man escaped by chance, he would have to face his girlfriend's accusations while recuperating. "Why are you late again?" Gwen Stacy asked with a frown. "Car." Peter Parker waved his hands instinctively. "It's broken." "Car is broken? How many times a month does your car break down?" Gwen Stacy's forehead was like a ridge. Such a look made Peter Parker even more weak. "It broke down once this month." "Once?" Gwen Stacy raised her voice. "How dare you tell me once? My watch broke down last week before last. I was stuck in traffic last week. I forgot the time when I was doing an experiment at school last week. You have never been on time. If you hate me, just tell me directly, okay? I promise to stay away from you and never pester you." The excitement and the decision to break up made Peter Parker raise his hand in panic, trying to hold the other party. However, facing her boyfriend's repeated rogue behavior, Gwen Stacy kicked him. When the tip of the high heels rose rapidly, Peter Parker, who was in pain, showed a hideous face and bent like a shrimp. The helplessness revealed at the same time made the female fans in the theater indignant. How could Gwen treat Peter like this? Is there anything that can't be said nicely? Peter is late again and again. which means he has his reasons. Can't Gwen give him more time? Such words made the male compatriots at the scene a little embarrassed. This is really generous to others. You are not so generous to me normally. If I were late like Peter, you would have beaten me to death a long time ago. You can tolerate it now, isn't it because it didn't happen to you? Or is it that? The three views follow the five senses. Roland is handsome, so he is right. Female compatriots think Gwen is a bit too much, and male compatriots think Peter did something wrong. But no matter what they think, no one will deny that Peter Parker is indeed miserable now. For love, he dare not tell his girlfriend that the guy she hates is himself. For the sake of belief, he can't let go of the justice in his heart and turn a blind eye to those illegal and criminal acts. Under the interweaving of work and love, he was exhausted, but could not find a balance. He saved the world, but could not save himself. The rain kept falling, the wind kept blowing, and the busy people were like parts on a machine, glowing and heating in their own positions. And next to the clock of the Grand Central Terminal in New York, a red and blue body leaned there lifelessly, letting the wind and rain blow. As the camera zoomed in, the face of the earth grass finally appeared. Countless water drops gathered and merged, sliding down the cheeks, and finally dripping to the ground, splashing ripples. Confusion is his inner cry. Pain is the manifestation of his body. And at this moment, another rainy night appeared in the blurred world. Benjamin Parker, who fell in a pool of blood, made the corpse make a decision. Picking up the mask beside him, that had been completely soaked by the rain, the red and blue figure jumped directly off the tall building. As the camera continued to rise, and included the entire Manhattan, darkness had completely descended. Feeling aggrieved, Gwen Stacy went to Mary Watson to confide in her, and complain to her. Peter Parker, who had changed his clothes, decided to formally investigate Norman Osborn's change, so he went to Harry Osborn's house. But because he was injured in the battle before, Norman Osborn, who was sitting at the same table, found a flaw while eating. Recalling that the New York police commissioner who died beside him when he was seriously injured 4 years ago was Gwen Stacy's father, Norman Osborn, who was eating at the same table with Peter Parker, smiled with satisfaction. Looking for an excuse to leave temporarily, he entered the guest room at home. When the camera followed the footsteps into the room, the cold shining mechanical arm reflected bursts of coldness under the moonlight. The two looked at each other for 3 seconds. The next moment, the camera turned and Gwen Stacy, who was talking to Mary Watson about her inner depression, was captured by Dr. Octopus. After hearing the news, Peter Parker, who was having dinner with Norman Osborn, opened his eyes wide. When he cast an unbelievable look at Norman Osborn, he was responded with a kind smile. "Peter, what's wrong?" Norman Osborn asked in the tone of an elder. No, nothing." Peter Parker stuttered. "Nothing? But your girlfriend was kidnapped. Don't you want to go and see?" Norman Osborn smiled like a flower. Such an expression made Peter Parker feel piercingly cold. "Yes. Then, do you want me to take you there?" Norman Osborn raised his eyebrows and said, "Very soon. Oh. Fuck. This is a pervert. Kill him. No one plays with people like him. He has obviously discovered that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and Dr. Octopus is in his house. He could have done it directly, but chose to kidnap Gwen. He just wanted Peter Parker to taste his own pain. He is a lunatic. Let him die. Let him die." The Green Goblin played by Anthony Hopkins is indeed not as crazy as William Dafoe, or in other words, his every move is no different from that of a normal person, but even so, he still gives people a much stronger feeling than the madness brought by William Dafoe, because he has integrated madness into his bones. To interpret a madman with a dual personality with the exaggerated performance of shouting? To interpret a madman with a dual personality with the long-winded performance of nagging? No need. Because I'm sitting there, I'm a two-faced person. Just like many people don't know how good Harrison Ford's acting is. Let him make his signature smile, and then use a piece of paper to divide his face in half. You will find that he can cry on the left and laugh on the right. When Anthony Hopkins sits there, you can feel his creepiness. He is obviously smiling at you. He is obviously a kind and amiable elder, and he obviously does not show any cruelty, but you just feel cold all over. The performance driven directly by emotions makes his soul and body completely separated. The creepiness that directly acts on the soul makes people feel more desperate. In this case, no audience thinks that Peter Parker can save Gwen Stacy. When the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus teamed up to beat Spider-Man, Spider-Man, whose limbs were clamped by Dr. Octopus, was forcibly removed from his mask. When Gwen Stacy found out that her boyfriend was actually Spider-Man, that kind of surprise made Peter Parker feel extremely guilty. But when the Green Goblin took off his mask and explained everything clearly, Gwen Stacy, who still thought Spider-Man was the troublemaker, burst into tears. "Why didn't you tell me these things? You once told me that every time your father went out on a police call, you would worry about him, and you hated this feeling. So, what about now?" Gwen Stacy interrupted her boyfriend and yelled, "I'm sorry." Peter Parker lowered his head silently. The affectionate dialogue made most of the audience's eyes full of tears, but for the Green Goblin, this was far from enough. "Peter Parker, because of your mutation, Osborn Technologies faced huge delivery pressure. We couldn't contact you, so we had to ask them to speed up the research and development process, which led to the creation of Dr. Lizard. The existence of Dr. Lizard has ruined the reputation of Osborn Technologies and made us questioned. Although the problem was finally solved, I'm no longer the same person I was back then, and Osborn Technologies has sold countless patents to survive. Your mutation has brought me endless pain, and now I want to give it all back to you." While speaking, the Green Goblin had already grabbed Gwen Stacy's collar and flew to the edge of the tall building. Such behavior made Gwen Stacy scream, and Peter Parker struggle in panic. "No, no, no. This matter has nothing to do with Gwen. Please let her go. Please?" The Green Goblin seemed to hear words that made him happy physically and mentally. "You begged me?" This rhetorical question made Peter Parker see hope. "Yes, I beg you. Oh, you are Spider-Man who fights crime and protects New York. How can you beg a criminal?" Although the Green Goblin did not agree, he had already put Gwen Stacy, who was hanging in the air, on the aircraft. This action made Peter Parker feel at ease, and at the same time, made him bend his spine. "Norman, everything is caused by me, and it has nothing to do with Gwen. Come to me, okay? Please. Come to you? Sure." The Green Goblin laughed, and just when Peter Parker thought that he could save Gwen Stacy, the Green Goblin suddenly raised his foot and kicked Gwen Stacy off the aircraft. "No." The heart-wrenching cry went straight into the sky. Peter Parker, whose limbs were clamped, twisted wildly. Countless spider silks sprayed out, covering Dr. Octopus's face tightly. The next second, Dr. Octopus instinctively raised his arms to avoid being covered by the spider web, and it was because of this action that his skin was instantly torn by the spider web. In the case of pain, the iron clamp also loosened, allowing Peter Parker to escape unexpectedly. "Dive. Jump down. Raise your hands. Shoot." The sudden situation caught everyone off guard, but the Green Goblin was already in the air. Even if Peter Parker tried to save people, he could still accelerate and knock him away. The horizontal movement of his body made Peter Parker miss Gwen Stacy, and when he found the right point of force again, the fact that it only takes 5 seconds to fall 100 meters left Peter Parker with a dead body. When he fell from the sky trembling, despair had already descended. "Gwen. Gwen. Gwen." The trembling voice came out quietly. "Gwen. Gwen. Gwen." The big tears spread all over the world. "Gwen. Gwen. Gwen." The trembling hand stroked the cheeks. The rain kept falling, and the wind kept blowing. On the George Washington Bridge, a red and blue figure knelt there lifelessly, letting the wind and rain blow. Since Gwen Stacy was dead, everything that followed was revenge. But unfortunately, even if Peter Parker exploded, woke up Dr. Octopus, and beat the Green Goblin, the audience in the theater still didn't feel a bit of pleasure, but silently shed tears as he took action. Peter Parker listened to his uncle Benjamin Parker, and kept in mind that with great power comes great responsibility. Peter Parker listened to his father-in-law George Stacy, and worked tirelessly to protect the city. But what happened in the end? He became a superhero, but also a lonely man. He saved the world, but could not save himself. He helped others, but could not help his woman. Benjamin Parker taught him how to be a hero. George Stacy taught him the persistence a hero should have, and Gwen Stacy taught him that being a hero requires a price. This price may be relatives and friends, lovers, and siblings, or even his own children. Peter Parker could not accept such a price, and he was tired of endless efforts. So, after Gwen Stacy's funeral, the picture on the screen suddenly flashed. Peter Parker walked through the alley, where he first put on the battlesuit. As the lonely figure gradually moved away, the tattered battlesuit was piled in the trash can. Such a situation finally caused crying to be heard in the theater, which had been depressing for 20 minutes. Chapter 323, Women's Friend. Wow, wow, wow. The tearful young girl wiped her eyes with a tissue, poked her boyfriend, and complained in a choked voice, how could Peter Parker be so miserable? Why did he have to shoot Gwen Stacy to death? When the young guy heard these words, he already felt bad, and now he felt like a huge stone was pressing on his chest, making him feel suffocated. But even so, he still explained, this is the plot in the original book. But adaptation is not plagiarism. The crew doesn't have to copy the original book. The tearful young girl pouted, letting her tears scratch her macup. Is James Cameron deliberately disgusting people? When Gwen Stacy fell from the sky, Norman Osborn was portrayed as thinking that things were stable, so he was careless and didn't react, right? In this way, Peter Parker could have saved people, right? This kind of imagination made the young guy breathless, and he said embarrassedly, this has been changed. Yeah. It's still changed like this? The young girl turned her head abruptly, with red eyes, looking at her boyfriend with disbelief. Then what is the plot in the original book? The behavior of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it made the young guy sigh. After confirming again and again that he could not get away with it, he pursed his lips helplessly and said, in the comics, Peter Parker used spider silk to stick Gwen Stacy. However, due to inertia, his behavior caused Gwen Stacy's cervical vertebrae to be broken. At that time, Peter Parker thought that he had killed Gwen Stacy himself, so he angrily went to Norman Osborn for revenge, and almost broke the law that Spider-Man would not kill people. It was not until the forensic report issued by the police that Peter Parker knew that when Norman Osborn threw Gwen Stacy down, he had already broken Gwen Stacy's neck. This is a big event in the comics, and everyone who likes Peter Parker knows it. Compared with this self-doubting plot, the movie directly let Peter Parker fail to save Gwen Stacy, which is already a very merciful treatment. Not only that, in the original book, Peter Parker's enemy was only Norman Osborn, and he did not save Gwen Stacy in a one-on-one situation. Now, with Dr. Octopus here, it is more reasonable that he cannot save Gwen Stacy in a one-on-two situation. When the young woman stared at her boyfriend in a daze and confirmed that he was not lying, the emotion of disbelief instantly surged into her heart. A heart-wrenching roar suddenly sounded, and the next second, the fist that verified the truth directly hit the boyfriend's arm. Are you all masochism? How can you like such a plot? Oh. Fuck. Don't do it. I'm also very depressed now. The young man in pain felt even more uncomfortable. But the girlfriend's next words made him shut up his mouth that wanted to explain. You are depressed now. Then I'm more depressed, okay? I watched the whole movie without knowing how Gwen Stacy died in the original novel, and I felt that Peter Parker's experience was really miserable. And now you tell me that his experience in the original novel was even more miserable? The point is, this is something that everyone who likes Spider-Man knows? Are you trying to tell me that everyone who likes Spider-Man likes this kind of plot? If that's the case, then can I understand that, if it weren't for your love, this movie wouldn't have been made like this? My Roland wouldn't have been hit so hard. Huh? What? You have nothing to say? Whoa. It's all because of you bunch of crappy fans that made my Roland suffer so much. How can you comic fans be so annoying? I hate you. I hate you. It's all because of you that my Roland is in tragedy again. Roland is so pitiful, he is really so pitiful. Whoa. In the Home Alone series, he was abandoned by his whole family. Whoa. In Terminator 2, he saw with his own eyes that his father, whom he had finally found, committed suicide. Whoa. In Spider-Man 1, his uncle was gone, and his father-in-law was gone. Whoa. In Titanic, he sacrificed himself for love. Whoa. In Spider-Man 2, his girlfriend died again. Whoa. How could he be so miserable? The godlike logic left the young man, who was hit by the depressing plot, speechless. He opened his arms and held her in his arms. Although his girlfriend struggled a little, in the end, she still leaned on his chest and cried bitterly when he raised his head helplessly, shaking his head silently, trying to find someone who could understand him to talk about his speechlessness. A similar scene made him stunned for a few seconds, and the empathy that rose from the comic powder made him smile bitterly. Indeed, for the vast majority of female audiences who don't read comics, the ending of Spider-Man 2 is not very friendly. This unfriendly attitude does not mean that there are bugs in its plot, nor does it mean that the development towards the ending insults the public's IQ and touches the minefield of women, but because the ending is too sad and tear-jerking, which makes people feel anxious. But for male audiences who like comics, the ending of Spider-Man 2 is already perfect. This perfection does not mean that they like this kind of sadomasochistic film, nor does it mean that they can't feel Peter Parker's sadness at all, nor is it because the movie's sad girlfriend wants to cry, which provides them with countless opportunities to commit crimes. It's because they can understand the dilemma faced by Peter Parker, so they like the whole story. This is not a symbol of M, but a true reflection. Why? We have to start with what a superhero is. What is a superhero? This is a very simple question, but almost no one can answer it completely. Many people think that it is a righteous character in American fantasy works. They have special abilities beyond ordinary people, can do some feats that ordinary people cannot achieve, like to uphold justice, stand up when there is danger, have a strong sense of responsibility, and do not need any reward. Ability is not a means to distinguish them, but to do justice with their own abilities is the fundamental standard of measurement. To put it bluntly, a superhero is a spiritual sustenance that has been mythified. The noble qualities corresponding to the dark side of human beings are their true core. And this is also the reason for the birth of superheroes, because in 1938 when Superman appeared, America was not yet the global hegemon. People living at that time faced various pressures. The oppression of capital made them need a spiritual sustenance that could release the depression in their hearts. They needed an incarnation that could uphold justice, so superhero comics sold out. Not only that, the ensuing World War II further magnified this desire to be protected by absolute strength. This magnification not only made superhero comics popular throughout America, but also gave birth to Captain America, the only superhero in the history of American comics who could be published in a single volume without a trial issue. Defeating the Axis powers was the wish of people at the time, so the creation of this superhero could not fail. However, the characters that came into being would often leave one after another as the tide of the general trend receded. After the end of World War II, Captain America's popularity also declined. After discovering that the spirit represented by Captain America had a real reference, his number of appearances was consciously reduced by Marvel. In the 1960s, due to the outbreak of racial issues, X-Men, who were dressed in superhero coats but discussed racial conflicts, appeared. At the same time, when the second feminist movement broke out, Wonder Woman, who was criticized as yellow comics 20 years ago, also stepped onto the historical stage because she symbolized the liberation of women's rights. Because racial issues are deeply rooted, the life of X-Men has continued until now. Also because of the rise of feminist thought, Wonder Woman has never fallen out of the first line. Racial issues and feminist thought are also the embodiment of the awakening of people's self-consciousness. Not only that, after the emergence of the anti-elitism brought about by class solidification, Marvel and DC, who smelled the trend of the times, both took action. Stan Lee wrote a biography of a character, and the first underage superhero Peter Parker in American comics was born, and DC even cut off the detective image of Bruce Wayne in Detective Comics, cut off the funny version of Batman created in the 1960s, and launched The Dark Knight Returns, so the master returned from the fire. Since then, Peter Parker and Bruce Wayne have become the two most popular superheroes in the history of American comics, because they are all pigs on the wind. Compared with Superman, Captain America, X-Men, and Wonder Woman, the wind of the times that belongs to them is particularly long. Do you really think readers like the kind of plot where the protagonist is abused? Don't be kidding. No sand sculpture is willing to spend money to read depressing books. Bruce Wayne's miserable childhood, mental illness, and morbid thoughts all exist because of the needs of readers. Peter Parker's tragic experience, growing pains, and self-persistence also appear because readers love to read. Under the wave of anti-elitism, Superman, Captain America, Batman, and Spider-Man are actually the opposition between Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. Steve Jobs is a scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter, but he is also a good elite with personality. Jeff Bezos is an old scumbag who abandoned his wife and had sex with a female anchor, but he is also a good elite who has realized countless middle-aged dreams. Elon Musk is a scumbag who cheated on Depp, but he is also a good elite who is down to earth. And Bill Gates? He is rich, powerful, and influential, but he doesn't drink, or gamble. Not only that, but he is also promoting his own sales theory every day. No matter whether you are selling vaccines or something else. Anyway, you are a bad elite. Americans of this era don't need superheroes full of divine glory. So the tragic experiences of Batman and Spider-Man have become their magic weapon for victory. These experiences may be dark and heartbreaking, but at the same time they will make them like human beings. Therefore, Christopher Nolan's version of Batman will be successful, and Spider-Man will not lose money, no matter how he is filmed, as long as he is miserable enough. As for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, many people think that Iron Man's successes because he is funny, but in fact, the key to making him the core of the Avengers is anti-elitism. Popcorn is just a type of movie, and it will not change the core selling point of a character at all. Iron Man is an elite, Tony Stark is a playboy, and when they are combined, they are human beings. The audience of this era can accept human beings. In addition, Captain America's transformation, discarding the shield for the Winter Soldier, Thor's changes, and his gay relationship with his brother, are all real modifications made by Kevin Feige to cater to the market. Because of this, when Spider-Man 2 was announced, it was openly stated that the plot of the comics might be restored. Most of the audience didn't really have any idea about Gwen Stacy's death. But after they watched the movie and saw the changes James Cameron made to the plot, they said, "Oh, shit. I think the plot of this movie is better than the original comics." Yes, yes, yes. With the addition of Dr. Octopus, Gwen Stacy's death won't be so far-fetched. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Got to when I saw the film, she was still crying. They thought such a powerful special effects movie was a love movie. It really made me explode. Hey, you are wrong. This movie is actually a love movie, right? Although Roland Allen and Reese Witherspoon don't feel much when standing together, their emotions are still in place, especially when Gwen Stacy died. The sadness shown by Peter Parker was much more natural than the pain when he saw his uncle die in the first film. Yes, it seems to be true when you put it that way. Yes, I also feel that Roland Allen's acting skills have improved by leaps and bounds after falling in love. He seems to have grown up all of a sudden, and all kinds of emotions are used very well, instead of being superficial. Compared with those female audiences who stay on the miserable appearance, male audiences can actually better capture the core of the whole movie. Spider-Man is not a romance film, so they understand that the pain on Peter Parker's growth path is the driving force that prompts him to become better. His giving up now means a better return in the future. Throw away the battle suit. Just throw it away. Anyway, the third movie has been filmed, and he will definitely put it back on. At that time, the Peter Parker who has been sublimated in his heart will be the real Spider-Man. Only when he understands the label of giving and receiving, and the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, can it be truly branded on him. To put it bluntly, as long as the audience does not get emotionally entangled, they actually haven't seen enough. When Peter Parker threw away his battlesuit, many people felt that, "I just took off my special size pants and you're done." If it were the internet age, they might have already run to the crew page on Facebook and left a message there to urge for more. "Dear production team, I like the Spider-Man series very much. Can you show all the movies at once? I hope you don't know how to be polite. If you really don't know how to be polite, then I will kneel down and beg you." And there are also a group of film critics who have similar ideas to these audiences. Although they may have received fees for Home Alone, Terminator 2, Home Alone 2, Jurassic Park, Spider-Man, and Titanic, and written a few unconscionable flattering reviews before. Now they are willing to see the depth of the movie, and they really like this movie. Spider-Man 2 is the best superhero movie I have ever seen. James Cameron and Roland Allen showed us a real superhero. The Green Goblin played by Anthony Hopkins is even more flesh and blood. Unlike other superhero movies, there are no simple good guys and bad guys here. Everyone is slowly growing up and choosing a camp based on their own experiences, and this process is something I have never seen before. Roger Ebert, a well-made commercial film, is an art film. James Cameron once again proved that movies should not be divided into different types, and Roland Allen. Hey, my niece cried again, and after watching the movie, she called me again, wanting to know when Spider-Man 3 will be released, and whether Peter Parker will come back. Kenneth Turaneff's Spider-Man made me discover that Roland Allen equals Peter Parker. Then Spider-Man 2 made me believe that after Roland Allen, there will be no Peter Parker. I firmly believe that, as long as Spider-Man 3 can maintain the level of Spider-Man 2, the role of Peter Parker will always be branded by Roland Allen, just like Kevin McAllister and Jack Dawson. No matter who comes, they can't take them away from Roland. Alan Morrison one-sided media reviews have guided the direction of public opinion and the polarized audience reputation. Well, the audience's reputation is not actually polarized, because the male audiences who walked into the theater really like this movie, and the female audiences who ran out of the theater crying. Although they will not watch it, like they did with Titanic, they will still do their duty to help Roland promote the movie when faced with inquiries from their friends. How is Spider-Man 2? It's great. I cried. What? Too cruel. This is the truth. Okay. You are not interested in superhero movies? No. This is really not a superhero movie. I just watched it as a romance. After watching Jack and Rose, I can't watch any romance. No, 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 you are wrong. This movie is not about Peter and Gwen's love, but how to choose between family and career. Yes, yes, yes. Workplace family. Although it is a bit outrageous to compare superhero movies to workplace family, there is actually nothing wrong with these people's metaphors. Superhero is Peter Parker's profession, and love with Gwen Stacy is the prelude to building a family. And under this kind of unremitting deception, the box office of Spider-Man 2 is so shocking that people are numbing their scalps. Is it breaking a record again? No, no, no. The word record breaking is not a hot topic when used on Roland Allen, who occupies the top 3 box office in film history. When the companies received the data submitted by the North American Theatre Alliance, they directly skipped the box office of over 100 million yuan in one day. After reading the entire table, the distribution of the number of moviegoers of 43 to 57 made their eyelids jump. Among the entire audience of Spider-Man 2, 43% were women and 57% were men. This number may not be intuitive, but if you compare it with the previous Batman, then the problem will arise. In the Batman series restarted by Warner in 1989, the proportion of female viewers was only 17. Compared with this number, Roland Allen is definitely a friend of women. Note, all superheroes have their own characteristics of the times. Batman and Spider-Man can become the most popular superheroes of this era because their personal experiences are in line with the current aesthetics. Although Batman has had a comic book with the same name since 1940 and formed the strongest combination in history with Superman in the 1950s, Batman was on hiatus in the 1960s. The Batman we see now is the story of the 1986 reboot, and that dark style is what readers need. The same situation is also with Captain America. After World War II, he was suspended and returned in the 1960s. Wonder Woman was called a yellow comic in the 1940s, but became a goddess after the awakening of feminism. Spider-Man is miserable, but that kind of misery is what readers want. This is the characteristic given to them by the times, and it is precisely because of this characteristic that they have achieved success. This change has been confirmed by both DC and Marvel. Frank Miller, the cartoonist who created The Dark Knight Returns, said that people nowadays do not need perfect superheroes. Hollywood movies are actually the same. The most typical comparison is 007 and Mission Impossible. 007, which still follows the perfect route, has a worse and worse box office, while Mission Impossible 6 pulls Tom Cruise down from the altar, cuts off the technology, and makes him look old. Although it is a return to the essence, the core is still the audience of this era. They don't like perfect protagonists. In fact, it's all routine. Chapter 324 Warner. Are you playing with snakes? Warner headquarters, conference room. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was standing in front of the curtain, introducing everything about the projection to his colleagues present. DC was founded in 1934. In June 1938, DC launched the world's first superhero Superman through Action Comics. Since then, the entire American comics industry has officially entered the era of superheroes. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Captain America, they jointly supported the golden decade of superhero comics. But with the advent of the 1950s, the harmful theory of comics became popular. Wonder Woman was labeled a homosexual and Batman was labeled a domestic violence man, which led to a sharp drop in their individual single-issue sales. Marvel almost went bankrupt because of the creation of Captain America and was suspected of influencing American public opinion. So from then on, in order to survive, they had to make the attributes of superheroes more bright. For example, the Flash is a forensic science expert in the police department's identification team, and Green Lantern is a test pilot of a spaceship. They are all good young people who meet social standards, and the alliance they formed is called the Justice League. Is it because they don't want to think of cooler names? No. It's because they gave anti-social names. CCA, Comic Standards Authority, will not put a compliant label on the cover, and without a qualified label, it cannot be put on the market for sale. These righteous good guys helped DC and Marvel survive the dark era of comics are harmful. When racial issues broke out in the 1960s and people's self-awareness gradually awakened, they threw the comics are harmful theory into the trash, which also liberated DC and Marvel. DC criticized racial discrimination against blacks through Green Lantern without any cover, and Marvel also brought the racial issue to the table with X-Men. In the case of You Ban Me, it is racial discrimination. CCA was forced to revise the review regulations. You ban vampires? Then I will create a black hero to defeat vampires. You ban werewolves? Then I will create a black hero to defeat werewolves. You ban anti-heroes? Then I will create a black superhero to defeat the villain and guide him on the right path. Under this impact, CCA was soon sidelined because, at this point, the middle-aged man dragged out his tail tone. Such an attitude also made the middle-aged woman at the conference table smile and say, because if it is still banned, it is racial discrimination. Bingo. The middle-aged man snapped his fingers and continued, so, under this circumstance, Marvel created the anti-hero Hulk and Wolverine. DC also rewrote the backgrounds of various characters, and the Silver Age of comics arrived. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, as the minds of the earliest batch of readers matured, the entire comics industry gradually moved from fiction to realism, and those rebellious teenagers became accustomed to childish comics, so dark plots that incorporated social issues came into being. DC's Swamp Thing, The Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen, and V for Vendetta were all born at this time, and Marvel's Spider-Man and Daredevil were also sought after by a large number of readers. Until now, realism and darkness have been the foundation of DC and Marvel's survival. At this point, the pictures on the projector all ended, and the man returned to the conference table and asked the secretary to prepare. He distributed the prepared paper forms, and after everyone started reading them, he continued, however, even though our comics industry has undergone 3 major changes in the past 61 years, the people who participated in and promoted the changes were basically men. Men between the ages of 10 and 40 drive 90% of the sales of the entire comics industry. In other words, among our 280 million population, only less than 100 million people may become customers of comics. It is difficult for us to attract the remaining 80 million people who do not meet the age requirement, and it is almost impossible for the other 100 million women to become our customers. In other words, this time, he was not deliberately keeping people in suspense, but when he was about to throw out the conclusion, the president of content sitting next to him spoke up. Those more than 100 million women are all Disney's customers. Disney uses animation and princess series to firmly grasp the female group itself, the children of those female groups, and the grandchildren of those female groups, and monopolize the entire market, forcing us to use chick flick attracts female audiences, but the point is that chick flick's effect is not obvious, and it can't dominate the entire market like Disney. Yes, so unless we are making chick flick, we rarely take female audiences into consideration when creating. The middle-aged man in charge of the report nodded and continued, when we actively ignore it when making live-action movies, we will not actively add female element to it when we are conceiving comic-adapted movies. This may be the reason why our female superhero project failed that year. After the failure of those movies, the heroines in the Superman series exist to be saved by Superman. The female characters designed in the Batman series are designed to attract the attention of male audiences. This is particularly obvious in Catwoman played by Michelle Pfeiffer and the psychiatrist played by Nicole Kidman. We used to think that there was nothing wrong with this approach. Because there are not many women who read comics, we can't please those women. But now, the report that women account for 43% of the viewing is in front of us. So we need to re-examine the content in this regard. The middle-aged man supported the table with both hands, scanned the venue, and said excitedly, perhaps decades ago, women did not have a strong desire and opportunity to watch movies, but now, with the gradual liberation of thought, I think our Warner's unfulfilled dream can be realized. That's right. After seeing the report on the number of viewers of Spider-Man 2, Warner exploded. Meetings were organized from top to bottom, and the content, of course it was the original intention. In Roland's previous life, many people believed that Warner had to bear a certain responsibility for the development of DC. If it weren't for the existence of the bad movie Whoa, how could DC lose to Marvel in the construction of the movie universe? Of course, this kind of scrutiny as problem actually has no result, because no one knows if DC is moved to other companies, whether it can reach the same height as Marvel in terms of the movie universe. However, it is an indisputable fact that Warner and DC's brain circuits have never been on the same channel. Because Warner has been targeting the group of female audiences since it acquired DC in 1969. I believe many people know that Warner has acquired DC since then. After that, they brought classic characters such as Superman and Batman to the screen, and made types such as Swamp Thing and The Flash come to life on TV, but few people know that Warner didn't like these characters from the beginning. Warner's favorite has always been female superheroes. The first project Warner established after acquiring DC was Wonder Woman. In 1974, they tinkered with a 2-hour TV movie, but the reputation was terrible. But even so, they had no intention of cutting the project. Instead, they changed the actors and continued to shoot the TV series. Then Linda Carter's version of Wonder Woman became a classic. Of course, classics are classics, and this project was eventually cut due to ratings issues. After the 3-season and 59-episode TV series came to an end, Superman movie, and then it was brought to the screen. And when Superman raked in $300 million at the global box office, Supergirl was also launched together with Superman 2. Unfortunately, Supergirl and the Superman series all flopped. The continuous failures made Warner feel the pressure of revenue. The fact that no female audiences were willing to go to the theater to watch superhero movies made them give up the idea of continue to shoot female superhero movies. So in the subsequent film and television works, all the female characters became vases. This behavior lasted for 20 years. It was not until after the millennium, when Halle Berry won the Oscar for Best Actress, that Warner, who felt that the heroine with superb acting skills could carry the box office, rekindled the flame to continue shooting female superhero movies, and then launched Catwoman. But the blow from reality came again. It discouraged them. The failure of Catwoman again made Warner dare not have any illusions about female superhero movies. Until Gal Gadot appeared. When they found that Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice had a terrible reputation, but Gal Gadot, who played Wonder Woman, was well received, Warner plucked up the courage and spent $150 million to realize the dream that had never been realized in 1969. Then, after 48 years, they finally made the right bet. The success of Wonder Woman rekindled their confidence. After seeing that Harley Quinn in Suicide Squad was well received, they took another gamble on Birds of Prey. Not only that, Wonder Woman 1984 was also taken. In addition, no matter how the TV series Supergirl and Batwoman are well received, they have been filming. Stargirl has also turned from a plan into reality. To be honest, if we follow the standards of Swamp Thing, these TV series will die. But the problem is that Warner is willing to keep spending money to keep them alive. No one knows why Warner loves female superheroes so deeply, but everyone knows that, in order to coax those actresses to continue filming, Warner will never sign a clause with them that says loyalty without seeking personal gain, and focusing on career rather than family, and will not let them write a letter of commitment, promising to use their property as collateral, and serve DC for life. Of course, outsiders don't really want to know how much Warner loves female superheroes, and they themselves. Although female viewers account for 43% of the total number of viewers of Spider-Man 2, I don't think these female audiences will continue to go to the theaters. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the president in charge of marketing and promotion scratched his head with the tip of a pen and said, "These female audiences are actually fans of Roland Allen. They don't go to see Peter Parker at all, but to see Roland Allen, so this kind of data has no reference value." I agree. The content president nodded, and then said, "I believe that after so many years of box office bombing, no one will be able to stop watching Spider-Man 2. The company will use Roland Allen's achievements as the reason for the project establishment, because his achievements are not replicable at all. There is a saying in Hollywood, without resources, if you start with 100 million yuan, you will definitely be a superstar, and with resources, if you start with 100 million yuan, you will definitely be a superstar." And what about him? He started with 500 million yuan. The worst box office for the leading actor was 400 million yuan. When we didn't even touch the 1 billion threshold, he had already reached 2 billion. This kind of achievement can't be replicated by the six of us combined. So it's meaningless to analyze his success. We can only accept it, and then pray that he will cooperate with us and continue this good luck. Puff. As soon as the truth came out, the whole conference room suddenly became happy. That's right. After rounds of box office bombing, the six majors actually don't care about Roland Allen's box office performance anymore. Will Spider-Man 2 fail? This is not a question they will consider at all. The audience may not be crazy about a movie, but Roland Allen's fans will definitely be. After Titanic sold 2 billion yuan, the big six even believed that Roland could sell 1 billion yuan just by sitting there and doing nothing but staring at the camera for 2 hours. This absurd fact cannot be explained by logic, but many times they don't need logical explanations. People who make movies never get stuck in a dead end. Because making movies is the most risky gamble in the world. Since it is a gamble, there is an element of luck in it. In this way, if God is willing to favor a person, they can't do anything about it. And when this person is capital, they can't do anything about it. But we don't want to copy Roland Allen's success now. After listening to the speeches of his two colleagues, the middle-aged man who had previously talked about the history of comics also sat down, and the sign in front of him had the logo of the CEO. What we are discussing now is whether we can replicate the success of the movie. Since we have all discovered that female audiences are willing to pay for their favorite stars, then can we copy this creative model and achieve similar success? For example, find a female star that is most popular with female audiences and ask her to star in a female superhero movie. However, before the words fell, the answer came out at the scene. Isn't that Kate Winslet? The president of Warner Business Group folded his arms, leaned back in his chair, and smiled and said, "Is there any female star in the world who is more popular with female audiences than Kate Winslet? I can't find a second one anyway." The frank words made everyone at the scene laugh. Although Kate Winslet has never received a salary of more than 10 million, no one will ignore her influence now, or in the eyes of capital. Even if those box office actresses are tied together, they can't beat her alone. Because her man is too awesome. Although the CEO was retorted, he was not angry, because he came here today to solve the problem, and these colleagues were indeed recommending the best choice. But unfortunately, we can't invite Kate Winslet. Besides her, is there any other candidate who can achieve a similar effect? Julia Roberts, Jennifer Aniston, Cameron Diaz. Names kept popping up one after another, but none of them could achieve a similar effect as Spider-Man 2. After hesitating for a while like naming a dish, the woman who spoke earlier, the chairman of Warner's Green Light Committee, spoke up. "Excuse me," you reported. "None of the female stars that came out are useful. According to common sense, male stars attract female fans, and female stars attract male fans. In this case, if we want to replicate the success of Spider-Man 2 and get female audiences to go to the theater, we can only use male stars to accomplish this task, so our idea of making a female superhero movie is actually inconsistent with the situation shown in Spider-Man 2. Of course, this problem can actually be solved, but there are only that couple in the world who can kill both male and female audiences. When we can't invite them at all, replicating the success can only be thought of." As she spoke, the scene fell into silence. Because what she said was a fact. Want female stars to lead female fans? How can this happen? Because the same sex repels each other. The proportion of fans of female stars is always more male than female. Then there is no way now? The executive president saw that no one spoke, so he asked, "Are there any other solutions? For example, dig the production team of the Spider-Man series and let them try to start with the story. Isn't the production team of Spider-Man James Cameron?" The content president rolled his eyes. "That's right, the script was discussed behind closed doors by James and Roland." The publicity president smiled and shook his head. "It's not feasible to poach the production team, because as far as I know, Roland has bought back the copyright of Terminator. At the beginning of the year, Roland helped to advance the compensation for James' divorce." The chairman of the Green Light Committee smiled and said, "What's more, I think, instead of poaching people, it's better to outsource the project to them directly. Isn't it easier? Warcraft Films is already cooperating with us on Harry Potter. Let him participate in one more project." And before she finished speaking, everyone at the scene had already cast their eyes over. "Find him to cooperate? Let him directly solve the problems we can't solve. Yes. Isn't this the best solution?" Everyone suddenly woke up. What is Warner's purpose? That is to make a female superhero movie, when they are not sure about it themselves. Outsourcing the project to the guys they think can do it, isn't it enough? In this way, find Warcraft Films to do it. However, soon after this idea came up, doubts arose on the scene again. The problem is, he has bought Marvel from Ronald Perelman. Will he still take on our project? Yes. Marvel and DC are sworn enemies. If we go directly to him, he probably won't agree. It's really hard to say. If he wants to make a female superhero movie, Marvel, which has taken back all the copyrights, has countless characters for him to choose from. There is no need to make our superheroes. Yes. If I were the boss of Marvel and mastered the secret to making money, I would never share it with DC, let alone help with the filming myself. This behavior is simply stupid. Enough. The CEO was overwhelmed by the disputes. He slammed the table and said, "This won't work, and that won't work. What else can you say? Whether Warcraft Films will cooperate with us or not, we have to ask. After all, this is a feasible solution. Enough. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will communicate with Warcraft Films in person." Dismiss. The one-man show put out the fire at the scene. Warner's CEO really did what he said and went straight to Warcraft Films. When Roland, who was looking at the financial report, learned that Warner actually wanted him to shoot a female superhero movie for DC, his first reaction was, "Fuck, is Warner playing with snakes?" Note, racial discrimination is really just a tool to break any boundaries. The reason why Marvel created Blade was to open up the vampire market, because the CCA at the time did not allow them to create anything about vampires, but when a black vampire hunter appeared, CCA did not dare to ban it. This is even more true for Black Panther. It is the first superhero in the history of American comics that is not a satire on black people. Stan Lee created him just to confront CCA. If any comic does not give a pass, then Black Panther will be drawn in. If it is banned, you are racist. Warner really likes female superheroes. In the 1980s, when the sequel to Superman was losing money, if it was not for one Polo investment, Warner Brothers wanted to cut the project, but at the same time, they were willing to spend $35 million to shoot Supergirl, which is really unimaginable. After Warner Brothers took control of DC, it has been more than once or twice. Batman led by Tim Burton has nothing to do with DC, and Road to Perdition starring Tom Hanks is a work of DC Comics, but when Spielberg wanted to buy it, Warner Brothers directly sold the copyright, and Skyfall was also the same. DC did not really control the right to shoot live-action movies until 2010. Before that, they did not even have a chance to get on the table. After Warner Brothers established DC Entertainment in 2010, they finally did not have to be sons. Chapter 325 T-Master. No, say it again. What does Warner want me for? At Shamanogue's home, Roland, leaning on the sofa in the study, kept drawing circles on his temple with his left index finger. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, or that this guy who had just become the executive president of Warcraft Pictures was out of his mind. Since Warcraft Pictures has many projects to carry out next, it is not conducive to connecting with all parties to continue to maintain the status of a shell company, so Roland, who found that he was short of people, dug Evelyn Watson, the project publicity director of the Spider-Man series, from Sony. At the beginning, when dealing with the publicity and distribution issues of The Shawshank Redemption, Evelyn Watson left a deep impression on Roland. When facing the sudden problem of the Black Parade, she took the lead in proposing to cooperate with major radio and television networks and provide the source of The Shawshank Redemption to the radio and television networks for free in exchange for the media group's public opinion help, so that Roland could be full of Ronald Perelman's favorability and successfully connected with Zipperton. Roland remembered this amazing achievement. It was precisely because of her quick thinking, willingness to find new ways, and courage to try various means to fill in the gaps that she finally handed in a perfect answer sheet that Roland did not kick her out when she said, "Warner wants to jointly develop a DC female superhero movie with us." Warner asked Warcraft Pictures to develop a superhero movie. Isn't this funny? Everyone knows that DC and Marvel are mortal enemies. And now, seeing that Marvel is about to take off, the former mortal enemy wants to lose face and get a piece of the pie? This kind of thing sounds even more fantastic than Comrade Django holding a funeral for his brother in the White House. However, when Roland showed his surprise without reservation, thinking that Evelyn was not mentally ill, then Warner must be crazy. This blonde lady who had studied at Sony for 5 years, had seen all kinds of bad things in the circle, and had just been promoted to a 30-year-old aunt, shook her head and said regretfully, "Boss, this is the inquiry letter sent by Jeff Robinoff, the executive president of Warner Pictures." In the interval between speaking, she also opened the folder she carried with her and handed the printed fax to Roland. Looking at the question on the white paper and glancing at the signature in the lower right corner, Roland's eyelids jumped even more happily. The inquiry letter did not seem to be fake, and Roland also believed that Evelyn would not dare to find pleasure in such a thing. So when he confirmed again and again that Warner might really be crazy, he was forced to suppress his excitement. However, at the same time, his eyebrows were twisted and frowned because he really couldn't figure out who gave Warner the courage. Fish Liang. Evelyn saw this situation. Although she understood that her boss was analyzing the situation, she knew that if she did not intervene at this time, her boss would be wasting time. Because she was in the same state when she first learned about the invitation to cooperate. So, with the idea that subordinates should help their boss solve problems, Evelyn spoke. "Boss, you are wondering why Warner would share its core projects with the outside world, right?" "Yes." Roland did not shy away and nodded. "DC is not Marvel. They have a lot of financial support from Warner, so they don't need to share the shooting and production rights with the outside world. Even if it's for the box office, this behavior is weird enough." These words made Evelyn smile. "What if I tell you that Warner has never participated in the production of DC movies?" "What?" Roland Allen raised his voice. "What did you say?" "I said, Warner has never participated in the production of DC movies." Evelyn repeated her words first, and then continued. "After Warner acquired DC, all DC projects were done by outsourcing companies. DC Comics, the parent company of DC, never participated in the production of DC projects, and Warner Pictures, the film and television department of the parent company Warner, did not participate either. Their production model is like this. Warner executives want to develop a project and then start bidding. There are many restrictions on bidding, but to sum it up in one sentence, that is, the producers participating in the bidding must be able to undertake the project independently, so all bidders all have their own production teams. When George Lucas bid for the Superman series, he directly brought Lucasfilm. Steven Spielberg also brought Amblin Entertainment, and the final production company was Richard Donner's personal company that took over the project. The Superman series is indeed a Warner project, but it has nothing to do with Warner. In addition, the Batman series is not made by Warner itself. The production company that took over this project was the president of Warner at the time, the two guys that Steven Spielberg scolded when filming The Color Purple. In addition, the co-production company is Polygram, and when those two guys were poached by Sony, the sequel to Batman was fully taken over by Polygram. As for the production company, Warner Pictures Brazil, their existence is not as significant as the 15% tax refund. So, when Warner does not interfere with the filming process of Superman and Batman, and is willing to outsource such movies to other companies, I will not be surprised if they ask any production company to undertake DC projects. 2 of the 3 DC giants have been sold by them, and they will have no psychological burden when selling other characters next. Wow. Is this true? Roland was stunned. IP is handed over to others? What kind of magical operation is this? After seeing the boss's surprised expression, Evelyn nodded affirmatively. When she pushed the prepared documents in front of Roland, after seeing the list of production teams that were split into movies, Roland's face was only surprised and shocked. Deg. Wow. What the hell is this Warner? In Roland's memory, as a first-line entertainment company in Hollywood, Warner's strength has always been very stable. It will not be like Universal, which has been lagging for several consecutive years, nor like Paramount, which has been holding back for several years, and it will not be half-dead like Sony and Fox, but it will produce bad movies every year, and rely on discs to recover every year. Occasionally have a flash of inspiration, and then be forgotten by the crowd. In the past Roland thought that Warner's rhythm was fine. Because Hollywood produces 1,000 movies a year, only 1/10 can be released, and the probability of a big hit is only 1 in 1,000. In this case, Disney's explosion this year, the second next year, the third the year after, and then the fourth, that is abnormal. Just like Black Myth, Wukong, it is too unexpected. But now, after a simple browse of the summary report brought by Evelyn, Roland understood why Warner's level is very average. Special code holding IP but not developing, just want pie in the sky. In this case, it is strange to be able to make a good movie. If Disney gets DC, how can it let others mess around like Warner does? After 4-5-year plans, there will be DC theme parks in Disneyland. Outsourcing IP to others? Isn't this just giving money to others for no reason? Eager for others to find the value of IP and then use the copyright to make derivatives? Isn't this a fantasy? Oh no. It seems that after successfully developing Harry Potter, Warner handed over the Magic Park to Universal and took the share. Yes. This is really a kind person. They obviously have a movie world, but they chose to give the big share to Universal. The person who made such a decision is really a genius. When Roland thought of this, the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. Such a magnificent deed made him not want to be entangled in the question of why Warner asked him to be a DC superhero. Because normal people's logic cannot understand the thinking of geniuses. Well, if that's the case, then it's my problem. Roland laughed and unceremoniously took the title of idiot on himself. After putting down the genius file, he regained his composure and continued to ask, if outsourcing projects to other companies is a habit they have developed over the years, then why are they so persistent in wanting to develop female superhero projects? Such a question made Evelyn shrug and spread her hands, because women's money is the easiest to make. Disney's fairy tale princess characters can bring Disney billions of operating income every year, and this money is free for Disney, because except for the first few princess movies, the investment in other publicity is very small. So, the other companies are jealous. To what extent are they jealous? at Walt Disney. After Walt Disney died, all Disney projects came to a standstill. There were no new animations, no new movies, no new characters, and no new projects. But even so, they still survived. The characters created by Walt Disney gave Disney the operating funds to survive, and the income from those princesses allowed Disney to continue to spend money on acquisitions, including Winnie the Pooh, distribution companies in various countries, film and television production companies, and cable TV networks, making it the only company in Hollywood that has never changed hands. After discovering that women's purchasing power can give a company a cash cow to resist various risks, several other companies also wanted to imitate, such as therefore, when Warner acquired DC, they set their sights on female superheroes. Because Warner feels that the image of Disney princesses is outdated in the current era. The idea that the prince's true love and the commoner is just an accident does not conform to the mainstream view of women in the current era. With the awakening of people's self-awareness, more and more women are demanding independence and equal rights, so Warner thinks they may need cooler, more self-reliant and more powerful female characters. So Wonder Woman, who best fits this view, became the first choice for development. Isn't Wonder Woman the representative of feminism? Supporting her is the best way to show yourself. But the problem is that after Warner spent money on it, it found that female audiences don't seem to be interested in Wonder Woman. Most men like Wonder Woman. This is totally inconsistent with the equal rights that women are shouting about every day. So they changed their mind and developed Superwoman. Compared with the toughness of Wonder Woman, Superwoman is younger, more fragile, and more in line with the current situation. But unfortunately, they still failed. This continuous failure made Warner give up the project until the appearance of Spider-Man 2. Or it could be said that it was the appearance of you, boss. Now you have the same basic base as Disney. At this point, Evelyn suddenly raised her right hand and shook it in front of Roland. It was obviously a couple's ring produced by R&K, and she wore it on her index finger. Roland chuckled at this situation, scratched his brow, and said, "Couple rings are for you and your boyfriend. Why do you wear both rings on your index finger, which symbolizes singleness?" "Because I don't have a boyfriend." Evelyn shrugged, "and R&K doesn't have single rings. So I had to buy couple rings and wear them all on my right hand. Do you think my behavior is stupid? I actually think I'm stupid too. This design is beautiful but not original. It's more of a symbol of love. But the problem is, I think it's worth spending nearly $300. Because it's from R&K. And how many women in the United States are like me? I don't know the data, but I know that almost all of my friends have bought it. It's just for you." Evelyn winked at Roland. Hearing this, Roland laughed and nodded. Although Evelyn was suspected of flattering, Roland understood that this was the best portrayal of most women's impulse buying. For most women, appearance is the criterion for consumption. When they are interested in something, the first consideration is not practicality, but the beauty of the appearance. As long as it is beautiful enough, they will take the initiative to pay, if the economy allows. Even if the economy does not allow, many people will grit their teeth and choose to take beautiful things into their arms. Because of this, the three pits of bankruptcy have appeared. On the basis of beauty, if there are people who like to bring goods, then women's consumption power is infinite. Although in Roland's previous life, electronic games have always been called the fastest cash cow in all industries, compared with consumer products launched for women, games that can take a lot of money from gay men are still slightly inferior. Any Disney princess can fight against the popular game at random, and this is the result of Disney's decades of dividends. The sales of the new princesses Elsa and Anna skirts are in the millions every year. In addition to lipstick, foundation, eyeliner, blush, eyeshadow, and mascara, these can be sold with your eyes closed. Not to mention that the Princess series also has games. The Frozen version of Candy Crush can bring Disney $100 million in revenue every year. Does it take 3 hours to make this kind of maintenance-free skin-changing mobile game? This kind of thing with a longer life cycle than video games and more terrifying money-making ability is the #1 among cash cows. So it is natural for Warner to be jealous. It is normal to want to join. However, although Warner has found the right direction, their approach is too advanced. It is true that Disney's Princess series is indeed not keeping up with the times. In the princess movies they reset in the new century. Princes are no longer as popular as before, so they launched Frozen, in which the prince is just an accident and the sister is the true love. But the problem is that Disney is promoting women's rights in 2013. Warner is helping to shout in the 1970s. This is not a step too big that is easy to pull the balls. It's flying too low and crashing. Talking about women's independence with people in the 1970s? Isn't this just a deaf person listening to a dumb person and a blind person seeing a ghost? Let alone the 1970s. Even 20 years later, many feminist movements are just nonsense. Just like Natalie Portman and Emma Watson. I call for feminism to seek greater benefits, not to take more responsibilities. In this way, Roland finally understood Warner's idea. They want cash cows like Disney princesses in their own R&K, but they don't know how to do it, so they come to me. Compared with the almost immortal income brought by cash cows, movies are not important at all. This is really a great irony. Capital has used movies as tools from the beginning, and in this case, who can be hurt by the accusations of the people? I can only move myself. I think I figured out the whole thing, but female superhero movies are not that easy to make. Roland pursed his lips and said, I personally think that the market related to female superheroes is still unclear, so the probability of replicating the success of a certain movie is very low. As for wanting to reach my standard. Hey, Roland laughed twice. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the sarcasm was extremely obvious. It's not that he looks down on anyone, but no one in the circle or outside the circle can fight him. It's true that Titanic is full of blood. But the real reason why all this turned into a cash cow was because he betrayed his love. Roland has created a dreamlike reality for countless people. The kind of beauty that is within reach is the reason why the public will go to the cinema to watch Spider-Man 2 even though they know it is abusive, because they are not watching a movie, but everything they want. How can this kind of thing be copied? It can't be copied. Not only that, Gal Gadot's version of Wonder Woman in the future did not pull the wallets of women's rights, and Brie Larson's Captain Marvel was the same. So, if you want to turn female superheroes into cash cows, you might as well think about how to make them more beautiful and let those otakus pay for the action figures. Then I refuse. Evelyn asked with a smile. While speaking, she lowered her head and wanted to write down the boss's reply on the document. Yeah. Roland replied casually. Just as he was about to reveal this inexplicable thing, he suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth again. Wait. Any more questions, boss? Evelyn asked with a smile. Tell me, after I refuse, what is the probability that Warner will continue to develop DC movies? Roland tapped the table with his index finger. The sound of da-da-da made Evelyn frown. As far as I know, George Clooney had the opportunity to play Batman and Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze. But because of the role of Dr. Octopus, Arnold Schwarzenegger rejected Warner, so Warner cut the whole project. Because Warner is generous enough, many people have wanted to take over DC's adaptation projects in recent years, such as Darren Aronofsky, a Jewish director, who just released his first feature film Pi last year. He wants to shoot Batman, and your teacher Steven Spielberg's other assistant, the Jewish J.J. Abrams, wants to shoot Superman. In addition, there are many people who want to shoot other projects. I can't remember so many people. Oh okay, the honest words made Roland smile and nodded, and said, it seems that DC is very popular. In fact, Marvel is more popular now. Evelyn shook her head and said, if everyone in the industry didn't know that you hate trouble, the list of names I would recommend myself would be enough to overwhelm the entire Warcraft film and television industry. But even so, Kevin Feige is already annoying enough. Every day, countless beauties want to get into his room, eager to get a chance. Wow. Really? Roland was shocked and asked curiously, did he accept it? I don't know, but I don't think he would accept it, because compared to the president of Marvel Entertainment you promised, those beauties are not attractive at all. Evelyn pinched her fingers, put them in front of her nose and sniffed, making a look of disgust. That expression directly compared the flesh and blood who wanted to climb into the bed to garbage. Haha, such an action amused Roland. To be honest, although he just asked casually if Kevin Feige really had an unspoken rule, he would definitely let that bald man know what the cruelty of capital is. sent him directly to the African branch, and don't come back if he doesn't build a Wakanda. It's not that he thinks the unspoken rules are wrong, and he, as the boss, can't do it, so what right do those subordinates have to do it? If I can't enjoy it, you can't enjoy it either. Hehe. After laughing and joking about this issue, Roland returned to the main topic. Don't refuse yet, just tell Warner directly that after Christmas in California, I will accompany my wife back to the UK for New Year's Eve. I will have time to consider these things after the new year, so don't worry about them. Besides, haven't they reached a merger agreement with AOL? There is no time to deal with these things for a while. After I come back from the UK, I will slowly talk to them about these things. Yes, I will talk to them in person. Okay, that's it. The new year is coming soon. Take a holiday according to the time, and wish you a happy new year in advance. After figuring out all the circumstances, Roland's first reaction was that a female superhero movie would never work. But on second thought, since Warner was so generous, wouldn't he be sorry for Case's sincerity if he refused directly? Especially when Disney avoided him like a snake and scorpion. Warner obediently washed his ass and stuck it up. If he didn't stamp it, he would be sorry for Warner. Ahem. Of course, whether to stamp it or not is not the point. What really interests Roland is that with Warner, this troublemaker, there can be a lot of pressure on Disney. According to the previous plan, he wanted to turn Warcraft films into a parasite on Disney and wanted to make them ecstatic and unable to stop through successful cooperation. But this kind of parasitism is like a backward stick, which is too embarrassing. Even if you and I are in love in the future, Disney will look down on him. Because at the beginning, he took the initiative to stick to it. But now, hey, Warner took the initiative to ask for a hug. As long as Roland accepts Warner's order, he will be able to occupy a dominant position when cooperating with Disney in the future. Roland, I want to do a project with you. Will you join me? Disney, huh? What project? Roland, no more talking. You're too slow. I'll go find Warner. Disney, hey, let's do it. We'll do any project. This is like a goddess raising a dog in a relationship. Without competition, where does the motivation come from? Without comparison, where does the hurt come from? Old green tea. As for Warner wanting to make a female superhero movie, don't worry. Take it step by step. As long as Warner doesn't focus on production and quality control, Roland will have the confidence to start with other superheroes. Of course, this is not aiding the enemy, because he himself doesn't know how to build DCEU. However, with Kevin Feige on Marvel's side generating electricity for love, DC also has a crazy fan on the other side. And that person, he should spend New Year's Eve in the UK, right? Looking at the calendar on the table, Roland knocks his head helplessly, except for the name and the movie. Everything else is blurred. It's a headache. A headache. Note, Evelyn Watson comes from chapter 190. I'm too lazy to name her, so I'll just use it. I remember writing before that Warner is the most generous company in Hollywood. A 100 million project must spend 100 million of the budget, and money cannot be saved. Not only that, many movies are outsourced. In addition to Superman and Batman written in the article, Catwoman was outsourced to Australia's Village Roadshow. Village Roadshow is not a subsidiary of Warner, but has signed a long-term production agreement with Warner, and Superman Returns was outsourced to Legendary Pictures. This strange production model was exposed after the Palace drama ended in 2013. The reason why they like to use non-subsidiary companies to make movies is because the internal struggle is too fierce. Everyone has to be responsible for the projects they invest in, and the best way to shirk responsibility is to outsource the project and make it bad. So the bad movie Who was born. Warner did not make The Magic World, but it did it in 2001, and then disliked the lack of traffic, so it dismantled the Matrix world of The Matrix in 2003, and then it was subcontracted to Universal within 2 years. This behavior has long become a laughingstock. Darren Aronofsky is the director of Black Swan. He wanted to make Batman at the beginning of the millennium. J.J. Abrams wanted to make Superman around the millennium. He was Spielberg's assistant. Otherwise, Tom Cruise would have let this guy who had never made a movie make Mission Impossible 3. Later, Star Wars was also connected because of his own talents. His own people. His own people. There are his own people everywhere. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.